17 septembre 1793 de Jocelyn, troisième époque, par Alphonse de Lamartine. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christiane, Jehanne. 17 septembre 1793. Vous me l'avez donné, ce complément de vie, mon Dieu. Ma soif d'aimer est enfin assouvie. Du jour où cet enfant, sous ma grotte, est venu, tout ce que je rêvais jadis, je l'ai connu. Pour la première fois, moi dont l'âme isolée à d'autres jusqu'ici ne s'était pas mêlée, moi qui trouvais toujours, dans ce qui m'approchait, quelque chose de moins que mon cœur ne cherchait, au visage, au regard, au son de voix, au geste, à l'émanation de ce rayon céleste, aux premières douceurs du premier entretien, au cœur de cet enfant, j'ai reconnu le mien. Mon âme, qu'au rongeait sa vague solitude, a répandu sur lui toute sa plénitude. Et mon cœur, abusé, ne comptant plus les jours, croit, en l'aimant d'hier, l'avoir aimé toujours. End of 17 septembre 1793. À Cassandre Ode 17 par Pierre de Ronsard. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christiane, Jehanne. À Cassandre, Ode 17. Mignonne, allons voir si la rose, qui ce matin, à voix d'esclose, sa robe de pourpre au soleil, a point perdu, ceste vesprée, les plis de sa robe pourprée, et son teint au vostre pareil. Las, voyez comme en peu d'espace, mignonne, elle a dessus la place. Las, las, ces beautés, les séchoirs. Ô vraiment marastre nature, puisqu'une telle fleur ne dure que du matin jusques au soir. Donc, si vous me croyez mignonne, tandis que vostre âge fleuronne en sa plus verte nouveauté, cueillez, cueillez vostre jeunesse, comme à ceste fleur la vieillesse fera ternir vostre beauté. Fin de À Cassandre, Ode 17 par Pierre de Ronsard.
Canto the 17th, from 17 Cantos of the Inferno of Dante Alighieri, translated by Thomas William Parsons, read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Canto the 17th, from Dante's Inferno. The end of the seventh circle, the usurers with their arms and emblems. Behold the beast of the sharp tail, who breaks through arms and walls, who passeth mountains. Yea, foul with his stench the whole creation makes. Thus unto me began my guide to say, in beckoning up the monster to the brim, nigh to the marble causeway's craggy close. Straight at the sign, fraud's image, foul and grim, both head and bosom from the gulf arose, all save his tail, he dragged not that ashore. Fair as an honest man's appeared his face, so smooth and gracious an outside he wore, but all the rest was of the serpent race. 2 branching limbs he had, with shaggy hair from the paws even to the armpits decked, his breast, his back, and both flanks everywhere with painted knots and little rings were specked. Never with more variety of shade by any Tartar artisans or Turks was web of cloth inwoven or o'erlaid, nor with more hues Arachne wove her works. As barges oft lie drawn upon the strand, partly ashore and partly in the tide, and even as in the greedy German's land the beaver, ambushing for prey, doth hide, such was that vilest monster's fearful mode, as to the sand-waste rocky rim he clung, in the void chasm his trembling tail he showed, as up the envenomed forked point he swung, which as in scorpions armed its tapering end. And thus, my guide, towards yon accursed beast our pathway now must for a little bend, where on the brink he crouches, as thou seest. So to the right hand toward the abyss we sank, and fairly to avoid the sand and flame, we took 10 paces from the shelving bank, and closer still to that dread creature came. Now further on that desert I discern, nigh to the void, some seated on the ground, and here, my lord, that thou mayst fully learn the nature and condition of this round. Go forward there and witness their distress, but let thy parley with them be but short. Till thy return this beast I will address, and ask for us his shoulders' strong support. So farther still upon the utmost bourne of that 7th circle, all alone I strayed, where sat the wretches doomed for aye to mourn. Oh, how their eyes their agonies betrayed, ever by turns against the fiery sleet and the hot sand, their swift hands they employed, as dogs in summer ply both jaws and feet, by flies or hornets or by gnats annoyed. Then as on certain forms I fixed mine eyes, on whom the ceaseless piteous flames were flung, I marked, although I none could recognize, that from the neck of each a pouch was hung. Each purse was marked by a peculiar hue and sign, which seemed their gloating gaze to nurse, and as I came among them, met my view an azure emblem on a yellow purse, a lion's face and bearing it displayed, and onward, still as rolled mine orb of sight, redder than blood another I surveyed, which bore a goose, then white as curd, more white, and one whose emblem was a teeming sow emblazoned azure on an argent pouch, cried, In this underpit what seekest thou? Begone! Yet first attend what I avouch. Know thou, since life remaineth still to thee, Vitaliano, once my neighbour nigh, shall sit here shortly on the left of me. Amongst these Florentines, a Paduan I, and often they thunder in mine ear. Soon with his wallet and 3 goats displayed may he approach our sovereign cavalier. Grimaces then with mouth and tongue he made, licking his nostril as an ox is wont, and I departed from the weary throng, fearful by more delaying to affront him who had warned me not to linger long. I found my leader there already planted, fast on the flank of that disgusting brute, and thus he said, Be strong now, and undaunted. Such are the stairs that our descent must suit. Mount thou in front, myself will midway sit, lest the tale harm thee. As the mortal, shook by the near visit of an ague's fit, who shudders even unto the shade to look, his nails already corpse-like with the cold, such I became, his dreadful words to hear, till shame, which makes a timid servant bold before his good lord's frown, rebuked my fear. So as he counselled me, I took my place on those huge shoulders, and I strove to say, Do thou but steady me with thy embrace, but terror took all power of speech away. He then, with many a time and oft before, on great occasion, helped me at my need, with his arm girdling me, my weight upbore, and cried aloud, Now, Geryon, proceed. Make easy thy descent with ample sweep. On the new burden which thou bearest, think. Like as a bark slides, backing towards the deep, So he straightway receded from the brink, and when he found that he could freely wheel, he turned about his outstretched tail to where his breast had been, moving it like an eel, and with his branching arms pawed in the air. I doubt if Phaeton more wild became with terror when he let the bridle go, and heaven's vault kindling caught the sudden flame, whereof the skies even yet some token show. O hapless Icarus, when first he felt, the whilst his father cried, "Thou steerest amiss," the wax beginning from his wings to melt, then I, thus launched upon the void abyss, naught but the beast was possible to view. He slowly, slowly wound in many a curve, though only from a wind which upward blew against my face, his course I could observe. Down on the right I heard the whirlpool seethe, where splashing fell the horrible cascade, and straining forth my neck to gaze beneath at the dread plunge, I grew still more afraid. Such groans I heard, and saw such glare of fires, whereat I shrunk, all quivering with affright, and marked his manner of descent and spires, which until now the darkness kept from sight. Now on each side new horrors I survey, and like a hawk that scouring long the skies, without discovering either lure or prey, till, ha, thou'rt faltering, the vexed falconer cries, as tired he sinks to where he started, light, and in 100 whirls careering round, perches disdainfully and full of spite, far from his lord, at last upon the ground. So Gertrude, stooping, set us on our feet, down at the base of that rude cliff abhorred, and straight, disburthened, bound off as fleet as ever any arrow from a cord. End of Canto 17.
Christmas in 1776, read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas in 1776 by Anne Hollingsworth Wharton. On Christmas Day in 76, our gallant troops with bayonets fixed to Trenton marched away. Children, have any of you ever thought of what little people like you were doing in this country more than 100 years ago, when the cruel tide of war swept over its bosom? From many homes the fathers were absent, fighting bravely for the liberty which we now enjoy, while the mothers no less valiantly struggled against hardships and discomforts in order to keep a home for their children, whom you only know as your great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers, dignified gentlemen and beautiful ladies, whose painted portraits hang upon the walls in some of your homes. Merry, romping children they were in those far-off times, yet their bright faces must have looked grave sometimes when they heard the grown people talk of the great things that were happening around them. Some of these little people never forgot the wonderful events of which they heard, and afterward related them to their children and grandchildren, which accounts for some of the interesting stories which you may still hear if you are good children. The Christmas story that I have to tell you is about a boy and a girl who lived in Bordentown, New Jersey. The father of these children was a soldier in General Washington's army, which was encamped a few miles north of Trenton, on the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware River. Bordentown, as you can see by looking on your map, if you have not hidden them all away for the holidays, is about 7 miles south of Trenton, where 1,500 Hessians and a troop of British light horse were holding the town. Thus you see that the British, in force, were between Washington's army and Bordentown, besides which there were some British and Hessian troops in the very town. All this seriously interfered with Captain Tracy's going home to eat his Christmas dinner with his wife and children. Kitty and Harry Tracy, who had not lived long enough to see many wars, could not imagine such a thing as Christmas without their father, and had busied themselves for weeks in making everything ready to have a merry time with him. Kitty, who loved to play quite as much as any frolicsome Kitty of today, had spent all her spare time in knitting a pair of thick woolen stockings, which seems a wonderful feat for a little girl of only 8 years old to perform. Can you not see her sitting by the great chimney-place, filled with its roaring, crackling logs, in her quaint, short-waisted dress, knitting away steadily, and puckering up her rosy, dimpled face over the strange twists and turns of that old stocking? I can see her, and I can also hear her sweet voice as she chatters away to her mother about how surprised Papa will be to find that his little girl can knit like a grown-up woman, while Harry spreads out on the hearth a goodly store of shell-barks that he has gathered and is keeping for his share of the "s'prise." "What if he shouldn't come?" asks Harry suddenly. "Oh, he'll come. Papa never stays away on Christmas," says Kitty, looking up into her mother's face for an echo to her words. Instead, she sees something very like tears in her mother's eyes. "Oh, Mamma, don't you think he'll come?" "He will come if he possibly can," says Mrs. Tracy. "And if he cannot, we will keep Christmas whenever dear Papa does come home." "It won't be half so nice," said Kitty. "Nothing's so nice as really Christmas. And how's Kris Kringle going to know about it if we change the day?" "We'll let him come just the same, and if he brings anything for Papa, we can put it away for him." This plan still seemed a poor one to Miss Kitty, who went to her bed in a sober mood that night, and was heard telling her dear dolly, Martha Washington, that wars were miserable, and that when she married she would have a man who kept a candy shop for a husband, and not a soldier. "No, Martha, not even if he's as nice as Papa." As Martha made no objection to this little arrangement, being an obedient child, they were both soon fast asleep. The days of that cold winter of 1776 wore on. So cold it was that the sufferings of the soldiers were great, their bleeding feet often leaving marks on the pure white snow over which they marched. As Christmas drew near, there was a feeling among the patriots that some blow was about to be struck, but what it was, and from whence, they knew not, and, better than all, the British had no idea that any strong blow would come from Washington's army, weak and out of heart, as they thought, after being chased through Jersey by Cornwallis. Mrs. Tracy looked anxiously each day for news of the husband and father, only a few miles away, yet so separated by the river and the enemy's troops that they seemed like 100. Christmas Eve came, but brought with it few rejoicings. The hearts of the people were too sad to be taken up with merrymaking, although the Hessian soldiers in the town, good-natured Germans, who only fought the Americans because they were paid for it, gave themselves up to the feasting and revelry. "Shall we hang up our stockings?" asked Kitty, in rather a doleful voice. "Yes," said her mother. "Santa Claus won't forget you, I'm sure, although he has been kept pretty busy looking after the soldiers this winter." "Which side is he on?" asked Harry. "The right side, of course," said Mrs. Tracy, which was the most sensible answer she could possibly have given. So the stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. Two little rosy faces lay fast asleep upon the pillow when the good old soul came dashing over the roof about 1 o'clock, and after filling each stocking with red apples and leaving a cornucopia of sugar plums for each child, he turned for a moment to look at the sleeping faces, for St. Nicholas has a tender spot in his great big heart for a soldier's children. Then, remembering many other small folks waiting for him all over the land, he sprang up the chimney and was away in a trice. Santa Claus, in the form of Mrs. Tracy's farmer brother, brought her a splendid turkey, but because the Hessians were uncommonly fond of turkey, it came hidden under a load of wood. Harry was very fond of turkey, too, as well as all the other good things. But when his mother said, "It's such a fine bird, it seems too bad to eat it without father," Harry cried out, "Yes, keep it for Papa," and Kitty, joining in the chorus. The vote was unanimous, and the turkey was hung away to await the return of the good soldier, although it seemed strange, as Kitty told Martha Washington, to have no papa and no turkey on Christmas Day. The day passed, and night came, cold with a steady fall of rain and sleet. Kitty prayed for her dear papa not to be out in the storm, and that he might come home and wear his beautiful blue stockings. "And eat his turkey," said Harry's sleepy voice, after which they were soon in the land of dreams. Toward morning the good people in Bordentown were suddenly aroused by firing in the distance, which became more and more distinct as the day wore on. There was great excitement in the town. Men and women gathered together in little groups on the streets to wonder what it was all about, and neighbors came dropping into Mrs. Tracy's parlor all day long, one after the other, to say what they thought of the firing. In the evening there came a body of Hessians flying into the town to say that General Washington had surprised the British at Trenton early that morning and completely routed them, which so frightened the Hessians in Bordentown that they left without the slightest ceremony. It was a joyful hour to the good town people when the red jackets turned their backs on them, thinking every moment that the patriot army would be after them. Indeed, it seemed as if wonders would never cease that day, for while rejoicings were still loud over the departure of the enemy, there came a knock at Mrs. Tracy's door, and while she was wondering whether she dared open it, it was pushed ajar, and a tall soldier entered. What a scream of delight greeted that soldier, and how Kitty and Harry danced about him and clung to his knees, while Mrs. Tracy drew him toward the warm blaze and helped him off with his damp cloak. Cold and tired Captain Tracy was, after a night's march in the streets and a day's fighting, but he was not too weary to smile at the dear faces around him, or to pat Kitty's head when she brought his warm stockings and would put them on the tired feet herself. Suddenly there was a sharp, quick bark outside the door. "What's that?" cried Harry. "Oh, I forgot. Open the door. Here, Fido, Fido." Into the room there sprang a beautiful little King Charles spaniel, white with tan spots, and ears of the longest, softest, and silkiest. "What a little dear!" exclaimed Kitty. "Where did it come from?" "From the Battle of Trenton," said her father. "His poor master was shot after the redcoats had turned their backs, and I was hurrying along one of the streets where the fight had been the fiercest. I heard a low groan, and turning saw a British officer lying among a number of slain. I raised his head. He begged for some water, which I brought him, and bending down my ear, I heard him whisper, 'Dying, last battle. Say a prayer.' He tried to follow me in the words of a prayer, and then, taking my hand, laid it on something soft and warm, nestling close up to his breast. it was this little dog. The gentleman, for he was a real gentleman, gasped out, "Take care of my poor Fido. Good night," and was gone. It was as much as I could do to get the little creature away from his dead master. He clung to him as if he loved him better than life. "You'll take care of him, won't you, children? I brought him home to you for a Christmas present." "Pretty little Fido," said Kitty, taking the soft, curly creature in her arms. "I think it's the best present in the world, and tomorrow is to be real Christmas, because you are home, Papa." "And we'll eat the turkey," said Harry, "and shell barks, lots of them, that I saved for you. What a good time we'll have, and oh, Papa, don't go to war any more, but stay at home with Mother and Kitty and Fido and me." "What would become of our country if we should all do that, my little man? It was a good day's work that we did this Christmas, getting the army all across the river so quickly and quietly that we surprised the enemy and gained a victory with the loss of few men. Thus it was that some of the good people of 1776 spent their Christmas, that their children and grandchildren might spend many of them as citizens of a free nation. End of Christmas in 1776, read by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA, July 11th, 2022.
Appearance of the 17-year cicada in Rhode Island in 1903 by Alphaeus S. Packard, Providence, Rhode Island, from Psyche, a Journal of Entomology, Volume 10, 1903. Read for the 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The interesting fact of the occurrence of a brood of Cicada septemdecim within the limits of Rhode Island was early in June of the present year contributed to the Providence Journal by Mr. James M. Southwick, the curator of the Museum of Natural History of Roger Williams Park, Providence. Specimens and information regarding their appearance were afforded him by Mr. Charles E. Ford of Providence, who afterwards called on me and kindly gave the following account. In driving June 2nd in the town of Coventry, at a point about 2 miles southwest of Washington Village, near the southwest end of Tioga Reservoir, not far from the New London Turnpike, he was attracted by a loud, shrill noise like the concert of the purring toad. He saw the scrub oak and other bushes for a distance of about 1/8 of a mile covered with them. A great many nymph skins were observed clinging to the bushes, and the ground was full of the holes from which the nymphs had crawled out. Mr. Ford also told me that his grandfather observed the same insects at the same locality 34 years previously, and that he carried 2 or 3 of them to his house and showed them to his family, his mother remembering the circumstance. Hoping to verify this information, I went to Washington, but owing to continuous stormy weather lasting over 2 weeks, I was unable to reach the locality until June 27th. It was easily found, the holes and nymph skins occurring over an area extending about 1/8 of a mile on the south side of the road from Washington, near the Pat, now a rope manufactory, to the New London Turnpike, on rather high land, formerly covered with oaks, chestnuts, and a few pines, but now overgrown with scrub oaks and chestnuts. The nymph skins were abundant, and the scattered holes were numerous, sometimes as many as from 4 to 8 to a square foot. It was too late to find any living cicadas, as they may have died somewhat prematurely from the effects of the prolonged, cold, stormy weather. The dismembered bodies of the dead cicada, wings, separate abdomens, and legs were picked up. As they were seen alive June 18 and 19, the fact that those I saw had been broken up and partly destroyed, perhaps by the little black ants frequenting the spot, shows how rapidly insect remains disappear after death, and accounts for the fact that so few entire dead insects are to be found on the surface of the soil. They had laid but a few eggs. Only 1 or 2 oak twigs contained a full complement of eggs, whose presence was indicated by the withered leaves, the twig having been perforated, broken, and bent down. Mr. L. F. Bennett, living nearby, told me that he saw them alive in the trees on June 6th of the present year, and that 17 years ago a lady saw them in the same locality, that is, near the Pat, then called Barclay's. Mr. A. J. Andrews, the proprietor of the rope manufactory at the Pat, was familiar with the cicada, telling me that his father heard and saw them about 17 years ago at Spring Lake, or Maple Root, a locality in eastern Coventry, 2 miles northwest of the Pat, near Mishnock River, a small stream flowing into the Patuxet, a little west of the village of Washington. He said he heard them singing, and put several of them in a tin box, carrying them home. A third locality, reported to me by Mr. Andrews, is in East Greenwich, near the West Greenwich line at Shippey's, about half a mile east of Carr Pond. They were seen here June 18 and 19, 1903. I may add that Mrs. Emma Wiggins of Anthony, Rhode Island, kindly wrote me that Mr. Carpenter of Washington, Rhode Island, saw the 17-year cicada at the Pat region about the middle of June this year. He told her that it also appeared there 17 years ago, that he has one in his house that was collected in the same place 34 years ago. The specimens I collected agreed in size, markings, and color with others from the Middle States in my collection, presenting no local variations. It thus appears that there have been 3 visitations of the 17-year cicada in Rhode Island, that is, in 1869, 1886, and certainly in 1903, and that it appears in isolated places, not continuously over an extensive area. It may be of interest to recall that Harris, in his treatise on the injurious insects of Massachusetts, states that this insect is known to have appeared at Plymouth, Massachusetts, in 1633, at Plymouth, Sandwich, and Falmouth, Massachusetts, in 1804, at Sandwich in 1787, 1804, and 1821, also in the Connecticut Valley at Hadley, 1818, Westfield, 1835, North Haven, Connecticut, 1724, 1741, 1758, 1792, 1809, 1826, 1843, and at Martha's Vineyard in 1833. From these dates it would appear that there is a discrepancy between the Rhode Island years and those of eastern Massachusetts and Martha's Vineyard, the estimated Rhode Island year being for the past century 1808, 1825, 1842, 1869, 1886, and 1903. Desirous of ascertaining whether this cicada had appeared in Massachusetts this year, I wrote to Professor H. T. Fernald, Associate Entomologist of the Hatch Experiment Station, Amherst, Massachusetts, who writes me as follows: I made a quite thorough investigation of this insect this year, as we expected it here. I obtained the aid of the Secretary of our State Board of Agriculture, and through him inquired as to its presence of all of his correspondents in the state, besides many of my own. In this way I reached every county and quite a number of towns in each county, there being over 200 persons in all. Not one of them either saw or heard of the cicada this year, and I am satisfied that it was not present in the Connecticut Valley part of Massachusetts, at least from my observations, and as no one reported it from anywhere else, I think that if it was present, it must have been very local. End of Appearance of the 17-year cicada in Rhode Island in 1903. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Doctor's Riot, 1788, by the Honorable J.T. Headley. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Doctor's Riot, 1788, Chapter 4 of the Great Riots of New York, 1712 to 1873. Body snatching, bodies dug up by medical students, excitement of the people, effect of the discovery of a human limb from the hospital, mob ransacks the building, destruction of anatomical specimens, arrival of mayor and imprisonment of students, second day, examination of Columbia College and physicians' houses, appeal of the mayor and distinguished citizens to the mob attempt to break into jail and seize the students, the fight, the military called out, beaten by the mob, large military force called out, attacked by the mob, deadly firing, great excitement, flight of doctors and students. In former times, body snatching, or digging up bodies for dissections, was much more heard of than at present. The fear of it was so great that often in the neighborhood where medical students were pursuing their studies, persons who lost friends would have a watch kept over their graves for several nights to prevent them from being dug up. Neither the high social position of parties nor sex was any barrier to this desecration of graves, and the public mind was often shocked by accounts of the young and beautiful being disinterred to be cut up by medical students. In the city there was, a few years ago, and perhaps there is now, a regular commercial price for bodies. Although it was conceded that for thorough instruction in medical science, subjects for dissection were necessary, yet no one outside of the medical profession could be found to sanction body snatching. There is a sacredness attached to the grave that the most hardened feel. Whenever the earth is thrown over the body of a man, no matter how abject or sinful he may have been, the involuntary exclamation of everyone is, "Requiescat in pace." When it comes to the one of our own personal friends, a parent, sister, or child, to this feeling of sacredness is added that of affection. And no wrong is like that of invading the tomb of those we love. Shakespeare left his curse for him who should disturb his bones, and all feel like cursing those who disturb the bones of friends who are linked to them by blood and affection. In the winter of 1787 and 1788, medical students of New York City dug up bodies more frequently than usual, or were more reckless in their mode of action, for the inhabitants became greatly excited over the stories that were told of their conduct. Some of these, if true, revealed a brutality and indecency, shocking as it was unnecessary. Usually the students had contented themselves with ripping open the graves of strangers and Negroes, about whom there was little feeling. But this winter they dug up respectable people, even young women, of whom they made an indecent exposure. The stories did not lose anything by repetition, and soon the conduct of physicians and medical students became a town talk. There seemed to be no remedy for this state of things. The graveyards, which were then in the heart of the city, were easily accessible, while plenty of men could be found who, for a small sum, would dig up any body that was desired. A mere accident caused this state of feeling to culminate and suddenly break out into action. In the spring some boys were playing in the rear of the hospital, when a young surgeon, from a mere whim, showed an amputated arm to them. One of them, impelled by curiosity, immediately mounted a ladder that stood against the wall, used in making some repairs, when the surgeon told him to look at his mother's arm. The little fellow's mother had recently died, and filled with terror, he immediately hastened to his father, who was a mason and working at the time in Broadway. The father at once went to his wife's grave and had it opened. He found the body gone and returned to his fellow workmen with the news. They were filled with rage and armed with tools, and gathering a crowd as they marched, they surged up around the hospital. At first many seemed to be impelled only by curiosity, but as the throng increased, the Masons became eager for decisive action. Threats and denunciations began to arise on every side, and then appeals for vengeance, till at length they rushed for the door, and pouring into the building began the work of destruction. For a while there was a terrible rattling of bones as they tore down and smashed every anatomical specimen they could lay their hands on. Valuable imported ones shared the common fate. They swarmed through the building and finally came upon fresh subjects, apparently but just dug up. This rekindled their rage tenfold, and the students, who thus far had been unmolested, were in danger of being roughly handled. The news of the gathering of the crowd and its threatening aspect had reached the mayor, who immediately summoned the sheriff, and taking with him several prominent citizens, hastened to the spot. Finding the students in the hands of the infuriated mob, he released them, and to the satisfaction apparently of the rioters, sent them to jail for safekeeping. There was now nothing left for them to do, and they dispersed, and the matter was thought to be ended. But during the evening, knots of men were everywhere discussing the events of the day and retailing the exciting reports that were now flying thickly around, and next morning, whether from any concert of action or impelled by mere curiosity, it is not known, crowds began to fill the street and yard in front of the city hospital. The discovery of the bodies the day before had deepened the excitement, and now a more thorough examination of the building was proposed, and also an examination of the physicians' houses. Matters were beginning to wear a serious aspect, and the governor, mayor, chancellor, and some of the prominent citizens of the town came together to consult on a course of action. It was finally resolved to resort in a body to the spot where the mob was assembled, and to make a personal appeal to it. They did so, and presented an imposing appearance as they advanced up Broadway. Although representing the state and the city, they did not presume on their authority, but attempted persuasion. Mounting the steps, they in turn addressed the throng, which now kept momentarily increasing, and exhorted them as law-abiding citizens to use no violence. Some made most pathetic appeals to their feelings, their pride and self-respect, indeed begged them by every consideration of home and justice to desist and retire peacefully to their homes. They solemnly promised that a most thorough investigation should be made, and they should have all the satisfaction the laws could afford. More they ought not to ask. These appeals and promises produced a favorable effect on many of the mob, and they left. But the greater part refused to be pacified. Their blood was up, and they insisted on making the examination themselves. They did not propose to commit any violence, but having begun their investigations, they were determined to go through with them. The mayor and the governor seemed to have an unaccountable repugnance to the use of force, and let the mob depart for Columbia College without any resistance. The professors and students were amazed at this sudden inundation of the crowd, who swarmed without opposition through every part of the building. Finding nothing to confirm their suspicions, they left without doing any material injury. Still unsatisfied, however, they repaired to the houses of the neighboring physicians, and the leaders, acting as a delegation of the crowd, went through them with the same result. It was a singularly well-behaved mob, and they received the report of the self-constituted committees with apparently perfect satisfaction. And when they had made the round of the houses, gradually broke into knots and dispersed. But the lawless spirit of a mob seldom arrests and controls itself. Having once felt its strength and power, it is never satisfied till it measures them against those of legal authorities, and yields only when it must. Hence, as a rule, the quicker it feels the strong hand of power, the better for all parties. Promising legal satisfaction to lawbreakers is a very unsatisfactory proceeding. Obedience first and discussion afterwards is the proper order to be observed. The mayor had hardly time to congratulate himself on having overcome so easily a serious difficulty before he found that he had not as yet touched it. In the afternoon the crowd again began to assemble, and this time around the jail, with the avowed purpose of taking vengeance on the students and physicians locked up there for safekeeping. Having asserted and exercised against all law the right of domiciliary visits, it was but a short and easy step to assert the right to punish also contrary to law. As they gathered in front of the jail, it was seen that a different spirit from that which they had hitherto exhibited ruled them. The tiger was unchained, and loud shouts and yells were heard. "Bring out your doctors! Bring out your doctors!" arose on every side. They threatened to tear down the building unless they were given up. The inmates became thoroughly alarmed and barricaded the doors and windows and armed themselves the best way they could for self-defense. Attempts were made to parley with the crowd, but they would listen to nothing and answered every appeal with loud shouts for the doctors. What they intended to do with them by way of punishment was not so clear, though what their fate would have been if once at their mercy there was little doubt. The city authorities now became alarmed. Murder was imminent, and having no police force sufficient to cope with such a formidable mob, they decided that the city was in a state of insurrection and called out the military. About 3 o'clock the force marched up the street and passed quietly through the crowd, which opened as they advanced. As they moved past, a shower of dirt and stones followed them, accompanied with taunts and jeers and mocking laughter. The whole military movement was evidently intended only for intimidation, to show the rioters what could be done if they resorted to violence, for the soldiers, instead of taking up their quarters, as they should have done, in the building, having exhibited themselves, marched away. But the mob, still retaining its position and threatening attitude, another force, a little later, consisting of only 12 men, was sent up. This was worse than nothing, and as the little handful marched solemnly up, the crowd broke out into derisive laughter, and all sorts of contemptuous epithets were heaped upon them. Instead of waiting for them to come near, they rushed down the street to meet them, and swarming like bees around them, they snatched away their muskets and broke them to pieces on the pavement. The soldiers, disarmed, scattered, and hustled about, were glad to escape with whole bodies. This first act of open resistance excited the rioters still more. They had passed the Rubicon and were now ready for anything, and "To the jail! To the jail!" arose in wild yells, and the turbulent mass poured like a tumultuous sea around the building. They rushed against the doors, and with united shoulders and bodies endeavored to heave them from their hinges. But being secured with heavy bolts and bars, they resisted all their efforts. They then smashed in the windows with stones and attempted to force an entrance through them. But the handful of men inside took possession of these, and with such weapons as they could find, beat them back. Numbers were of no avail here, and as only a few at a time could approach a window, while those within, being on the defensive, knocked them back as often as they attempted to climb in. The rioters, baffled in their attempts, would then fall back and hurl paving stones and bricks at the windows, when those who defended them would step one side. But the moment the former advanced again, the latter would crowd the windows with clubs and sticks. The enraged assailants tore off pickets, and advancing with these, made desperate efforts to clear the windows. But those within knew it was a matter of life and death with them, and stubbornly held their ground. The fight was thus kept up till dark, amid yells and shouts, and a pandemonium of noises. and no efforts apparently were made to put an end to it and release the inmates of the jail. But steps had been taken to organize and arm a large body of militia under an experienced officer, and now in the dim starlight their bayonets were seen gleaming as they marched steadily forward on the dark heaving mass that filled the street far as the eye could see. The rioters, however, instead of being intimidated at the sight, sent up a yell of defiance, and arming themselves with stones and brickbats, hurled them in a blinding volley on the troops. So fierce was the assault that before the latter had time to form, many were knocked down and some badly wounded. The commanding officer, finding the fight thus forced on him, gave the orders in a ringing voice, "Ready! Aim! Fire!" A flash broad as the street followed, lighting up the gloom and revealing the scowling faces of the mob, the battered front of the jail, and the pale faces of those guarding the windows. They had not expected this close point-blank volley, for the timid action of the authorities had not prepared them for it, and they stopped in amazement and hesitation. The commanding officer understood his business, and instead of waiting to see if they would disperse, poured in another volley. The rioters were confounded as they saw their comrades fall by their side, but still they stood at bay, until at last, seeing the dead and wounded on every side, they could stand it no longer, but broke and fled in every direction. In a few minutes the street was clear of all but the dead and wounded, the groans of the latter loading the night air. The poor wretches were carried away, and the troops remained on the spot all night. The next day the city was in a fever of excitement. The number of killed was greatly exaggerated, and the denunciations of the butchery, as it was called, were fierce and loud. On almost every corner groups of excited men were seen in angry discussion. Multitudes gathered in front of the jail and gazed with horror on the blood-stained pavement. The soldiers who had committed the slaughter were cursed and threatened by turns, but they quietly rested on their arms, ready, it was evident, to repeat the experiment at the first open act of violence. For a while there was danger of a general outbreak throughout the city, but the authorities had become thoroughly aroused to the danger of the situation, and seeing that the quicker they brought the conflict to a close, the better, made such a display of force that the riotous spirit was overawed. Still it was not entirely subdued, and it was evident that it was kept under by fear alone. The physicians of the city came in for almost as large a share of the hatred as the military. They were the original cause of the disturbance, and the threats against them became so open and general that they were in constant dread of personal violence, and many fled from the city. They scattered in every direction, and there threatened to be a general hegira of physicians. All the medical students were secretly stowed into carriages and hurried off into the country, where they remained till the excitement died away. It did not, however, subside readily. Indeed, the danger of open revolt was so great for several days that the military continued to keep guard at the jail. End of Doctors' Riot, 1788. Read by Mary in Arkansas, North Little Rock, Arkansas, June 16th, 2022.
Section 17 for the Doctrine and Covenants by Joseph Smith, Jr. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gwen O'Brien. Section 17. Revelation given through Joseph Desir to Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, and Martin Ellis in Fayette, Kankakee, New York, June 1829, given previous to their viewing the place containing the Book of Mormon. Behold, I say unto you, that you must rely upon my word, which if you do with full purpose of heart, you shall have a few of the plates, and also the breastplate, the sword of Laban, the Urim and Thummim, which were given to the brother of Jared upon the mount, when he talked with the Lord face to face, and the miraculous directives which were given to Lehi while in the wilderness on the borders of the Red Sea. And it is by your faith that you shall obtain a few of them, even by that faith which is had by the prophets of old. And after that you have attained faith, and have seen them with your eyes, you shall testify of them by the power of God. And this you shall do that my servant Joseph Virginia may not be destroyed, that I may bring about my righteous purposes unto the children of men in this work. And ye shall testify that you have seen them, even as my servant Joseph Virginia has seen them, for it is by my power that he has seen them, and it is because he had faith. And he has translated the book in that part which I have commanded him, and as your Lord and your God liveth, it is true. Wherefore ye have received the same power, and the same faith, and the same gift like unto him. And if you do these last commandments of mine, which I have given you, the gates of hell shall not prevail against you, for my grace is sufficient for you, and you shall be lifted up at the last day. And I, Jesus Christ, your Lord and your God, have spoken it unto you, that I might bring about my righteous purposes unto the children of men. Amen. End of section 17 from the Doctrine and Covenants.
Gertrude the Governess, or Simple 17, by Stephen Leacock. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Gertrude the Governess, or Simple 17. Synopsis of previous chapters. There are no previous chapters. It was a wild and stormy night on the west coast of Scotland. This, however, is immaterial to the present story, as the scene is not laid in the west of Scotland. For the matter of that, the weather was just as bad on the east coast of Ireland. But the scene of this narrative is laid in the south of England, and takes place in and around Nottasentinum Towers, pronounced as if written Nosham Tawes, the seat of Lord Nottasent, pronounced as if written Nosh. But it is not necessary to pronounce either of these names in reading them. Nosham Tawes was a typical English home. The main part of the house was an Elizabethan structure of warm red brick, while the elder portion, of which the Earl was inordinately proud, still showed the outlines of a Norman keep, to which had been added a Lancastrian jail and a Plantagenet orphan asylum. From the house in all directions stretched magnificent woodland and park, with oaks and elms of immemorial antiquity, while nearer the house stood raspberry bushes and geranium plants which had been set out by the Crusaders. About the grand old mansion the air was loud with the chirping of thrushes, the cawing of partridges, and the clear sweet note of the rook, while deer, antelope, and other quadrupeds strutted about the lawn, so tame as to eat off the sundial. In fact, the place was a regular menagerie. From the house downwards through the park stretched a beautiful broad avenue laid out by Henry VII. Lord Nosh stood upon the hearth-rug of the library. Trained diplomat and statesman as he was, his stern aristocratic face was upside down with fury. "Boy," he said, "you shall marry this girl or I disinherit you. You are no son of mine." Young Lord Ronald, erect before him, flung back a glance as defiant as his own. "I defy you," he said. "Henceforth you are no father of mine. I will get another. I will marry none but a woman I can love. This girl that we have never seen—" "Fool," said the Earl, "would you throw aside our estate and name of 1,000 years? The girl, I am told, is beautiful. Her aunt is willing. They are French. Pah, they understand such things in France."
"But your reason—" "I give no reason," said the Earl. "Listen, Ronald, I give 1 month. For that time you remain here. If at the end of it you refuse me, I cut you off with a shilling." Lord Ronald said nothing. He flung himself from the room, flung himself upon his horse, and rode madly off in all directions. As the door of the library closed upon Ronald, the Earl sank into a chair. His face changed. It was no longer that of the haughty nobleman, but of the hunted criminal. "He must marry the girl," he muttered. "Soon she will know all. Tuchimov has escaped from Siberia. He knows and will tell. The whole of the mines passed to her, this property with it, and but enough." He rose, walked to the sideboard, drained a dipper full of gin and bitters, and became again a high-bred English gentleman. It was at this moment that a high dog-cart, driven by a groom in the livery of Earl Nosh, might have been seen entering the avenue of Nosham Taws. Beside him sat a young girl, scarce more than a child, in fact, not nearly so big as the groom. The apple-pie hat which she wore, surmounted with black willow plumes, concealed from view a face so face-like in its appearance as to be positively facial. It was, need we say it, Gertrude the governess, who was this day to enter upon her duties at Nosham Taws. At the same time that the dog-cart entered the avenue at one end, there might have been seen riding down it from the other a tall young man, whose long aristocratic face proclaimed his birth, and who was mounted upon a horse with a face even longer than his own. And who is this tall young man, who draws nearer to Gertrude with every revolution of the horse? Ah, who indeed? Ah, who? I wonder if any of my readers could guess that this was none other than Lord Ronald. The two were destined to meet. Nearer and nearer they came, and then still nearer. Then for one brief moment they met. As they passed, Gertrude raised her head and directed towards the young nobleman 2 eyes so eye-like in their expression as to be absolutely circular, while Lord Ronald directed towards the occupant of the dog-cart a gaze so gaze-like that nothing but a gazelle or a gas-pipe could have emulated its intensity. Was this the dawn of love? Wait and see. Do not spoil the story. Let us speak of Gertrude. Gertrude de Montmorency McFiggin had known neither father nor mother. They had both died years before she was born. Of her mother she knew nothing, save that she was French, was extremely beautiful, and that all her ancestors and even her business acquaintances had perished in the Revolution. Yet Gertrude cherished the memory of her parents. On her breast the girl wore a locket in which was enshrined a miniature of her mother, while down her neck inside at the back hung a daguerreotype of her father. She carried a portrait of her grandmother up her sleeve, and had pictures of her cousins tucked inside her boot, while beneath her— But enough, quite enough. Of her father Gertrude knew even less. That he was a high-born English gentleman who had lived as a wanderer in many lands, this was all she knew. His only legacy to Gertrude had been a Russian grammar, a Romanian phrase book, a theodolite, and a work on mining engineering. From her earliest infancy, Gertrude had been brought up by her aunt. Her aunt had carefully instructed her in Christian principles. She had also taught her Mohammedanism to make sure. When Gertrude was 17, her aunt had died of hydrophobia. The circumstances were mysterious. There had called upon her that day a strange bearded man in the costume of the Russians. After he had left, Gertrude had found her aunt in a syncope, from which she passed into an apostrophe and never recovered. To avoid scandal, it was called hydrophobia. Gertrude was thus thrown upon the world. What to do? That was the problem that confronted her. It was while musing one day upon her fate that Gertrude's eye was struck with an advertisement. Wanted a governess. must possess a knowledge of French, Italian, Russian, and Romanian, music and mining engineering. Salary £1 4s. and 4d. halfpenny per annum. Apply between 11:30 and 25 minutes to 12 at number 41A, decimal 6, Belgravia Terrace, the Countess of Nosh. Gertrude was a girl of great natural quickness of apprehension, and she had not pondered over this announcement more than half an hour before she was struck with the extraordinary coincidence between the list of items desired and the things that she herself knew. She duly presented herself at Belgravia Terrace before the Countess, who advanced to meet her with a charm which at once placed the girl at her ease. "You are proficient in French?" she asked. "Oh, oui," said Gertrude modestly. "And Italian," continued the Countess. "Oh, si," said Gertrude. "And German," said the Countess in delight. "Ah, ja," said Gertrude. "And Russian, ja. And Romanian, yep." Amazed at the girl's extraordinary proficiency in modern languages, the Countess looked at her narrowly. Where had she seen those lineaments before? She passed her hand over her brow in thought and spit upon the floor. But no, the face baffled her. "Enough," she said. "I engage you on the spot. Tomorrow you go down to Nosham Taws and begin teaching the children. I must add that in addition you will be expected to aid the Earl with his Russian correspondence. He has large mining interests at Chminsk." Chminsk! Why did the simple word reverberate upon Gertrude's ears? Why? Because it was the name written in her father's hand on the title page of his book on mining. What mystery was here? It was on the following day that Gertrude had driven up the avenue. She descended from the dog-cart, passed through the phalanx of liveried servants drawn up 7 deep, to each of whom she gave a sovereign as she passed, and entered Nosham Taws. "Welcome," said the Countess, as she aided Gertrude to carry her trunk upstairs. The girl presently descended and was ushered into the library, where she was presented to the Earl. As soon as the Earl's eye fell upon the face of the new governess, he started visibly. Where had he seen those lineaments? Where was it? At the races? Or the theatre? On a bus? No. Some subtler thread of memory was stirring in his mind. He strode hastily to the sideboard, drained a dipper and a half of brandy, and became again the perfect English gentleman. While Gertrude has gone to the nursery to make the acquaintance of the 2 tiny golden-haired children who are to be her charges, let us say something here of the Earl and his son. Lord Nosh was the perfect type of the English nobleman and statesman. The years that he had spent in the diplomatic service at Constantinople, St. Petersburg, and Salt Lake City had given to him a peculiar finesse and noblesse, while his long residence at St. Helena, Pitcairn Island, and Hamilton, Ontario, had rendered him impervious to external impressions. As deputy paymaster of the militia of the county, he had seen something of the sterner side of military life, while his hereditary office of groom of the Sunday breeches had brought him into direct contact with royalty itself. His passion for outdoor sports endeared him to his tenants. A keen sportsman, he excelled in fox hunting, dog hunting, pig killing, bat catching, and the pastimes of his class. In this latter respect, Lord Ronald took after his father. From the start, the lad had shown the greatest promise. At Eton, he had made a splendid showing at battledore and shuttlecock, and at Cambridge had been first in his class at needlework. Already his name was whispered in connection with the All-England Ping-Pong Championship, a triumph which would undoubtedly carry with it a seat in Parliament. Thus was Gertrude the governess installed at Nosham Taws. The days and the weeks sped past. The simple charm of the beautiful orphan girl attracted all hearts. Her 2 little pupils became her slaves. "Me loves oo," the little Raisel Frida would say, leaning her golden head in Gertrude's lap. Even the servants loved her. The head gardener would bring a bouquet of beautiful roses to her room before she was up. the second gardener a bunch of early cauliflowers, the third a spray of late asparagus, and even the 10th and 11th a sprig of mangelwurzel of an armful of hay. Her room was full of gardeners all the time, while at evening the aged butler, touched at the friendless girl's loneliness, would tap softly at her door to bring her a rye whiskey and seltzer or a box of Pittsburgh stogies. Even the dumb creatures seemed to admire her in their own dumb way. The dumb rooks settled on her shoulder, and every dumb dog around the place followed her. And Ronald, Ronald, yes, indeed, they had met. They had spoken. What a dull morning, Gertrude had said. Quel triste matin. Was für ein allerverdammter Dag. Beastly, Ronald had answered. Beastly. The word rang in Gertrude's ears all day. After that, they were constantly together. They played tennis and ping-pong in the day, and in the evening, in accordance with the stiff routine of the place, they sat down with the Earl and Countess to 25-cent poker, and later still they sat together on the veranda and watched the moon sweeping in great circles around the horizon. It was not long before Gertrude realized that Lord Ronald felt towards her a warmer feeling than that of mere ping-pong. At times in her presence he would fall, especially after dinner, into a fit of profound subtraction. Once at night, when Gertrude withdrew to her chamber, and before seeking her pillow, prepared to retire as a preliminary to disrobing, in other words, before going to bed, she flung wide the casement, opened the window, and saw, the face of Lord Ronald. He was sitting on a thorn bush beneath her, and his upturned face wore an expression of agonized pallor. Meanwhile the days passed. Life at the Taws moved in the ordinary routine of a great English household. At 7 a gong sounded for rising. At 8 a horn blew for breakfast. At 8:30 a whistle sounded for prayers. At 1 a flag was run up at half-mast for lunch. At 4 a gun was fired for afternoon tea. At 9 a first bell sounded for dressing. At 9:15 a second bell for going on dressing, while at 9:30 a rocket was sent up to indicate that dinner was ready. At midnight dinner was over, and at 1 a.m. the tolling of a bell summoned the domestics to evening prayers. Meanwhile the month allotted by the Earl to Lord Ronald was passing away. It was already July 15, then within a day or two it was July 17, and almost immediately afterward July 18. At times the Earl, in passing Ronald in the hall, would say sternly, "Remember, boy, your consent, or I disinherit you." And what were the Earl's thoughts of Gertrude? Here was the one drop of bitterness in the girl's cup of happiness. For some reason that she could not divine, the Earl showed signs of marked antipathy. Once, as she passed the door of the library, he threw a boot-jack at her. On another occasion at lunch alone with her, he struck her savagely across the face with a sausage. It was her duty to translate to the Earl his Russian correspondence. She sought in it in vain for the mystery. One day a Russian telegram was handed to the Earl. Gertrude translated it to him aloud. Tuchimoff went to the woman. She is dead. On hearing this, the Earl became livid with fury. In fact, this was the day that he struck her with the sausage. Then one day, while the Earl was absent on a bat hunt, Gertrude, who was turning over his correspondence, with that sweet feminine instinct of interest that rose superior to ill-treatment, suddenly found the key to the mystery. Lord Nosh was not the rightful owner of the Taws. His distant cousin of the older line, the true heir, had died in a Russian prison, to which the machinations of the Earl, while ambassador at Chminsk, had consigned him. The daughter of this cousin was the true owner of Nosham Taws. The family story, save only that the documents before her withheld the name of the rightful heir, lay bare to Gertrude's eye. Strange is the heart of woman. Did Gertrude turn from the Earl with spurning? No, her own sad fate had taught her sympathy. Yet still the mystery remained. Why did the Earl start perceptibly each time that he looked into her face? Sometimes he started as much as 4 centimeters, so that one could distinctly see him do it. On such occasions he would hastily drain a dipper of rum and Vichy water and become again the correct English gentleman. The denouement came swiftly. Gertrude never forgot it. It was the night of the great ball at Nosham Taws. The whole neighborhood was invited. How Gertrude's heart had beat with anticipation, and with what trepidation she had overhauled her scant wardrobe in order to appear not unworthy in Lord Ronald's eyes. Her resources were poor indeed, yet the inborn genius for dress that she inherited from her French mother stood her in good stead. She twined a single rose in her hair, and contrived herself a dress out of a few old newspapers and the inside of an umbrella that would have graced a court. Round her waist she bound a single braid of bag-string, while a piece of old lace that had been her mother's was suspended to her ear by a thread. Gertrude was the cynosure of all eyes. Floating to the strains of the music, she presented a picture of bright girlish innocence that no one could see undisenraptured. The ball was at its height. It was away up. Ronald stood with Gertrude in the shrubbery. They looked into one another's eyes. "Gertrude," he said, "I love you." Simple words, and yet they thrilled every fiber in the girl's costume. "Ronald," she said, and cast herself about his neck. At this moment the Earl appeared, standing beside them in the moonlight. His stern face was distorted with indignation. "So," he said, turning to Ronald, "it appears that you have chosen." "I have," said Ronald with hauteur. "You prefer to marry this penniless girl rather than the heiress I have selected for you?" Gertrude looked from father to son in amazement. "Yes," said Ronald. "Be it so," said the Earl, draining a dipper of gin which he carried, and resuming his calm. "Then I disinherit you. Leave this place and never return to it." "Come, Gertrude," said Ronald tenderly. "Let us flee together." Gertrude stood before them. The rose had fallen from her head, the lace had fallen from her ear, and the bag-string had come undone from her waist. Her newspapers were crumpled beyond recognition. But disheveled and illegible as she was still mistress of herself. "Never," she said firmly. "Ronald, you shall never make this sacrifice for me." Then to the Earl, in tones of ice, "There is a pride, sir, as great even as yours. The daughter of Metchnikoff McFiggin need crave a boon from no one." With that she hauled from her bosom the daguerreotype of her father and pressed it to her lips. The Earl started as if shot. "That name!" he cried. "That face! That photograph! Stop!" There is no need to finish. My readers have long since divined it. Gertrude was the heiress. The lovers fell into one another's arms. The Earl's proud face relaxed. "God bless you," he said. The Countess and the guests came pouring out upon the lawn. The breaking day illuminated a scene of gay congratulations. Gertrude and Ronald were wed. Their happiness was complete. Need we say more? Yes, only this. The Earl was killed in the hunting field a few days after. The Countess was struck by lightning. The 2 children fell down a well. Thus the happiness of Gertrude and Ronald was complete. End of Gertrude the Governess, or Simple 17.
Tells How She Hid on Army Transport by Anonymous, from the New York Times, July 17th, 1917. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. Tells How She Hid on Army Transport, from the New York Times, July 17th, 1917. Mrs. Hazel Carter of Douglas, Arizona, was determined to go to France. Soldiers helped her. Red Cross refused her, so she donned uniform and boarded troop train. The identity of the young woman who cut off her hair and disguised herself as an American soldier in order to go with her husband to France, and who was brought back on Sunday under military guard, was disclosed yesterday when she was taken to police headquarters in Hoboken. She gave her name as Mrs. Hazel Carter. She said she was married to Corporal John Carter in Douglas, Arizona, on December 12, 1916, and lived with him happily until June this year, when the regiment was ordered to prepare for active service in France. Directly I heard that my husband was to go abroad, Mrs. Carter said, I tried to join the National Red Cross in Douglas because I wanted to be near him. They would not accept my services. I was born on a ranch, and I have been used to riding and looking after myself since I was a child. After thinking it over, I decided to disguise myself as a soldier and go anyway. Please understand that Corporal Carter did not know anything about it because I realized that if I was discovered and he had anything to do with my stowing away, it would get him into trouble with his superior officers. When the troop train pulled out of Douglas, I was at the end of the train, and my husband was at the forward end with his company. With my hair cut short and wearing a khaki uniform and service hat, I felt confident that I could pass muster. I made myself as military as possible in my bearing. 2 days after the train started, I was discovered by one of the officers and put off at some out-of-the-way station in the west and told to go back to Douglas. I said goodbye again to my husband, Mrs. Carter continued, but I really didn't promise him to go back home, or I should not have got on the train again. You see, the train had to switch there for about half an hour, and all the soldiers got out to run up and down after the long journey. When the cry came, all aboard, I jumped on the end car where I had several friends, and they took care of me out of sympathy. When the regiment finally reached port, there was such a scramble among the thousands of soldiers that no one noticed poor little me when I went on board the ship and stowed away down below, where the baggage was stacked in tiers. 3 days after the ship was at sea, I was discovered by one of the officers, and the colonel ordered me to be placed under guard, where I was nicely treated, but was not permitted to land. Mrs. Carter said that if she had managed to get ashore in France, it was her intention to go to Paris and offer her services as an assistant nurse at one of the hospitals prepared for the American wounded. The pseudo-United States infantryman, who was taken to police headquarters in her uniform, did not attract much attention on account of her boyish figure and slightly masculine features. As she had no other clothes, Mayor Patrick R. Griffin of Hoboken gave the matron some money from the Poor Fund to purchase the necessary articles of female attire so that Mrs. Carter could return to her Arizona home today under her own personality. The police said that she was the handsomest and smartest-looking soldier they had seen in Hoboken since the war started, which cheered the corporal's wife up considerably. She asked the mayor if he would allow her to get a position of some kind and remain in Hoboken during the war. Mayor Griffin kindly but firmly refused Mrs. Carter's request and said that she would remain in charge of Mrs. Garrick tonight and start for the West today. End of Tells How She Hid on Army Transport, from the New York Times, July 17, 1917.
Houston, Where 17 Railroads Meet the Sea, by Jerome H. Farber. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devorah Allen. Houston, Where 17 Railroads Meet the Sea. The city of Houston was one of the first products of the new Republic of Texas. Founded by the Allen family and General Sam Houston after the defeat of the Mexicans at San Jacinto, April 21, 1836, and named in honor of the illustrious Texan who won Texas independence, the new town was destined to be the chief city in the new republic, and today it maintains the same position as the chief city of the state of Texas, with a population of 125,000 or more persons. When Mexico was forced to relinquish claims to Texas in 1836, the victorious Texans threw off the mantle of warfare to face a much more stupendous task, that of the governing of a great undeveloped empire, twice the size of Japan, and 825 miles in length from north to south, and 740 miles wide from east to west. Establishment of the chief city or capital was the first task, and it was decided to place it at a point easy of access by water, which was then the chief method of transportation, with the exception of overland, yet far enough inland from the coast to be safe from tropical and Gulf storms. That point was determined at the headwaters of Buffalo Bayou, 50 miles inland. It was proposed to found the town on land owned by the Harris family, but a disagreement with the Allen family on land matters forced the Allens to desert the Harrisburg town project and come 3 miles farther up the bayou, where they founded Houston. Today, the town of Harrisburg is but little larger, if any larger, than when founded, and now is a suburb of the city of Houston. So Houston was founded. The wisdom of its forefathers in laying out the city on a navigable stream has proved the greatest factor in the upbuilding of Houston. Long since, the old name of Buffalo Bayou has given way to the more distinctive name of Houston Ship Channel, and the old bayou, still an arm of the sea, has been deepened to a depth of 25 feet and widened to 200 feet at the bottom, and the ships of ocean commerce are entering the landlocked port of Houston over its placid waters. The ship channel is Houston's greatest commercial asset. It has given Houston the water rate, while traffic over its waters amounts to over $55 million annually. Houston as a port of entry and a customs house is maintained. The improvement of the channel to a depth of 25 feet has just been made under an appropriation of $2,500,000, the work being directed by United States engineers. The city of Houston, by agreement with the government, forever guarantees to maintain free wharf facilities, so no commerce over the wharves at Houston will be subject to tax. Houston is the railroad center of the Southwest, 17 railroads entering the city and making their terminus. Over 100 passenger trains operate in and out of Houston daily. Houston is the largest railroad center and deep-water port combined in the South. Houston is general headquarters for the Sunset Central Lines, Southern Pacific Lines in Louisiana and Texas, the International and Great Northern Railway, the Texas-Frisco Lines, and the Trinity and Brazos Valley Railroad. The only general office building of Southern Pacific Lines is at Houston, the 9-story, $500,000 general offices of the Sunset Central Lines. A modern $500,000 hospital is maintained in Houston by the Southern Pacific. The shops of the Sunset Central Lines and of the Houston and Texas Central Railroad are in Houston. Nearly 2,500 men are employed in the great shops of the Texas and New Orleans Railroad, and over 500 men in the shops of the Houston and Texas Central. Houston is the financial center of the Southwest, with more banking capital, greater clearings, and greater deposits than any city in Texas. Deposits subject to check average $45 million, while bank clearings are second only to New Orleans of any southern city. Several costly and modern buildings house Houston's financial institutions. Houston is the largest inland port cotton market in the world, handling nearly 3 million bales annually, or the bulk of the crop of Texas and Oklahoma. Houston has greater concentration facilities than any city in Texas, and a compressing capacity of 3 million bales per year. The greatest item of commerce over the ship channel is cotton, and the channel alone saves over $6 million annually to the cotton producers of Texas, as it reduces, for a haul of 50 miles, the railroad rates of 21 cents per 100 pounds to 6 cents. Houston is the oil center of Texas, 23 oil corporations with a combined capital of $70 million being domiciled in Houston. One corporation, the Texas Company, is capitalized at $50 million. Houston is the lumber center of the Southwest, 49 lumber corporations with a combined capital of $40 million being domiciled in Houston. Annual business amounts to $37 million. The cut is confined almost entirely to longleaf yellow pine, great forests of which are located within a few miles of Houston. Houston is the industrial and manufacturing center of Texas, with 347 manufacturing institutions, turning out 282 different articles and employing 10,000 factory workers. The annual industrial payroll of Houston is in excess of $10 million. Houston is the sugar and rice center of Texas, being in the center of the producing region for both commodities. Houston has 40 tall buildings of 6 stories and over, ranging up to 18 stories, which is more skyscrapers of 6 stories and over than possessed by any other city of equal population in the world. Houston has greater modern hotel facilities than any city in the South, having 200 more first-class hotel rooms than New Orleans, the nearest competitor. The Rice Hotel of 18 stories, containing 600 guest rooms and costing $3,500,000, is the largest and costliest hotel in the South. The largest and most modern convention hall in the South is in Houston, the Great Municipal Auditorium, recently completed at a cost of $400,000. It seats 7,000 persons, and 10,000 can be accommodated with seeing and hearing distance of the stage. It was built by the city and paid for out of the general revenues of the city. Municipal government in Houston is by commission form. Taxable valuations are $100 million, the greatest of any city in Texas, and the taxable valuation of Harris County, of which Houston is the county seat, is $128,500,000, the greatest of any county in Texas. Houston is an all-the-year-round city, a pleasant winter resort, warmed by Gulf trade winds, and cool in summer, fanned by Gulf winds. It is a hospitable city where true Southern hospitality is exemplified. End of Houston, where 17 railroads meet the sea.
Introduction to William Oughtred, a Great 17th-Century Teacher of Mathematics, by Florian Cajori. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction to William Oughtred, a Great 17th-Century Teacher of Mathematics. In the year 1660, the Royal Society was founded by royal favour in London, although in reality its inception took place in 1645, when the Philosophical Society, or as Boyle called it, the Invisible College, came into being, which held meetings at Gresham College in London and later in Oxford. It was during the second half of the 17th century that Sir Isaac Newton, surrounded by a group of great men, Wallace, Hooke, Barrow, Halley, Coates, carried on his epoch-making researches in mathematics, astronomy, and physics. But it is not this half-century of science in England, nor any of its great men, that especially engage our attention in this monograph. It is, rather, the half-century preceding, an epoch of preparation, when, in the early times of the House of Stuart, the sciences began to flourish in England. Says Dr. A. E. Shipley, "Whatever were the political and moral deficiencies of the Stuart kings, no one of them lacked intelligence in things artistic and scientific." It was at this time that mathematics, and particularly algebra, began to be cultivated with greater zeal, when elementary algebra, with its symbolism as we know it now, began to take its shape. Biographers of Sir Isaac Newton make particular mention of 5 mathematical books which he read while a young student at Cambridge, namely Euclid's Elements, Descartes' Géométrie, Vièta's Works, Van Schooten's Miscellanies, and Oughtred's Clavis Mathematicae. The last of these books has been receiving increasing attention from the historians of algebra in recent years. We have prepared this sketch because we felt that there were points of interest in the life and activity of Oughtred which have not received adequate treatment. Historians have discussed his share in the development of symbolic algebra, but some have fallen into errors due to inability to examine the original editions of Oughtred's Clavis Mathematicae, which are quite rare and inaccessible to most readers. Moreover, historians have failed utterly to recognize his inventions of mathematical instruments, particularly the slide rule. They have completely overlooked his educational views and his ideas on mathematical teaching. The modern reader may pause with profit to consider briefly the career of this interesting man. Oughtred was not a professional mathematician. He did not make his livelihood as a teacher of mathematics or as a writer, nor as an engineer who applies mathematics to the control and use of nature's forces. Oughtred was by profession a minister of the gospel. With him, the study of mathematics was a side issue, a pleasure, a recreation. Like the great French algebraist Vieta, from whom he drew much of his inspiration, he was an amateur mathematician. The word amateur must not be taken here in the sense of superficial or unthorough. Great Britain has had many men distinguished in science who pursued science as amateurs. Of such men, Oughtred is one of the very earliest. F.C. End of Introduction to William Oughtred, a great 17th-century teacher of mathematics. Read by Ted Perkins, Côte St. Luc, Canada, June 2022.
Jeune fille, la grâce emplit tes 17 ans. By Victor Hugo. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jeune fille, la grâce emplit tes 17 ans. Ton regard dit matin et ton front dit printemps. Il semble que ta main porte un lys invisible. Don Juan te voit passer et murmure impossible. Sois belle, sois bénie, enfant, dans ta beauté. La nature s'égaie à toute ta clarté. Tu fais une lueur sous les arbres. La guêpe touche ta joue en fleurs de son aile de crêpe. La mouche à tes yeux vole ainsi qu'à des flambeaux. Ton souffle est un encens qui monte au ciel. Lesbos et les marins d'Hydra, s'ils te voyaient sans voile, te prendraient pour l'aurore aux cheveux pleins d'étoiles. Les êtres de l'azur froncent leurs purs sourcils quand l'homme, spectre obscur du mal et de l'exil, ose approcher ton âme aux rayons fiancés. Sois belle, tu te sens par l'ombre caressée. Un ange vient baiser ton pied quand il est nu, et c'est ce qui te fait ton sourire ingénu. End of Jeune fille, la grâce emplit tes 17 ans. Read by Isade. France, 2022.
Kings, Cutters and Smugglers, 1700 to 1855, by E. Keble Chatterton. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by lightcrystal. Kings, Cutters and Smugglers, 1700 to 1855. Chapter 2. The Earliest Smugglers. It is no part of our intention to trace the history of the levying of customs through different reigns and in different ages, but it is important to note briefly that the evading of these dues, which we designate smuggling, is one of the oldest offences on record. The most ancient dues paid to the English sovereigns would seem to have been those which were levied on the exportation and importation of merchandise across the sea. And it is essential to emphasize at the outset that though nowadays, when we speak of smuggling, we are accustomed to think only of those acts concerned with imports, yet the word applies equally to the unlawful manner of exporting commodities. Before it is possible for any crime to be committed, there must needs be at hand the opportunity to carry out this intention, and throughout the history of our nation, at any rate from the 13th century, that portion of England, the counties of Kent and Sussex, which is adjacent to the continent, has always been at once the most tempted and the most inclined towards this offence. Notwithstanding that there are many other localities which were rendered notorious by generations of smugglers, yet these two between them have been responsible for more incidents of this nature than all the rest put together. What I am anxious at first to emphasize is the fact that, although smuggling rose to unheard-of importance as a national danger during the 18th and 19th centuries, And this is the period to which we shall especially address ourselves presently, as affording the fullest and the most interesting information on an ingenious phase of human energy. Yet, it was not a practice which suddenly rose into prominence during that period. Human nature is much the same under various kings in later centuries. Under similar circumstances, men and women perform similar actions. Confronted with the temptation to cheat the crown of its dues, you will find persons in the time of George V repeating the very crimes of Edward I. The difference is not so much in degree of guilt as in the nature of the articles and the manner in which they have been smuggled. Today it may be cigars. Centuries ago it was wool. Although the golden age, if we may use that term, of smuggling has long since passed, I am by no means unconvinced that if the occasions of temptation recurred to carry on this trade, as it was pursued during the 18th and the first half of the 19th centuries, there would not be found many who would be ready to apply themselves to such a task. To some extent, the modern improvements in living, in education, and increased respect for lofty ideals would modify this tendency. And long years have awakened so keen a regard for the benefits of law and order that the nefarious practice might not break out immediately on a large scale. But when we speak of smuggling, it is perhaps more correct to speak of it as a disease which has not been exterminated from the system, but is, as it were, a microbe that is kept well under control and not allowed to spread. Everyone who is familiar with English history is aware of the important position which was occupied by the wool trade. Because of the immense value to the nation of the fleece, it was necessary that this commodity should be kept in the country and not sent abroad. If in the present day most of our iron and coal were to be dispatched abroad regardless of what was required by our manufacturers, it would not be long before the country would begin to suffer serious loss. So, in the 13th century, it was with the wool. As a check to this, a tax was levied on that wool which was exported out of the country, and during the reign of Edward III, attempts were made by the threat of heavy penalties to prevent the continent from becoming the receptacle of our chief product. But the temptation was too great, the rewards were too alluring for the practice to be stopped. The fleece was carried across from England, made into cloth, and in this state sent back to us. Even in those days, the town of Middleborough, which we shall see later to have been the source of much of the goods smuggled into our country in the Grand Period, was in the 14th century the headquarters abroad of this clandestine trade. We need not weary the reader with the details of the means which were periodically taken to stop this trade by the English kings. It is enough to state that practically all the ports of Sussex and Kent were busily engaged in the illegal business. Neither the penalties of death, nor the fixing of the price of wool, nor the regulating of the rate of duty availed in the long run. Licenses to export this article were continually evaded. Creeks and quiet bays were the scenes where the fleece was shipped for France and the Low Countries. Sometimes the price of wool fell, sometimes it rose, sometimes the crown received a greater amount of duty, at other times the royal purse suffered very severely. In the time of Elizabeth, the encouragement of foreign weavers to make their homes in England was likely to do much to keep the wool in the country, especially as there began to be increased wealth in our land, and families began to spend more money on personal comforts. Even in the time of Charles I, proclamations were issued against exporting wool, yet the mischief still went on. In the time of Charles II, men readily risked their necks for 12 pennies a day. The greatest part of the wool was sent from Romney Marsh, where, after nightfall, it was put on board French shallops, with 10 or 20 men to guard it, all well armed. and other parts of Sussex as well as Kent and even Essex were also engaged in similar exportations. But it is from the time of Charles II that the first serious steps were taken to cope with the smuggling evil, and from here we really take our starting point and our present inquiry. Prior to his time, the customs, as a subsidiary of the king, were prone to much variability. In the time of James I, for instance, they had been granted to the sovereign for life, and he claimed to alter the rates as he chose when pressed for money. When Charles I came to the throne, the Commons, instead of voting them for the extent of the sovereign's life, granted them for 1 year only. At a later date in the reign of that unhappy king, the grant was made only for a couple of months. These dues were known as tonnage and poundage, the former being a duty of 1 shilling, 6 pennies, to 3 shillings, levied on every ton of wine and liquor exported and imported. Poundage was a similar tax of 6 pennies to 1 shilling on every pound of dry goods. It was not till after the Restoration that the customs were settled and more firmly established, a subsidy being granted to the king of tonnage and poundage and other sums of money payable upon merchandise exported and imported. Nominally, the customs were employed for defraying the cost of guarding and defending the seas against all persons intending the disturbance of his subjects in the intercourse of trade and the invading of this realm. And so, also, there was inaugurated a more systematic and efficient method of preventing this export smuggling. So far as one can find any records from the existing manuscripts of this early preventative system, the chronological order would seem to be as follows. The first mention of any kind of marine service that I can trace is found in a manuscript of 1674, which shows the establishment of the Custom House organisation in that year for England and Wales. From this it is clear that there had been made a beginning of that system, which was later to develop into that of the revenue cutters. And when we recollect how extremely interested was Charles II in everything pertaining to the sea, and to sloop-rigged craft especially, it seems very natural to believe that this monarch inspired, or at any rate very considerably encouraged, the formation of a small fleet of custom-house sailing craft. Elsewhere I have discussed this matter at length. Therefore, it may suffice if attention is called to the fact that to Charles was due the first yacht into England, presented to him by the Dutch, while from his encouragement were born the sport of yachting and the building of English yachts. He was very much concerned in the rig of sloops, and loved to sail in such craft, and his yacht was also most probably the first vessel of that rig which had ever been employed by English sailors. Further still, he was something of a naval architect, the founder of the Greenwich Royal Observatory and the Nautical Almanac, and under his rule a fresh impulse was given to navigation and shipbuilding generally. At any rate, by the year 1674, there were among the smaller sailing craft of England a number of sloops and smacks employed doubtless for fishing and coasting work. As a kind of marine police, the Custom House authorities determined to hire some of these to keep a watch on the owlers, as the wool smugglers were termed, so called, no doubt because they had to pursue their calling always by night. Whatever efforts had been adopted prior to his reign probably had consisted for the most part, if not entirely, of a land police. But under this second Charles, the very sensible and obvious idea of utilizing a number of sailing craft was started. In the above manuscript volume, the first reference is to Peter Knight, master of ye smack for ye wages of himself and 5 men and boy, and to bear all charges except wear and tear, £59. For extraordinary wear and tear, he was to be paid £59. His vessel was the Margate smack. In the same volume there is also a reference to the Gravesend smack, and to Thomas Simons for wages and diet for himself, master, and 6 men, £56, 5 shillings, 0 pence, and for the wear and tear to be disposed as ye commissioners direct, £14, 15 shillings, no pennies. There was yet a third vessel, stationed a few miles away, the Quinborough smack, and a reference to Nicholas Badcock for hire of ye smack, 2 men, and to bear all charges, £23. These vessels were not known as revenue cutters at this time, but as custom house smacks. They were hired by the commissioners of the customs from private individuals to prevent the owlers from smuggling the wool from Kent, Essex, and Sussex. But it would seem that these smacks, even if they modified a little the activities of the owlers, did not succeed in bringing about many convictions. Romney Marsh still sent its contribution across to France and Holland, much as it had done for generations. But in 1698, the attack on the men of Kent and Sussex was strengthened by legislation, for by 7 and 8, William III, Caption 28, it was enacted that, for the better preventing the exportation of wool and correspondence with France, the Lord High Admiral of England, or Commissioners, for executing the office of Lord High Admiral for the time being, shall from time to time direct and appoint 1 ship of the 5th rate, and 2 ships of the 6th rate, and 4 armed sloops constantly to cruise off the North Foreland to the Isle of Wight, with orders for taking and seizing all ships, vessels, or boats, which shall export any wool or carry or bring any prohibited goods or any suspected persons. It was due to William III's government also that no person living within 15 miles of the sea in those counties should buy any wool before he entered into a bond with sureties, that all the wool he might buy should be sold by him to no persons within 15 miles of the sea, and all growers of wool within 10 miles of the sea in those counties were obliged within 3 days of shearing to account for the number of fleeces, and where they were lodged. Instructions were duly issued to captains of sloops, and a scheme drafted for surrounding the whole of the coast with sloops, the crews consisting of master, mate, and mariners. But from an entry in the Excise and Treasury reports in 1685, it is clear that a careful regard, even at that date, was being had for the import smuggling as well. The reference belongs to September 24, and shows that a boarding boat was desired for going alongside vessels in the Downs, and preventing the running in of brandies along the coast in that vicinity. The charge for building such a boat is to be £25. In another manuscript touching the customs, there is under the date of June 1695 an interesting reference to a deal yoghull to be built, and that such a boat will be here of very good use. She is to be fit to go into ye roads for boarding men or other occasions, when ye sloops may be at sea. So much, then, for the present as to the guarding by sea against the smugglers. Let us now turn to look into the means adopted by land. The wool owners of Romney Marsh were still hard at their game, and the horses still came down to the beach, laden with the packs ready to be shipped. If anyone was sent with warrants to arrest the delinquents, they were attacked, beaten, and forced to flee, followed by armed gangs on horseback. But it was evident that the Crown was determined not to let the matter rest, for a number of surveyors were appointed for 19 counties and 299 riding officers as well, though they made few seizures and obtained still fewer condemnations, but at great expense to the state. In 1703, it was believed that the owling trade, especially in Romney Marsh, was broken if not dead, although the smuggling by import was on the increase, especially as regards silks, lace, and such fine goods. At that time, for the 200 miles of coastline between the Isle of Sheppey and Emsworth, practically the whole of the Kentish and Sussex shore, 50 officers were being employed at a salary of £60 per annum, with an allowance to each of another £30 annually for a servant and horse to assist them during the night. And there was authority also for the employment of dragoons to aid the riding officers, especially in the neighbourhood of Romney Marsh. But there was a number of weak and superannuated men among the latter, who did not make for the efficiency of the service. We need not say much more about the wool exportation. In spite of all the efforts of the Custom House smacks and the assistance of His Majesty's ships of war, in spite, too, of further legislation, it still continued. It went on merrily, at any rate, till the end of the 18th century, by which time the smuggling by imports had long since eclipsed its importance. It was the wars with France during the time of William and Mary which increased and rendered more easy the smuggling into England of silk and lace. And by means of the craft which imported these goods, there used to be smuggled also a good deal of Jacobite correspondence. As Kent and Sussex had been famous for their export smuggling, so these counties were again to distinguish themselves by illicit importation. From now on till the middle of the 18th century, this newer form of smuggling rose gradually to wondrous heights. And yet it was by no means new. In the time of Edward III, steps had to be taken to prevent the importation of base coin into the realm, and in succeeding reigns the king had been cheated many a time of that which ought to have come to him through the duties of goods entering the country. It was impossible instantly to put down a practice which had been pursued by so many families for so many hundreds of years, but the existing force was not equal to coping with the increase. As a consequence, the daring of the smugglers knew no bounds. The more they succeeded, the more they ventured. A small gang of 10 would blossom forth into several hundreds of men. There would be no lack of arms nor clubs, and adequate arrangements would be made for cellar storage of the goods when safely brought into the country. Consequently, violence became more frequent than ever. Bloodshed and all sorts of crimes occurred. In the year 1723, several commissions or deputations were issued by the Chancellor of the Exchequer to captains of His Majesty's sloops to make seizures, and the following year the Treasury authorised the construction of 7 sloops for service off the coast of Scotland. The smugglers had in fact become so desperate, the English Channel was so thoroughly infested with them, and the Revenue Service was so incapable of dealing with them in the manner that was obviously essential for effectiveness, that the Admiralty ordered the captains and commanders of His Majesty's ships to assist the revenue officers all they could in order to prevent the smuggling trade, and to look out and seize all vessels employed in illegally exporting wool. For the Admiralty had been informed by the Commissioners of Customs that the revenue officers frequently met with insults from French smuggling luggers, manned by armed crews, who carried on a brisk smuggling trade by force, and even dared the revenue men to come aboard them. But as the revenue service afloat was assisted now by the Navy, so the Revenue Land Guard was also aided by the military. In 1713, arrangements had been made that dragoons should cooperate with the riding officers in their operations against the owlers, and there are plenty of skirmishes recorded showing that the dragoons were actually so employed. Originally, these soldiers were employed under the direction of the riding officers, but as can well be expected, there was a good deal of jealousy and friction caused through the sharing of the soldiers and the rewards for seizures, and after the year 1822, this military assistance was not utilized to any great extent, although legally army officers can still be called upon to render assistance against smuggling. And, in passing, one might mention that this cooperation afloat between the customs men and the navy was equally noticeable for a certain amount of ill-feeling, as we shall mention on a later page. Before the first quarter of the 18th century was completed, smuggling between England and the continent was proceeding at a brisk pace, and by the middle of that century it had well nigh reached its climax for fearlessness. We've already alluded to the establishment of hired smacks and sloops, inaugurated towards the end of the 17th century. The sloop rig, as I have shown in another volume, had probably been introduced into England from Holland soon after the accession of Charles II, but from that date its merits of handiness were so fully recognised that for yachts, for fishing craft, for the carrying of passengers and cargo up and down the Thames and along the coast, as well as across to Ireland and the continent, the rig was adopted very readily in place of the lug sails. The smack was also a sloop-rigged vessel. We need not enter here into a discussion as to the comparative merits of sloops and cutters and smacks. It is enough if we state that when it was realized that a vessel of, say, 100 tons, sloop-rigged, with a one-mast, mainsail, and 2 headsails and square topsail, set forward of the mast on a yard, could be handled with fewer men and therefore less expense than a lugger of similar size, was also more suitable for manoeuvring in narrow channels, and for entering and leaving small harbours, the fishermen, coasters, and so on took to this improvement. Thus, most naturally, the larger smuggling craft were till well on into the 19th century sloops or cutters, and equally natural was it that the revenue availed themselves of this rig first by hiring smacks, and later by building for themselves. These sloops, whether hired or owned, were given each a particular station to guard, and that plan was followed by the revenue cruisers for many years to follow. Among the Exeter documents of the Customs Department is included an interesting document dated July 10, 1703, wherein the Board of Customs informs the collector at the port of Dartmouth of the list of vessels appointed by the commissioners to cruise against owlers. The district comprised extending from Pembroke in the west to the Downs in the east. The following is the list of these vessels, with their respective cruising territories. Name of cruiser, limits of her spear. Cruiser, Rye. Pembroke to Lundy Island. Cruiser, Discovery. Milford to Swansea. Cruiser, Dolphin. Milford to Exmouth. Cruiser, Hastings. Milford to Exmouth. Cruiser, Woolwich. Downs to Falmouth. Cruiser, Swan. Downs to Falmouth. Cruiser, Fly. Off Folkestone. Cruiser, Dispatch. Off Folkestone. This fairly well covered the region to which goods were likely to be run from the continent, as well as that from which the owlers were wont to export their wool. From an entry among the documents preserved in the Custom House at Newcastle, dated September 1729, we can see that also the northeast coast was guarded thus. Name of cruiser, limits of her spear. Cruiser, Cruiser. Flamborough Head to Newcastle. Cruiser, Deal Castle. Newcastle to Leith. Cruiser, Spy. Firth of Forth to Newcastle. And about the last mentioned date, the Deal Castle had succeeded in capturing 4 French smuggling craft and brought them into Shields. To the other side of England, the Isle of Man, which was a veritable contraband depot, used to send quantities of dutiable goods, Liverpool being the favourite destination, and it was a more difficult matter here to deal with than in many other ports. On October 9, 1713, the collector at Liverpool writes to the Board of Customs that he thinks a sloop would be of little service for that port. Some time ago they had one, which was not a success. By reason of ye dangerousness and difficulty of the harbour, and ye many shoals of sand, which often shift in bad weather. The Manxmen were a thoroughly lawless, desperate species of smugglers, who stopped at nothing, and were especially irate towards all revenue and public officials, recognising no authority other than might and a certain respect for the Duke of Atholl, the owner of the Isle of Man. Among the letters to Southampton there is a record dated June 14, 1729, which shows that a number of His Majesty's sloops were appointed by the Admiralty to cruise off the coasts of the kingdom to prevent the exporting of wool and the running of goods by the import smugglers. For instance, the Admiralty sloop Swift was appointed to cruise between Portland, Poole, and Jack in the Basket off the entrance to Lymington Harbour, Hants, her commander, being a Captain Cockayne. Similarly, the sloop Success, Captain Thomas Smith, commander, was to cruise between Portland and Spithead, and the Rye, Captain John Edwards, between the Isle of Wight and Beachy Head to the eastward. It was part of the duty of the revenue officers at Southampton to see that these 3 ships constantly cruised on their station, and if their commanders were found negligent of this duty, and the matter was to be reported to the Board of Customs. The revenue crafts were apparently not above suspicion, for in November of 1729, the Southampton officers of the Customs reported to headquarters that this very sloop, the Swift, every time she went across to Guernsey, in connection with her duties of prevention, used to bring back quantities of wine, brandy, and other dutiable goods under the pretence that they were in the ship's stores. The intention, however, was nothing less than that which dominated the actions of the smugglers themselves, the very class against which the Swift was employed. For Captain Cockayne's men used to find it no very difficult matter to run these goods ashore clandestinely under the very eyes of the unsuspecting customs officers. The commissioners of the customs, therefore, sent down strict instructions that the Swift was to be rummaged every time she arrived at Southampton from Guernsey. We shall have reason presently to refer more especially to the Channel Islands again, but it may suffice for the present to state that they were in the south the counterpart of the Isle of Man in the north, as being a depot whence the import smugglers fetched their goods across to England. Additional to the naval sloops just mentioned, there were 2 other cutters belonging to the Southampton station under the revenue, and not, of course, Admiralty-owned craft. These vessels were respectively the Culshot and the Hurst, and it is worth noting that at the time we are thinking of, 1729, these vessels are referred to generally as yachts, or yachts. It was not quite 70 years since the first yacht, that presented to Charles II, named the Mary, had arrived in England, and it was only in 1720 that the first yacht club had been established, not in England, but in Cork. If we may judge from contemporary paintings of yachts, we can visualize the Hurst and Culshot as being very tubby, bluff-bowed craft with ample beam. But what would especially strike us in these modern days would be the exceptionally long bowsprit, the forward end of which was raised considerably above the water than its after end, both jib and foresail each working on a stay. The commander of the Culshot yacht was a Captain Mears, and there is an entry in the Southampton documents to the effect that he was paid the sum of £2, 12 shillings, 6 pennies, for piloting his vessel from Southampton to Guernsey and back in connection with the preventative duties. This trip took him 5 days, his pay being half a guinea a day. It is clear from a record of the following year that Mears was employed by special arrangement, for on July 18, 1730, the Board of Customs decided that it was necessary that Captain John Mears, commander of the Culshot yacht at Southampton, should now be placed on the same footing as the other commanders of the revenue sloops and smacks in regard to the matter of wear and tear. Henceforth, the sum of 30 shillings per ton was to be allowed him instead of £47 per annum. Both the yacht and her boats were to be kept in good repair, but the commander was first to give security to have the vessel and her boats generally in good order and reasonable repair, loss by violence of the sea or other unavoidable accidents excepted. The commander was also to find the sloop and her boats with all manner of necessaries and materials, so that the Crown was to be at no charge on that account in the future, and every quarter the comptroller and collector of the port were to certify to the board as to whether the yacht and boats were in good repair. It would appear that these 2 vessels were not actually owned by the customs, but hired from Captain Mears, and less than a month before the above order, the Surveyor General of the Customs for Hampshire represented to the board that it would be necessary to allow the commander of the Hurst half a dozen muskets, 2 pairs of pistols, half a dozen swords or cutlasses, and these were accordingly ordered to be sent, together with 2 swivel guns, from Weymouth to Captain Mears, by the first coast vessel bound to Southampton. There was certainly need for a strict vigilance to be kept in that neighbourhood, for there was a good deal of smuggling then being carried on along the Hampshire shore in the vicinity of Hurst Castle and Balliol. In another chapter we shall go into the important matter touching the flags that were worn by the vessels employed in looking after smuggling, but in passing we may call attention to a letter which the board sent to Southampton at this time, referring to the proclamation of December 18, 1702, by which no ships whatsoever were allowed to wear a pendant excepting those engaged in the service of the Royal Navy, but that the sloops employed in the several public offices, as for instance the Customs and the Excise, should wear jacks, whereon was to be described the seal used in the respective offices. And Captain John Mears, Senior, of the Culshot, and Captain John Mears, Junior, of the Hurst, were to be informed that they must deliver up their pendants to the Customs Office at Southampton, and for the future forbear wearing a pendant. Instead thereof, they are to wear a jack, an ensign, with the seal of office therein. But the mark in the ensign is to be twice as large as that in the jack, and if the captain should hereafter find that the not wearing a pendant will be any obstruction or hindrance to the service, the Board of Customs is to be informed. We have now seen something of the sloops and cutters on the south, the west, and the northeast coasts. Let us take a glance at the district to the southward of Flamborough during this same period. From the Hull letter book we find that in September of 1733 the Admiralty appointed Captain Burrish of the Blandford and Sir Roger Butler of the Bonetta to cruise between Flamborough and Newcastle. But Captain Oates of the Fly and Captain Recant of the Trail were to cruise between Flamborough and Yarmouth. There is also a reference to the revenue sloop Humber, employed in this neighbourhood on preventative work. She was a somewhat expensive craft to keep up, as she was frequently needing repairs and renewals. First, she was to have a new cable, which was to cost £20, 14 shillings, 3½ pennies. And it is a striking reminder of those days of hempen sail that this bill was paid to the rope makers. A few months later, she had to undergo repairs, which amounted to £31, 10 shillings, 6¼ pennies, and less than 6 months afterwards, she had to be given a new anchor, which cost £18, 8 shillings, 9 pennies, 3 years later, she was given a new suit of sails, which came to £25, 17 shillings, 1 penny. But her old suit was sold for the sum of 8 guineas. And finally, in 1744, as she had begun to cost so much for repairing, the board determined to sell her. Notwithstanding that the south coast, by reason of its proximity to the continent and the Channel Isles, was a convenient and popular objective for the smugglers running their goods from France and Holland, yet the Yorkshire coast was by no means neglected. From Dunkirk and Flushing, especially, goods poured into the county. There was a small sloop, for instance, belonging to Bridlington, which was accustomed to sail across the North Sea to one of the ports in Zealand, where a cargo was taken aboard consisting of the usual dutiable articles, such as tea, tobacco, and gin. The return voyage was then made, and the goods landed clandestinely at some convenient spot between the Spurn Lighthouse and Bridlington. Similarly, farther south in the Humber, smuggling by illegal importation went on extensively in the early 18th century. Sometimes a Dutch vessel would arrive in Grimsby Roads and succeed in quietly running her goods to the shore. In the autumn of 1734, the master of the Dutch scoot, the Good Luck of Campire, alias the Brotherly Love, had succeeded in running as many as 166 half-anchors of brandy and 50 pounds of tea on the coast near Great Yarmouth, the skipper's name being Francis Coffey. He was a notorious smuggler, but on this occasion both he and his vessel were captured. Still, matters were not always satisfactory on board the revenue sloops and smacks, for whenever, at this time, there was an encounter with the smugglers afloat, the latter were so violent and desperate that the captors went about their work with their lives in their hands. Furthermore, it was not altogether a pleasing business to have to fire at fellow countrymen, many of whom they had known from boyhood. Then, again, there was not the space on these sloops and cutters, nor the amount of deck room to be found on the men of war, and to be cooped up in these comparatively small vessels, always on the qui-vive, usually near the shore, but able to have shore leave all too rarely, was calculated to make for restlessness. Added to which, a very considerable portion of the crews of these revenue craft was composed of men who had spent years of their lives as smugglers themselves. Consequently, it was not altogether surprising that mutinies and refusals to obey the commander's orders were a frequent occurrence. After a time, it was decided that those members of the crew which are to be dismissed for such offences were to be handed over to the commander of the next man of war that should come along, and be pressed into the service of the navy. Though, it may be added, this was not always a welcome gift to the naval commander, compelled to receive a handful of recalcitrant men aboard his ship. Then again, when at last a handful of smugglers had been captured, it was the duty of the revenue officers to prosecute them before the magistrate at their own expense. This was regarded as an unfair hardship, and in 1736 the system was modified by the Treasury, allowing an officer a third of whatever amount was recovered, the prosecution to be carried on at the King's expense. At the same time, it was undeniable that some commanders of these sloops and cutters were not quite as active as they might be on their station. There was too ready an excuse to run in from the sea, and too great an inclination to spend valuable time in port. They were accordingly now enjoined not to presume to lay up for the purpose of giving the ship's bottom a scrub, or for a refit, without previously giving the collector and comptroller of the port 10 days' notice. This was not to occur unless the cruiser really needed such attention. But if it was essential, then to prevent the station remaining unguarded, some other smack or vessel was to be sent out to take her place for the time being. for the smugglers were kept so well informed of the movements of the revenue ships that a contraband cargo of goods would soon be found approaching the shore during the night when the watch had been relaxed. But from an early date, at any rate as far back as 1694, the East India ships were notorious also for smuggling into the country a considerable amount of goods that ought to have paid duty. We shall bring forward instances presently of East Indiamen, homeward bound, being boarded as they come up channel, or while waiting in the Downs, and putting some of their cargo on board smuggling cutters and deal boats, which was subsequently quietly and secretly brought into the country. Silks were especially popular among the smugglers in this connection. In those days, too, the more wealthy passengers coming home by these East Indiamen used to leave the ship at Spithead, where they came in for that purpose. These passengers would then be put ashore at Portsmouth, and proceeding by coach to London, thus shortened their sea journey. But notwithstanding their ample means, many of these travellers were constantly found endeavouring to land dutiable articles. In short, rich and poor, high and low, there was no class that did not endeavour to engage in smuggling either directly or indirectly. Even if the party never ventured on the sea, he might be a very active aider and abettor in meeting the boat as it brought the casks ashore, or keeping a lookout for the preventative men, giving the latter false information, thus throwing them on the wrong scent. Or again, even if he did not act the part of signaller, by showing warning lights from the cliff, he could loan his cellars, his horses, or his financial support. In fact, there were many apparently respectable citizens who, by keeping in the background, were never suspected of having any interest in these nefarious practices, whereas they were in fact the instigators and the capitalists of many a successful run, and as such they were without doubt morally responsible for the deaths by murder which occurred in those incidents when violence was used after the revenue men had come on to the scene. But as to morality, was there ever a period when the national character was so slack and corrupt as in the 18th century? Footnotes: Smuggling in Sussex by William Durrant Cooper, FSA, in Volume 10 of the Sussex Archaeological Collection, to which I am indebted. Fore and Aft, The Story of the Fore and Aft Rig, London, 1911. Southampton Letters, November 6, 1730. But in 1719, the Customs Commissioners had, inter alia, agreed to provide Captain Mears with a suit of colours for the coal shot. This provision was, therefore, now cancelled in the year 1730. A half anchor held 3 1/4 gallons. End of King's Cutters and Smugglers, 1700 to 1855.
Louis XVII, The Boy King Who Never Reigned, by Kate Dickinson Sweetser. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista, Zaleski. Louis XVII, The Boy King Who Never Reigned. It was the early morning of a bright June day, and the famous gardens surrounding the palace at Versailles were gay with bloom and heavy with scents as rare as was the morning. King Louis XVI of France looked from a window out over the terraces in their vari-coloured beauty, and saw among the blossoms a little figure busy with spade and rake, and although the king's heart was heavy with sorrow, because of the death of his elder son, the Dauphin, as the eldest son of the King of France and heir to the throne was always called, yet he was filled too with pride as he looked out at the little Louis Charles, to whom only 3 short hours before had descended the titles and honours which had belonged to his brother. The king's long and earnest glance at the little Dauphin attracted the child's attention, and, dropping his tools, he waved frantically towards the window, crying out, "Papa, see the beautiful flowers! I am pleased with myself. I shall deserve Mamma's first kiss today. I shall have a bouquet for her dressing table. May I come and show it to you?" The king bowed his head in answer and smiled a sad smile as he turned to the queen, Marie Antoinette, who even then stood beside him, weeping bitterly for the other son who had gone from her forever. So absorbed was King Louis in his attempt to comfort her, that he forgot the new little Dauphin until the door opened softly, and he saw the small figure standing just inside the door, holding tightly in his hand a bouquet of violets and roses. Charming in his childish grace and beauty was little Louis as he stood there, watching his father and then his mother with grave concern at their evident sadness, and quickly he held up his flowers to his mother and said with sweet grace, "Mamma, I have picked you some flowers from my garden." Still Marie Antoinette could not speak, but the king caught up the child in his arms, saying, "Marie, he too is our son. He is the Dauphin of France." Slowly Marie Antoinette turned, clasped his bright, lovely face in her 2 hands, and stooping, kissed him tenderly on the forehead. "I had forgotten," she said. "God bless and protect you, Dauphin of France. I only pray that the storm clouds which now darken our sky may be long past when you ascend the throne of your fathers." Little Louis's forehead was wrinkled with perplexity. "But, Mamma," he asked timidly, "why is it you all call me Dauphin today, when I am just your little Louis, who is called the Duke of Normandy?" "My son," said the king solemnly, "each day differs from the last, and this new day has brought you a new name and a new position. Your poor dear brother has left us forever. He has gone to God, and you are now in his place, the Dauphin of France." "And is that why Mamma is crying? And will Louis never come back?" "No, dear, he will never come back, and so your Mamma is grieving." Quickly little Louis's arms went around her neck. "Oh," he cried, "poor dear Mamma! I don't see how anyone can leave you and not come back. I will never leave you, never, never." "God grant it," sighed the queen, pressing him tenderly to her. "May he grant it, oh, my precious child." And then, with his face close to hers, and a little hand held tight in the big one of his father, whose arm was around them both, Louis continued, "If it is mine now, please tell me what it means, that name, the Dauphin." The king answered, "My son, this is what it means. You are now the eldest son of the King of France, and some day you will be the king. And to you belong now the titles and honours that were your brother's. Do you understand?" Instead of showing appreciation, Louis's blue eyes looked entreatingly at the queen, and his lips quivered. "Mamma," he whispered, "I like being Duke of Normandy best. Will you love me any better if I am called the Dauphin?" "No, dear child," answered the queen tenderly. "I shall not love you better. But you are no longer the Duke of Normandy. You are the Dauphin now, the future King of France." A sob choked the words as Marie Antoinette turned hastily away to hide her grief, and in doing so she put her foot on the flowers which little Louis had brought her. His face clouded as he saw this. Then, with a bright smile, he looked into the queen's face, saying quickly, "Mamma, I wish you always walked on flowers I picked for you." Without a word, Marie Antoinette turned, and clasping him in her arms was comforted. Then, reminded of state duties to be done, she was about to release him when he whispered, "Did my poor dear brother only leave me his title? Oh, Mamma, I do not want it. But there is something of his that I do want to have very, very much, now that I am the Dauphin." The king looked bewildered, but the queen smiled through her tears. "I think I can guess what it is," she said. "See if I can, little Louis." And, putting him down, she softly left the room. And when she came back, there ran and frisked about her, jumping for joy of comradeship, a tiny black dog who rushed up to Louis and jumped on him over and over again, and the child clasped it in his arms, while the dog put its paws on Louis's shoulders and licked his rosy cheeks with frantic affection. "Now, my Louis," asked the queen, "did I guess right? Wasn't that what you wanted so much?" "Oh, yes, it was, exclaimed the boy, his eyes shining with joy. "Is he really mine now? Does he belong to my inheritance?" The queen could not answer, but the king spoke sadly. "Yes, my son, he belongs to your inheritance." The Dauphin shouted with joy, "He is mine! He is mine!" And as he held the little dog close to him, the picture was a pretty one. The boy with his round, rosy face, dimpled chin and deep blue eyes shaded by long, dark lashes, with his high forehead and heavy golden hair, all the delicacy of his colouring and features thrown into relief by the dark blue velvet of his suit. All the charm of his expressive face shone in his joy over the new treasure which he was clasping tight. What, to the little Dauphin, was the silver star embroidered on his left shoulder, which showed his princely rank and removed him from the rank and file of other boys? What was a crown, a title, even the throne itself? They were less than nothing to him in comparison with the little dog nestling in his arms and licking his face. And while the king and queen watched the pretty picture, they sighed for the simple joys of childhood. And Marie Antoinette, looking into her husband's face, murmured, "God keep him in his care." Although the little Louis's new title was of such small value to him, yet the possession of it changed the whole of his life. And as soon as he became the Dauphin, his education and training were of the gravest importance, for he would some day rule in his father's place. Accordingly, every possible advantage that could be given him was secured, and while his father saw to it that he should have enough out-of-door exercise to keep him sturdy and strong, his mother superintended his lessons, as well as those of his sister Thérèse. Although Marie Antoinette was young and pleasure-loving, and was often called frivolous because of the spontaneous gaiety into which her nature often led her, yet she was a devoted mother, and every morning at 10 o'clock, Thérèse, the Dauphin, and their teachers went to the Queen's rooms, and there learned and recited lessons. The little Dauphin was a brilliant scholar, and said such bright things that all the courtiers took great pleasure in asking him questions, that they might hear his answers. One day, while saying his lessons, he began to hiss loudly, for which his mother reproved him. "I was only hissing at myself," he said, "because I just said my lesson so badly." On the evening before the Queen's birthday, the king told the Dauphin that he would buy him a handsome bouquet to give his mother for a birthday present, but that he wanted him to write a letter of congratulation to go with it. To his surprise, the Dauphin did not show as much pleasure as he expected at this, and finally, on questioning him, he discovered the truth. "I have got a beautiful everlasting in my garden," Louis said. "I want to give it to her, please, Papa. It will be my bouquet and my letter all together. For when I give it to Mamma, I shall say, 'I hope, Mamma, that you will be like this flower.'" The idea was so pretty, and the boy so eager, that he had his way, and King Louis's pride in this clever child was great. He was no prig, no saintly child, this little King Louis 17th to be. He was just a sensitive, affectionate boy, whose winning manner and charm of person attracted all to him, and made him an especial pet of the older people from whose conversation he gathered much information, which they never thought he understood. One day, when playing in the garden, full of excited vigour, he was just going to rush through a hedge of roses when an attendant stopped him, and warned him, saying, "Monseigneur, one of those thorns might blind you or tear your face." But the Dauphin persisted, and when halfway through the hedge, called back, "Thorny paths lead to glory," a phrase so ominous of the poor little Dauphin's future that it has ever been remembered as one of the most remarkable of his sayings. For some time the Dauphin, who was quick to respond to joy or sadness in those around him, noticed many signs of distress, not only in the faces of his father and mother, but in those of others whom he saw daily, and many an hour when no one knew it, his childish mind spent in wondering about the situation, trying to understand the heated words he heard, the tears he saw, and sometimes he would creep up to Marie Antoinette and pat her smooth cheek reassuringly, and kiss her lovingly, and though this comforted, it added to the pain of the Queen, who feared for the happiness of the future King of France. The reign of terror was at hand. Revolutionists, fierce and strong in their murderous frenzy, had risen to kill monarchs and monarchy. Louis XVI was on the throne, therefore Louis XVI must go. Marie Antoinette was his wife. She had danced and spent money like water while they, the people, had needed bread. So they said, and Marie Antoinette must go. Little Louis was heir to the throne, that throne whose power must be overthrown, and so Louis the Dauphin must go. The rulers of France had for generations proved so false to their trust and to their kingly responsibility that the love of the people had at last been changed into hate. Louis XIV and Louis XV had sinned so deeply against those whom their oath of office bound them to protect, that now at last there was no feeling but revenge and hatred in the hearts of the subjects of the King of France, and on the heads of the reigning sovereigns, Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, fell the horrors of the Reign of Terror, which was now reaching a point where only torture and bloodshed could appease the fiends who were rapidly becoming all-powerful. It was claimed that the taxes collected from the people for the expenses of war and government were being misused for the extravagances and frivolities of the royal family. It was even claimed that the people were starving for bread, while the king and queen were living in luxury. And this because the fiends of the Revolution had caused all bake shops to stop baking bread, so that the cry of starvation might be raised among the people, who could then be incited to storm the palace and demand bread of the royal family. The very scum of civilization, the dregs of the population of France, were roused in fierce and unjust revolt against the royal family. Yes, in revolt and in power, and on a day of early October 1789, a howling mob of frenzied men, women, and children swept up the peaceful avenues of Versailles, shrieking their fiendish cries for vengeance on the royal family, and then they invaded and took possession of the royal apartments. Aghast at the outrages committed in the name of the French people, the king and queen tried in every way to restore the mob to peace, but in vain. The leaders of the rebellion demanded the immediate appearance in Paris, which was the seat of the Revolution, of King Louis and his family, where they could be closely watched by their enemies, describing in alarming terms the danger to His Majesty if he did not comply with their request. Accordingly, after hours of indescribable horrors and humiliation and anguish, the king was obliged to give his consent to the plan, and the royal family made ready for their departure from Versailles. During their 7 hours' journey to Paris, they were followed by a rabble of such human fiends as had invaded the palace at Versailles, and although throughout the whole terrible trip Marie Antoinette and the king bore themselves with sad and dignified composure, yet the strain on them both was almost too great to be borne. Through all the agony and excitement, the Dauphin, frightened though he was, seeing his mother's tears, tried to smile courageously into her face, and to keep back words of complaint, and the sight of his courage almost broke his mother's heart. What would this all mean to him, the future King of France? Alas, poor little Dauphin! At last they reached the Tuileries, the royal palace in Paris, where no French king had lived since Louis XV was a young man. There had been no preparations made for the coming of the royal family. The palace, so long uninhabited, was in a state of dilapidation, and there were no comforts in it and very few necessities. But the travellers were too much exhausted to heed anything but that they had reached a temporary shelter, and were relieved that death, which the day before had seemed so imminent, had been for the present put aside. Exhausted to the breaking point, Marie Antoinette slept soundly that night, and on the next morning, as she sipped her chocolate in a room which had been hastily transformed into a sitting room for her, she was thinking sadly of life and its changes, when the door opened and the Dauphin ran in and flung himself into her arms. "Oh, Mamma," he cried, "please let us go back to our beautiful palace at home. This big house frightens me with its shadows. Why have we come here, Mamma, when we have such a lovely palace and garden of our own?" The Queen sighed. "My son," she said, "this palace belongs to us too, as well as Versailles, and it is considered a beautiful palace. It is where the great Louis XIV lived, you know." "Well, I don't like it at all, and I wish we could go away," whispered the Dauphin, casting a homesick look around the great bare room, furnished so meagerly with faded furniture. "I wish so too." The Queen scarcely breathed the words, but the sensitive child's ears caught them, and he answered eagerly, "Then why do we have to stay? I thought a queen could always do what she wanted." In answer, the poor, sore-hearted Queen burst into tears, whereupon the Dauphin's tutor tried to take the child from her, saying severely, "My prince, you see you trouble the Queen, and Her Majesty sorely needs a rest. Come with me for a walk." But Marie Antoinette shook her head and clung to the child, whose hand was now gently stroking her cheek, and whose tears were mingled with her own. Then from the street came the dreaded sound of loud shouts and cries and threats, and the Dauphin clung more tightly to his mother, both shivering with dread, but both brave. "Mamma," asked the Dauphin, "is today going to be just like yesterday?" His question was answered by the king himself, who entered the room just then and flung himself into a chair, telling the Queen that those who had aided the mob in their violent acts were about to be brought to trial for them, and he added his request that the Queen should receive the committee who had come to judge the people for their violence. In stately dignity, Marie Antoinette then left the room to receive other subjects, who still considered her the Queen of France, and after her going, King Louis and his little son were left alone. The king, exhausted in body and mind, closed his eyes and lay back in his chair, ready to sink into a light doze, when he was roused by a gentle touch on his arm. Beside him stood the Dauphin, his great blue eyes full of grave thoughtfulness. When he saw the king's eyes open, he spoke. "Papa," he said hesitatingly, "I should like to ask you something really serious." "Something really serious," replied the king, smiling in spite of himself. "Well, what is it? Let me hear." "Papa," answered the Dauphin, with an air of one who has thought deeply on a subject, "my governess has always told me I must love the people of France and treat them kindly, because they love you and mamma so much. But if they do, Papa, then why do the people act so badly to you? And oh, Papa, I have been told that your people owe you obedience and respect. But they were not obedient nor respectful yesterday, and they said dreadful things I never heard before. What does it mean, Papa?" The king drew the child onto his knee and put an arm around the grave little questioner, telling him that he would explain it to him, but that he would have to listen carefully if he wished to understand such grave matters. "Oh, I will," answered the Dauphin eagerly. "I know that I am one of your subjects, and that as your son and a subject too, I must give a good example to the French people of loving and obeying the king. But it seems that my example has not done any good at all yet. How does that happen, Papa?" In answer, the king told him that wicked men had said to the people that he did not love them, that they had listened and believed this, that France had had great wars, and wars cost a great deal, and so, because he was the king, he had asked money of his subjects, just as had always been done by other kings. "Oh, but Papa," cried the Dauphin, "why did you do that? Why did you not take my purse and pay out of that? You know that I receive every day my purse filled with bright new francs, and I could have helped you easily. And oh, Papa, do your people have more money than you have yourself?" King Louis answered that a king receives all his money from the people, but gives it all back to them again, that he governs those people, and they owe him respect and obedience and have to pay taxes to him. And so, if he needs money, he raises it by laying extra taxes on them. Then he asked, "Do you understand that, little Louis?" "Oh, yes, indeed." The Dauphin was breathless with interest now. "I have been told about that, but I don't like it. It seems to me that if a man is the king, he ought to have all the money and give it to the people when they need it. They ought to ask him for it, not he ask them." To this the king agreed, but added with a sigh that kings had so misused their power and authority that the people no longer trusted them, and that now a king could not pay out money unless the people knew what it was to be used for and were willing. "Have you used the people's money, Papa, without asking their leave?" cried Louis eagerly. "Was that why they came to Versailles yesterday and were so wicked to us? For those bad men and women were the people, weren't they?" King Louis shook his head. "No, my son," he said. "The people cannot come to me in such great masses. They have to send representatives. Those representatives I called to me at Versailles and asked of them money for the outlays I had to make, but they asked things in return of me which I could not grant, either for my own sake or for yours, my son, who are some day to be my successor. Then the people were led to believe that I did not love them, but I am determined to show them that I do love them, and am ready to share everything with them. That is why we have left lovely Versailles and come to live here, where we have to do without so much that we enjoy. And we must try to be contented here and share all the disagreeable things that the people have to bear, which is what a true king should do." The Dauphin had sat like an old man, listening, and now as his father stopped speaking, the boy laid a hand on his breast, saying solemnly, "Papa, I have understood everything, and I am very much ashamed that I complained at all, and I promise you I will take pains to give everybody a good example. I will be happy and contented here." And the Dauphin kept his word. He took pains to be contented and never said a word about Versailles, but tried to get all the pleasure he could from the dreary old palace and its gardens, so different from that at Versailles, where the Dauphin had so much ground in which to work. Here in the garden there was only one small corner set aside for the use of the royal family. This was surrounded by iron palings, through which the faces full of hate and malice would often peer at the little Dauphin when he was busy gardening, One day he heard such words and saw such threatening faces that he shrank back and ran to his mother, who comforted him as best she could, and said that he must be brave and strong, or she would cry too, and that she must not do this because it was exactly what the men who were trying to hurt their feelings wanted to see her do. The boy's eyes flashed. "I will never complain again," he cried, "and they shall never again have the pleasure of seeing you or me cry if I can help it. But, Mamma, tell me, are there no good men in the world?" "Yes, Louis," answered the Queen. "You must believe that all men are good and treat them courteously, until you have proved the contrary. If they refuse your friendly kindness, it will not be your fault, and you will have done what is right, no matter what others do." A shadow passed over the child's lovely face. "But, Mamma," he said, "all men are not good. The men who abused and cursed us so were not good, and I could never be friendly to them, never." "We will hope that we shall never see them again," said the Queen, "and I wish you to be so kind and polite to everyone who comes here, that all men may admire and respect their future king, even though he is still a child." "I will be," cried the boy with spirit, "so that you may be satisfied with me, Mamma. Just for that I will be so." As Marie Antoinette was kissing the pretty boy who was her comforter, the Mayor of Paris and General Lafayette were announced, and the Dauphin whispered to his mother, "That general was at Versailles with the bad men. I can never be kind to him." "Hush," whispered the Queen. "For God's sake, do not let anybody hear that. No, no, he does not belong to our enemies. He wishes us well. Treat him kindly, my child." And then Marie Antoinette took her son by the hand, and together they met their distinguished guests, who had come with the unwelcome news that, according to the old custom of the days of Henry IV, the people wished to have free access to the gardens of the Tuileries, which freedom had been denied them since the coming of King Louis and his family. The Queen was bitterly opposed to this, for it meant that, for her own comfort and protection, she must only walk in the garden at certain times and under escort, and she was speaking with proud and angry fearlessness to the general about the matter, when the Dauphin left her side and, running forward, extended his hand to Lafayette, crying, "General, I should like to salute you. Mamma told me I must be polite and kind to all who are good to us, and she said that you wish us well. Let me therefore greet you kindly and give you my hand." As he spoke, he raised his blue eyes and looked smilingly and trustingly into those of the general, and then at his mother. And his hearer, whose heart had just kindled with anger against Marie Antoinette and her rebellious words, felt anger melt into admiration, together with reverence and astonishment at the words of the manly little Dauphin. Bending his knee in stately grace, he pressed the Dauphin's small hand to his lips, and said gravely as to a comrade, "My prince, you have spoken as with the tongue of an angel, and I swear to you and to your royal mother that I will never forget this moment. The kiss I have impressed upon the hand of my future king is at once the seal of a solemn vow, and the oath of an unchangeable fidelity and devotion to my king and the royal family. Dauphin of France, you have today gained a soldier for your throne, who is prepared to shed his last drop of blood for you and your house, and on whose loyalty you may always count." General Lafayette had tears in his eyes, and his noble face glowed with emotion, while the child before him looked at him with wistful eyes and a happy smile. Close by stood Marie Antoinette, her air of proud defiance turned to one of gentle sweetness. She knew what that moment meant in the history of France, and her heart thrilled with pride in her little son, the Dauphin. Stooping, she kissed his golden hair, and then, without an attempt to conceal the emotion, she finished her conversation with the general and the mayor, and then, making her adieus to them, beckoned to the Dauphin to go with her from the pavilion in which the interview had taken place, and to return to the palace. Instead of walking beside her, the Dauphin paused and asked, "Mamma, please let me walk alone. I want the people to see I am not afraid, as they may think, if I let you lead me. I want to be like the Chevalier Bayard, that the Abbé talked to me about the other day. I want to be sans peur et sans reproche, like Bayard." The Queen smiled through tears. "Very well, my Chevalier, you shall walk alone," she said. "And before you, please. The knights always walk in advance of the ladies to protect them from danger. I am your knight, Mamma, and I want to be as long as I live." And he added with a pretty playful bow, "Will you allow it, my royal lady?" "I allow it. So go in front, Chevalier, little Louis. We will take the same way we came." The Dauphin sprang along the path for quite a distance, when he stopped suddenly and turned round to the Queen, who with her 2 footmen was walking quietly behind him. "Well, Chevalier Bayard, what are you stopping for?" asked the Queen with a smile. "I am waiting for you," he said gravely, "because this is where my knightly service commences, for it is here that danger begins." "It is true," said the Queen, and even as she spoke there came to her ears a sound of shouting, as loud as the booming of cannon. "Oh, my child," cried Marie Antoinette, "the sound is like the thundering of a storm at sea. But such storms lie in God's hand, and He protects those who trust Him. Think of that, little Louis, and do not be afraid." "Oh, I am not afraid," cried Louis, running happily on. And yet, outside the fence behind which they were walking, was a dense mass of angry people, muttering curses on the Queen and the Dauphin. All at once the mother's heart almost stopped beating from fright and horror. A man had extended his bare, powerful arm through the paling of the fence, to bar the Dauphin's way when he should try to pass it. The boy saw the arm, hesitated a little, then went bravely forward. The Queen hurried that she might be near him when he reached the danger point. On walked the Dauphin in proud courage. On hurried the Queen, and as she reached him she cried, "Come here, son, give me your hand." But instead of responding to her cry, the little prince sprang forward and stood directly in front of the outstretched arm, and, reaching out his small white hand, laid it on the brown clenched fist that had been ready to clutch him as in a vice, while a chorus of cheers at his courage went up from outside the wall. "Good day, sir," he said in a loud voice. "Good day." As he spoke, he took hold of the great rough hand and shook it. "Little fool," roared the man, "what do you mean? And how dare you lay your puny paw in the claws of a lion?" The Dauphin smiled. "Sir, I thought you were stretching out your hand to reach me with it, and so I give you mine and say good day, sir. And if I wanted, I could crush your fingers with my fist," cried the man, still holding the little hand firmly. But from 100 throats outside the fence came the cry, "You shall not do it, Simon! You shall not hurt the boy!" "Who can hinder me if I choose to do it?" asked the cobbler, whose name was Simon, with a coarse laugh. "See, I hold the hand of the future King of France, and I can break it if I choose, and make it so it can never lift the sceptre of France. The little monkey thought he would take hold of my hand and make me draw it back, but now my hand has got hold of his and holds it fast. And mark this, boy, the time is past when kings seized us and trod us down. Now we seize them, and do not let them go unless we will." "But, Mr. Simon," said Louis, "you see very plainly that I do not want to do any harm, and I know you do not want to do me any harm, and I ask you to be so good as to take away your arm, that my mamma can go on with her walk." "But suppose I do not do as you want me to?" asked the man defiantly. "I suppose then your mamma would dictate to me, and perhaps call some soldiers and order them to shoot the dreadful people?" "You know, Master Simon, that I give no such commands, and never gave such," said the Queen quickly. "The King and I love our people, and never would give our soldiers order to fire on them, and now, sir, the Queen of France and her son will no longer be detained." With a quick movement she struck back the arm of the cobbler, Simon, snatched the Dauphin away like lightning, and passed by before Simon had time to put his arm back. The crowd watching were filled with enthusiasm by the courage of the Queen. They applauded, laughed, shouted, while the cries, "Long live the Queen! Long live the Dauphin!" passed like wildfire among the throng behind the fence. And although in the eyes of Simon, whose evil design had been frustrated by a little child, there still shone hatred, Marie Antoinette, who was now hand in hand with the Dauphin, reached in safety the little garden reserved for the use of the royal family. Once within its iron gate, decorated with the arms of the kings of France, she felt as if all the power had gone from her, and she could no longer hide her fear and grief. But no, she must be cheerful for her son's sake, and her servants must not see her brow clouded, and so, with head erect and flashing eyes, she walked on. "Mamma," cried the Dauphin, interrupting her thoughts, "there comes the king, my father. He will be glad to hear I was so courageous." The Queen quickly stooped and kissed him. "Yes, truly, my little Bayard," she said, "you have done honour to your great example, and been really a little chevalier, sans peur et sans reproche. But remember, Louis, true bravery does not glory in its deeds, and does not wish others to admire them, but keeps silent and leaves others to talk of them." "Yes, and I will be silent too," cried Louis with sparkling eyes. "You will see that I can be silent too." And child though he was, he showed from that moment a quick understanding and appreciation of the humility necessary to real greatness. That winter in the Tuileries was a dismal one indeed, for the royal family had none of the gaiety and freedom which had been part of the happy life at Versailles. And even when the king wished to go to his summer palace at St. Cloud for rest and change, this was not allowed. At last, weary of the insults and restraints heaped upon them, the royal family attempted to escape secretly from Paris. But the plot was discovered, their carriages stopped, and they were escorted back to the Tuileries by a shouting, shrieking mob of men and women who were fiendishly glad of their capture. After that, the king and queen and the dauphin were always treated as prisoners in their own palace, with guards set over them to watch their every movement, and the poor little dauphin could not go out nor play freely and happily, as could the poorest peasant child in France. After some months had passed, however, the fury of the people grew somewhat less, and they were allowed to close the doors of their rooms when they wished, and to walk out in the gardens once more. It even seemed for some time as if what King Louis had done to win back the trust of his people had been successful, and that the throne of France might regain its dignity and power before that time when Louis the Dauphin should come into his inheritance. He, meanwhile, was filling this period of calm with such affairs as interested and amused him, and his greatest joy was that he was again allowed to work in his garden. Although it was so small in comparison to that at Versailles, it was yet a bit of paradise to him, and as soon as his study hours were over, he always hurried out to dig his ground and water and pick his blossoms, and it was the great delight of those subjects who loved the manly little fellow to stand outside the fence and watch him as he worked. The dauphin was generally accompanied, when he went outside the palace, by several soldiers from the detachment of the National Guard, who were on duty at the Tuileries, and the boy himself, who was now having military drills, generally wore the uniform of the National Guard, and so charming and so manly was this little National Guardsman of 6 years, that he became the idol of Paris. Fans and lockets were decorated with his picture, which society women wore, and everywhere the beauty and wit of the little fellow were talked of. The boys of Paris shared the enthusiasm of their elders, and formed themselves into a regiment, which was called the Regiment of the Dauphin, which, with the king's permission, marched to the Tuileries to parade before the Dauphin. As usual, he was found in his garden, and was anxious to show his treasures to them even before he answered their request that he become colonel of the regiment. When he accepted the honour urged upon him, one of the officers said, "But that will mean giving up gathering flowers for your mamma." "Oh, no," said the Dauphin quickly. "That will not prevent me from taking care of my flowers. Many of these gentlemen tell me that they too have little gardens, and if they love the queen as much as their colonel loves her, mamma will have whole regiments of bouquets every day." A cheer showed the boy's appreciation of the little colonel's sentiment, and the regiment of the Dauphin became one of the most popular organizations in Paris. Their uniform was a miniature copy of the French Guards, with their 3-cornered hats and white jackets, and whenever they marched through the Place de la Carrousel, the people crowded to see the army of sturdy boys with their handsome little colonel. So great was the boy's love for the Dauphin that the officers of the regiment came to the palace one day to make him a present in the name of the whole regiment, and they were enthusiastically received by their colonel. "Welcome, my comrades," he cried. "My mamma tells me that you have brought me a present, but it gives me such pleasure to see you that nothing more is needed." "But, colonel, you will not refuse our gift," said a little officer named Paula, and he added proudly, "We bring you a set of dominoes made entirely out of the ruins of the Bastille." Taking the wrapper from the white marble box bound with gold, he gave it to the Dauphin, at the same time reciting the following lines: "Those glowing walls that once woke our fear are changed into the toy we offer here. And when with joyful face the gift you view, think what the people's love can do." Joyfully the Dauphin received the beautiful present, and listened eagerly to the explanation of how to play the new game. On the back of each domino, in the black marble, was a gold letter, and when the whole set of dominoes was arranged in regular order, they formed the sentence: "Vive le roi, vive la reine, et vive le dauphin. Long live the king, the queen, and the dauphin." The marble of the box was taken from the altar slab in the chapel of the Bastille, and in the middle, in gold relief, was a picture of King Louis. "That is my papa!" cried Louis joyfully when he saw it. "Yes," said Paula, "every one of us bears him in his heart. And, like the king, you will live for the happiness of all, and like him you will be the idol of France. We who shall one day be French soldiers and citizens bring to you, who will then be our commander-in-chief and king, our homage as the future supporters of the throne which is destined for you, and which the wisdom of your father has placed under the unshakable power of law. The gift which we offer you is small, but each one of us adds his heart to it." "And I give you all of my heart in return for it," cried the Dauphin joyfully, "and I shall take great pains to do my lessons well, so I may be allowed to amuse myself playing dominoes." The delight of the Dauphin was so evident that his comrades who had brought him the present felt a keener affection than ever before for the little colonel, and the Queen, who had been present during the whole scene, spoke in friendly words of thanks to the boys, who then withdrew, escorted by the King and the Dauphin, who had no knowledge, child of destiny that he was, of the omen contained in that present. But Marie Antoinette knew only too well, and her heart was heavy when she saw the present made from the stones of the Bastille. But of this she gave no sign, and from that day attempted more than ever to endear herself and her son to the people who had so little trust in her. One day, when a crowd of fiendish women behind the fence called out cruel things about the Queen, the Dauphin could no longer be silent. "You lie! Oh, you lie!" he cried angrily. "My mamma is not a wicked woman, and she does not hate the people. She is good. She is so good that... Tears choked him, and ashamed to show such signs of weakness, he dashed out of the garden into the palace. But as he reached the Queen's apartments, he choked back the tears, saying, "I will not cry any more, for that will only trouble mamma, and I can see she has trouble enough without that. I will laugh and sing and jump about, and then she may smile a little instead of crying, as I often find her doing." His tutor, the Abbé Davout, heartily approved of this, and the Dauphin sprang into his mother's presence with a merry smile, which gladdened the Queen's heart and made her forget her sorrows for a while. This pleased the Dauphin greatly, and he redoubled his efforts to be merry, making the little dog stand on its hind legs, while Louis put on its black head a paper cap which he had made, painted with red stripes, like those worn by the Jacobins or revolutionists, and cried, "Monsieur Jacobi, behave respectfully. Make your salutations to Her Majesty the Queen." He was rewarded by a hug and a kiss from the Queen, and then ran off with the dog barking at his heels. Little Louis was, as we have seen, an eager and brilliant scholar, and one day he begged the Abbé to give him lessons in grammar which he had begun to learn some time before. "Gladly," answered the Abbé. "Your last lesson, if I remember rightly, was upon the 3 degrees of comparison, the positive, the comparative, and the superlative. But you must have forgotten all that." "You are mistaken," answered the Dauphin, "and I will prove it to you. Listen, the positive is when I say, 'My abbé is a kind abbé.' The comparative is when I say, 'My abbé is kinder than another abbé.' And the superlative," he continued, looking at the Queen, who was listening, "is when I say, 'Mamma is the kindest and most amiable of all mammas.'" The retort was so clever, the manner of saying it so charming, that the Abbé and Marie Antoinette exchanged glances of amusement and pride, but the little prince was unconscious of having said or done anything unusual. Besides grammar, Louis studied Italian, which he could speak and read fluently. He also studied Latin, and some of the sentences he translated have been preserved, such as, "True friends are useful to princes," "I know a prince who easily flies into a passion," "Flatterers are very dangerous to princes." From these sentences it is evident that the Abbé was trying to teach his clever little scholar more than one thing at a time. Louis was also taught arithmetic, geometry, and geography, this last by means of a huge hollow globe lit by a lantern, which had been invented for the special use of the Dauphin, by a celebrated professor in the University of Paris. Louis also was trained in all sorts of athletic sports, and when he was 7 years old was sturdy of body and far more mature of mind than many older boys. At 7, according to the court custom of France, he was obliged to be given into the care of a governor. The people wished to choose this governor, and named several candidates who were utterly unworthy of the position, but they were obliged to set aside their wishes and accept a man named by the king, who also himself continued to superintend his son's education. At this time the clouds of political disaster were once again hanging over the palace, and even the Dauphin could see and feel the uneasiness that surrounded him. On June 20th, 1792, King Louis refused to sign 2 decrees which the people wished him to sign, and with his refusal the storm of riot and revolution burst forth again. An immense mob of shrieking, howling people stormed the Tuileries, where no measures had been taken in defence, and the king gave orders that the doors of the palace be flung open and the people be allowed to pass in unhindered. In a few minutes, every inch of space in rooms and corridors and halls was filled with the dense crowd. Only one room was locked, and in that room were the king and queen, the Dauphin, and his sister Thérèse with a few loyal friends. Thérèse was terrified and would have screamed with fright, but the manly little Dauphin watching her held back his own tears and kept her terror under control by his words and manner, acting with the dignity of a grown-up guardian. Breathlessly, the little company gathered there listened to the sound of an axe. Doors were being battered down, the door of the royal apartment was opened, and an officer of the National Guard knelt before the king, beseeching him to show himself to the frenzied mob. The expression on all faces, the sounds from without were too much for the Dauphin's self-control. He burst into sobs and begged the queen to take him to his room, and while Marie Antoinette was comforting him as best she could, the king went out and stood in the middle of the hall, surrounded by the rabble, speaking in quiet words of his love for his people. The crowd was delighted at this, but in the meantime, the still greater crowd outside the palace surged through the hall and into the room where the queen and her children were. The National Guards quickly rolled a table up between the queen and the mob, and stood at either side ready to defend them. Only a table now separated the queen from her enemies, but she was calm and courageous, and stood proudly erect with a child on either side of her, wide-eyed at the sights they saw. Suddenly the queen trembled with a deathly fear. Before her stood the man, whose brawny arm had reached through the paling to grasp the Dauphin. Simon the cobbler stood there, hatred and desire for revenge on his face, and Marie Antoinette knew with a quick instinct that this man would bring no good to her child. Then the cries of the Jacobins rent the air, and they surged into the room with the fury of wild beasts sure of their prey. The queen lifted the Dauphin up and set him on a table, and whispered to him that he must not grieve or fear or cry, but be a man now. And the child smiled and kissed her hand. Just then a drunken woman flung a red cap, the cap worn by the Jacobins, on the table, and commanded the queen on pain of death to put it on. Calmly the queen turned to a general standing beside her, and told him to place it on her head. The general, pale with rage at the insult, obeyed in silence, and the woman howled with pleasure. But in a moment the general took the cap off the queen's hair and laid it on the table. Ever since the king had vetoed the bills, the people had called the king Monsieur Veto, Marie Antoinette Madame Veto, and the Dauphin Little Veto, and now from all sides burst forth the cry, "The red cap for the Dauphin! The tricolour for Little Veto!" "If you love the nation," cried the woman to the queen, "put the red cap on your son." The queen motioned to one of the ladies to put the red cap on the child, and he, not understanding whether it was a joke or not, stood there in easy grace, as handsome a little prince as ever a nation had. One of the revolutionary leaders, who had looked complacently at the scene, now stood near the queen, and as her eyes met his in calm defiance, he felt a thrill of pity for her and for the little Dauphin, and when he saw the perspiration rolling down the boy's forehead from under the thick woolen cap, he called out roughly, "Take that cap off the child! Don't you see how he sweats?" The queen's gratified glance thanked him, as she took the cap herself from the Dauphin's head. While this was occurring, the mayor of Paris had entered the outer hall, and was quieting the mob, bidding them disband and leave the palace at once, which they did. The king sank into a chair, exhausted and agonized, and cried out, "Where's the queen? Where are the children?" And in a moment the royal victims were together. The Dauphin's spirits were never long cast down, and now he was bubbling over with joy. "Papa," he cried, "give me a kiss. I deserve it, for I was truly brave, and did not cry or even speak when the people put the red cap on my head." The king stooped with a dignity which was almost reverent, kissed the boy's broad forehead and pushed back his thick golden hair, then turned to answer a question put by one of the representatives of the people, several of whom were in the room. And all at once these men gathered around the little Dauphin, of whose brilliant mind they had heard so much, and began to question him eagerly on all kinds of subjects, especially about the boundaries of France and its division into departments and districts, and every question he answered quickly. After each answer he glanced up at his mother inquiringly, and when her face showed that he had answered correctly, his face beamed with pleasure, and he enjoyed seeing the astonishment on those faces crowding around him. One of those present asked, "Do you sing, Prince?" The Dauphin glanced again at the queen. "Mamma," he asked, Shall I sing the prayer I sang this morning?" Marie Antoinette nodded assent, and the Dauphin knelt beside her, and folding his hands and looking up with a sweet look of reverence in his blue eyes, sang in a clear voice, "O heaven, accept the prayer I offer here. Unto his subjects spare, my father dear." There was absolute silence in the room while those faces before so hard and stern softened. Then, with a single glance at the lovely boy who was still kneeling, with a look on his face as if in a happy dream, one by one those revolutionists silently left the room. But even the prayer and faith of the Dauphin could no longer save the royal family from their fate. The people, inflamed to fury by every desire of which the revolutionists could make use, now demanded the dethronement of the king, and the giving of the crown to the Dauphin, in whose name, as he was not yet of age, they intended to govern by means of a committee chosen by themselves. To this the king naturally would not give his consent, and amid scenes and sounds terrible beyond all description, the royal family were declared prisoners of the people, and told that they were thereafter to live in the temple, which was now the royal prison. As the Tuileries had already been pillaged by the mob, the royal family found themselves without food or clothing except what they wore. The Dauphin was entirely destitute. But fortunately the Duchess of Sutherland had a small son the age of the Dauphin, and she sent the young prince what he needed in the way of clothing for their departure. On August 13th, 1792, the sad procession of royalty left the Tuileries in the late afternoon, and were escorted by a great mob of frenzied men and women, who acted more like wild beasts than like human beings. At nightfall the carriage reached the temple, and the royal prisoners were taken to that part of the building called the palace, where they found no comforts or necessities of any kind, and torn sheets even had to be used on the Dauphin's bed. Later, while the Furies, who had the prisoners in their power, were converting the principal tower of the building not only into a prison but into the worst one imaginable, the king and his family continued to remain in the palace during the daytime, but at night they were all shut up in the small tower, in 4 cells whose doors were guarded by soldiers. 2 men who had been for years in the service of the king were allowed to remain with him, and they and their sovereigns passed the time in such occupations as were possible. The king found his principal pleasure in superintending the Dauphin's education, giving him lessons every morning. Then at 1 o'clock, if the weather was fine, the royal family would all go into the garden, and the Dauphin would play ball or quoits or run races, as was suitable for his age and activity of body. At 2 o'clock dinner was served, and afterwards the Dauphin again had a play hour, while the king enjoyed a nap. As soon as he awoke, Cléry, who had been with the Dauphin for several years, would give him writing and arithmetic lessons, and then he would play ball or battledore and shuttlecock for a while, and then there would be reading aloud until it was time for the Dauphin's supper, after which the king would amuse his children with all sorts of riddles and puzzles and games, and then the Dauphin went to bed. Little Louis was 7½ years old when he was first shut up in the temple, and in those months the king taught him to recite poetry, to draw maps, and to make use of arithmetic. But his lessons in arithmetic had to be discontinued, because an ignorant guard noticed the multiplication tables that the prince was learning, and reported that he was being taught to speak and write in cipher. One of the king's men was removed from the temple because it was said that he had used hieroglyphics in order to make secret correspondence between the king and queen easier, and even his explanation that the figures he had made use of were only arithmetic tables, which he laid by the Dauphin's bedside every night before retiring, that the young prince might prepare his lesson before breakfast, did not pacify his accusers. So little Louis Charles was taught no more arithmetic, but continued to learn eagerly all that was offered his quick retentive mind to assimilate. His playfulness and mischievous pranks were a great comfort to the failing spirits of the king and queen, and the tact he showed in his manner and words were nothing less than wonderful in so young a boy. He never mentioned Versailles or the Tuileries, or anything which would rouse sad memories in the minds of his parents, but seemed to be constantly on his guard to protect them both from any hints of sorrow which he could prevent. The royal prisoners were soon removed to the principal tower of the temple, where the Dauphin occupied a room with the king, until after Louis was taken away for trial, when the Dauphin was placed in his mother's care, and after that time he saw his father only once. The king was condemned to death. Having foreseen it, calmly he had accepted the decree, asking only that he might see his family once to say farewell. This privilege was granted, and during the scene, which lasted almost 2 hours, little Louis, born to inherit not glory but misfortune, held his father in his arms and kissed and comforted him in the fashion of a strong man, rather than a little child. He did not understand causes, but he saw effects. And he was brave because Mamma and Papa needed someone beside them who smiled. And so he held tears back until the time when they were a natural consequence of the final parting with his loved father. And now little Louis was no longer the Dauphin, but the rightful King of France. King of France, only to think of it! And scarcely 8 years old. Marie Antoinette, from the hour of separation from her husband, devoted her entire strength and time to the education of her child, the little king. She felt she had no time to lose, and every moment of the day was made to serve some useful end. Even the games he played had each a purpose. It was a touching sight to see him leaning his elbows on a tiny table, absorbed in reading the history of France, then eagerly telling what he had read and commenting on it. The Queen made a special point of talking to the little king of his royal office, told him of his father's gentleness and mercy to his enemies, and made him promise to be as merciful if he should ever reign. And he soon was made to feel that greatness comes not with titles but with character, and once in his sleep was heard to murmur, "I will be good and kind, for I am king." Poor little Louis. At this time there were wars and rumors of wars outside the walls of the temple. Plots to liberate the Queen and her son and to restore little Louis to the throne were set on foot by friends of the royal family, and though one and all failed of execution, they vitally affected the young king's life. When the plots were discovered by which Louis was to be abducted and publicly declared king, the revolutionists became so fearful that the plan might be really carried out, that they decided it was unwise to let him remain with his mother any longer, and the decree went forth that the son of Louis XVI was to be taken from his mother and sister and given into the care of a tutor to be chosen by the committee representing the people. The Queen was driven almost to madness by this unexpected decree, and when men came to take Louis away from her and carry him to another part of the tower, she frantically placed herself in front of his bed and insisted that he should not be taken. But the power and force were on the wrong side, and at last the officers tore the child from his mother's arms and carried him dazed and trembling with fright to his new apartment. King of France was little Louis in title, but the most lonely, frightened of all children in the land. For 2 days and 2 nights he refused food, and held out his arms to his so-called tutor, constantly pleading to be taken back to his mother and sister. And who was his tutor? No other than Simon the cobbler, he whose brawny arms had once stopped the Dauphin's way in the garden of the Tuileries. Simon and his wife had been chosen to guard and care for the little King of France, because they were staunch revolutionists who could be relied on to protect the interests of their party. Historians differ in their accounts of the treatment of the young king by this rough couple, but it seems pretty sure now that during their stay in the temple they were not altogether cruel to little Louis. He was allowed to play both in his rooms and in the garden, had a billiard table and a case of mechanical birds for his amusement, and when he grieved for his sister's companionship, another little companion of his own age was found to play with him, and it is also known that during his 2 sicknesses, Simon and his wife cared for him with as much devotion as if he had been their own child. Whether this was because of the fine salary attached to the position, or from some native kindness underneath his coarse, rough exterior, we do not know. But be this as it may, Simon evidently gave only such measure of cruelty to his charge as was insisted on by those who employed him. And it was doubtless they who forced Simon to do what he did, to destroy the child's mental and bodily faculties. Louis was made to share their political opinions, to imitate their coarse manners, and even to sing their revolutionary songs, while in place of the mourning he had worn for his father, he now wore the coarsest garments and the red cap of the Jacobins, and was often made to drink and eat far more than was good for him, until at last he was in a condition of body and mind such as his tormentors desired, when he could be made a tool to suit their own ends because of his weakened and abnormal condition. No page of history is written in so black an ink, nor with so many blots as that on which is recorded the imprisonment and torture of little Louis XVII, the king who never reigned. And no page of history offers a more bewildering puzzle for solution, from the moment of his being taken from his mother's care, a puzzle to which there have been more answers, and about which as much mystery hangs, as about any other incident on the pages of history, and no page has been oftener read and reread than this which offers for solution the problem of the ending of this little king who never reigned. We see him last as a prisoner, thin, haggard, sick unto death, with no sparkle in his lustreless eyes, no motion in his swollen joints, no pretty retort on his lips as of old, and with a sigh return from the ghastly sight to the pages of French history, where we again read in detail the accounts of his life and death, and then it is for us to decide upon our answer to this riddle, which offers more than one solution. Louis XVII of France, in his 9th year, was imprisoned by the revolutionists and subjected to every kind of torture that a human being could be made to suffer. As a result of that treatment, and of loneliness and cruelty, did he pine and sicken, and die a natural death, as some accounts say? Did he, as some say, deliberately resist all the attempts made by his persecutors to enter into conversation with him, by maintaining a complete silence of 15 months? Or had a dumb child been put in his place by friends who had secretly rescued the real little king from his prison, and hidden him in a garret room of the temple until they could safely liberate him? Then, finding the dumb child too healthy to suit their plans, did they, as it is said, replace him by a very sick child, who died in the room where the little king was supposed to be imprisoned, and announced his death to the French nation as that of Louis XVII, the royal prisoner, while the poor little substitute was lying in what was supposedly the coffin of little Louis? Had the real king been given a strong dose of opium and hurriedly placed in the coffin instead of the substitute, as has been said? Was the dead substitute carried hastily to the room in the tower where the little king had been hidden, while Louis himself, alive and well, was being carried in the coffin to the cemetery? It has been said that the carriage in which the coffin was carried had been especially arranged for this scheme, and that while being driven to the cemetery, Louis was taken from the coffin and placed in a box under the seat of the carriage, while the coffin was filled with papers that it might not seem too light when the bearers carried it to its final resting place. Is it true, do you think, that when the young king awoke from the effects of the drug he had been given, he found himself in a strange place, in a bed in a clear, bright room, alone with a faithful woman who knew and loved him, and the plot to rescue him having been immediately discovered? Was he hastily sent out of Paris in disguise, while to put his enemies on the wrong trail, another little boy was sent with his parents under the name of Louis in another direction? And in spite of the terrible sickness he had, as the consequence of all he had endured, did Louis XVII of France actually live and escape, to grow up a free citizen in a free country, where were neither kings, queens, nor tyranny, but liberty, equality, and fraternity, not in word, but in truth? Who can say positively when so much has been affirmed on all sides of the much-argued question? Difficult indeed it is to decide whether little Louis XVII, the Dauphin of France, the king who never reigned, died in the temple a victim of the reign of terror, or escaped to new lands and a new life. As we turn the pages of history and read the thrilling story, let each decide for himself the fate of the courageous, charming little sovereign. Each must study out the mystery and solve the riddle if he can. And whatever one may read or decide, there in the church of the Madeleine in Paris may be found this memorial to the little king who never reigned, in memory of Louis XVII, who, after having beheld his illustrious parents swept away by a death which sorrow refuses to recount, and after having drained to the very dregs the cup of adversity, was, while still young, and almost on life's threshold, cut down by the scythe of death. He died June 8th, 1795. He lived 10 years, 2 months, and 12 days. End of Louis XVII, the boy king who never reigned.
Meditation 17 by John Donne. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paula Messina. Meditation number 17 from Devotions upon Emergent Occasions, 1624. Nunc lento sonitu dicunt, morieris. Now this bell, tolling softly for another, says to me, thou must die. Perchance he for whom this bell tolls may be so ill as that he knows not it tolls for him, and perchance I may think myself so much better than I am, as that they who are about me, and see my state, may have caused it to toll for me, and I know not that. The Church is Catholic, universal, so are all her actions. All that she does belongs to all. When she baptizes a child, that action concerns me, for that child is thereby connected to that body which is my head too, and ingrafted into that body whereof I am a member. And when she buries a man, that action concerns me. All mankind is of one author, and is one volume. When one man dies, one chapter is not torn out of the book, but translated into a better language, and every chapter must be so translated. God employs several translators. Some pieces are translated by age, some by sickness, some by war, some by justice. But God's hand is in every translation, and his hand shall bind up all our scattered leaves again for that library where every book shall lie open to one another. As therefore the bell that rings to a sermon calls not upon the preacher only, but upon the congregation to come, so this bell calls us all. But how much more me, who am brought so near the door by this sickness? There was a contention as far as a suit, in which both piety and dignity, religion and estimation were mingled. Which of the religious orders should ring to prayers first in the morning, and it was determined that they should ring first that rose earliest. If we understand aright the dignity of this bell that tolls for our evening prayer, we would be glad to make it ours by rising early, in that application that it might be ours as well as his, whose indeed it is. The bell doth toll for him that thinks it doth, and though it intermit again, yet from that minute that this occasion wrought upon him, he is united to God. Who casts not up his eye to the sun when it rises? But who takes off his eye from a comet when that breaks out? Who bends not his ear to any bell which upon any occasion rings? But who can remove it from that bell which is passing a piece of himself out of this world? No man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Neither can we call this a begging of misery, or a borrowing of misery, as though we were not miserable enough of ourselves, but must fetch in more from the next house, in taking upon us the misery of our neighbors. Truly, it were an excusable covetousness if we did. For affliction is a treasure, and scarce any man hath enough of it. No man hath affliction enough that is not matured and ripened by it, and made fit for God by that affliction. If a man carry treasure in bullion, or in a wedge of gold, and have none coined into current money, his treasure will not defray him as he travels. Tribulation is treasure in the nature of it, but it is not current money in the use of it, except we get nearer and nearer our home, heaven, by it. Another man may be sick too, and sick to death, and this affliction may lie in his bowels, as gold in a mine, and be of no use to him. But this bell, that tells me of his affliction, digs out and applies that gold to me. If by this consideration of another's danger I take mine own into contemplation, and so secure myself, by making my recourse to my God, who is our only security, End of Meditation 17.
Number 17 by E. Nesbit as E. Bland. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Number 17. I yawned. I could not help it, but the flat, inexorable voice went on. Speaking from the journalistic point of view, I may tell you, gentlemen, that I once occupied the position of advertisement editor to the Bradford Woolen Goods Journal, and speaking from that point of view, I hold the opinion that all the best ghost stories have been written over and over again, and if I were to leave the road and return to a literary career, I should never be led away by ghosts. Realism's what's wanted nowadays if you want to be up to date. The large commercial paused for breath. You never can tell with the public, said the lean elderly traveler. It's like in the fancy business. You never know how it's going to be, whether it's a clockwork ostrich or some tight silk or a particular shape of shaded glass novelty or a tobacco box got up to look like a raw chop. You never know your luck. That depends on who you are, said the dapper man in the corner by the fire. If you've got the right push about you, you can make a thing go, whether it's a clockwork kitten or imitation meat. And with stories, I take it, it's just the same, realism or ghost stories. But the best ghost story would be the realist one, I think. The large commercial had got his breath. I don't believe in ghost stories myself, he was saying with earnest dullness, but there was rather a queer thing happened to a second cousin of an aunt of mine by marriage. A very sensible woman with no nonsense about her, and the soul of truth and honor. I shouldn't have believed it if she had been one of your flighty, fanciful sort. Don't tell us the story, said the melancholy man who traveled in hardware. You'll make us afraid to go to bed. The well-meant effort failed. The large commercial went on, as I had known he would. His words overflowed his mouth as his person overflowed his character. I turned my mind to my own affairs, coming back to the commercial room in time to hear the summing up. The doors were all locked, and she was quite certain she saw a tall white figure glide past her and vanish. I wouldn't have believed it if... And so on da capo, from if she hadn't been the second cousin to the soul of truth and honor. I yawned again. Very good story, said the smart little man by the fire. He was a traveler, as the rest of us were. His presence in the room told us that much. He had been rather silent during dinner and afterwards, while the red curtains were being drawn and the red and black cloth laid between the glasses and decanters and the mahogany. He had quite taken the best chair in the warmest corner. We had got our letters written, and the large traveler had been boring for some time before I even noticed that there was a best chair, and that this silent, bright-eyed, dapper, fair man had secured it. Very good story, he said. But it's not what I call realism. You don't tell us half enough, sir. You don't say when it happened, or where, or the time of the year, or what color your aunt's second cousin's hair was, nor yet you don't tell us what it was she saw, nor what the room was like where she saw it, nor why she saw it, nor what happened afterwards. And I shouldn't like to breathe a word against anybody's aunt by marriage's cousin, first or second, but I must say I like a story about what a man's seen himself. So do I, the large commercial snorted, when I hear it. He blew his nose like a trumpet of defiance. But, said the rabbit-faced man, we know nowadays, what with the advance of science and all that sort of thing, we know that there aren't any such things as ghosts. They're hallucinations, that's what they are, hallucinations. Don't seem to matter what you call them, the dapper one urged. If you see a thing that looks as real as you do yourself, a thing that makes your blood run cold and turns you sick and silly with fear, well, call it ghost, or call it hallucination, or call it Tommy Dodd. It isn't the name that matters. The elderly commercial coughed and said, You might call it another name, you might call it... No, you mightn't, said the little man briskly. Not when the man it happened to had been a teetotal bond of joy for 5 years and is to this day. Why don't you tell us the story? I asked. I might be willing, he said. if the rest of the company were agreeable. Only I warn you, it's not that sort of a kind of a somebody fancied they saw sort of a kind of a something sort of a story. No, sir, everything I'm going to tell you is plain and straightforward and as clear as a timetable. Clearer than some, but I don't much like telling it, especially to people who don't believe in ghosts. Several of us said we did believe in ghosts. The heavy man snorted and looked at his watch, and the man in the best chair began. Turn the gas down a bit, will you? Thanks. Did any of you know Herbert Hatteras? He was on this road a good many years. No? Well, never mind. He was a good chap, I believe, with good teeth and a black whisker. But I didn't know him myself. He was before my time. Well, this that I'm going to tell you about happened at a certain commercial hotel. I'm not going to give it a name because that sort of thing gets about, and in every other respects it's a good house and reasonable, and we all have our living to get. It was just a good, ordinary, old-fashioned commercial hotel, as it might be this, and I've often used it since, though they've never put me in that room again. Perhaps they shut it up after what happened. Well, the beginning of it was I came across an old schoolfellow, in Bolter's Lock one Sunday it was, I remember. Jones was his name, Ted Jones. We both had canoes. We had tea at Marlow, and we got talking about this and that and old times and old mates. And do you remember Jim and what's become of Tom and so on? Oh, you know. And I happened to ask after his brother, Fred by name. And Ted turned pale and almost dropped his cup, and he said, "You don't mean to say you haven't heard?" "No," says I, mopping up the tea he had slopped over with my handkerchief. "No, what?" I said. "It was horrible," he said. "They wired for me, and I saw him afterwards. Whether he'd done it himself or not, nobody knows, but they'd found him lying on the floor with his throat cut. No cause could be assigned for the rash act, Ted told me. I asked him where it had happened, and he told me the name of this hotel. I'm not going to name it. And when I'd sympathized with him and drawn him out about old times and poor old Fred being such a good old sort and all that, I asked him what the room was like. I always like to know what the places look like where things happen. No, there wasn't anything special rum about the room, only that it had a French bed with red curtains and a sort of alcove, and a large mahogany wardrobe as big as a hearse, with a glass door and instead of a swing glass, a carved black framed glass screwed up against the wall between the windows, and a picture of Belshazzar's feast over the mantelpiece. I beg your pardon? He stopped, for the heavy commercial had opened his mouth and shut it again. I thought you were going to say something. The dapper man went on. Well, we talked about other things and parted, and I thought no more about it till business brought me to, but I'd better not name the town either, and I had found my firm had marked this very hotel, where poor Fred had met his death, you know, for me to put up at. And I had to put up there, too, because of their addressing everything to me there. And anyhow, I expect I should have gone there out of curiosity. No, I didn't believe in ghosts in those days. I was like you, sir. He nodded amiably to the large commercial. The house was very full, and we were quite a large party in the room, very pleasant company as it might be tonight, and we got talking of ghosts just as it might be us. And there was a chap in glasses sitting just over there, I remember. An old hand on the road he was, and he said, just as it might be any of you, "I don't believe in ghosts, but I wouldn't care to sleep in number 17 for all that." And of course we asked him why. "Because," said he, very short, "that's why." But when we'd persuaded him a bit, he told us. "Because that's the room where chaps cut their throats," he said. There was a chap called Ben Hatteras began it. They found him weltering in his gore, and since that, every man that slept there has been found with his throat cut. I asked him how many had slept there. Well, only 2 besides the first, he said. They shut it up then. Oh, did they? Said I. Well, they've opened it up again. Number 17's my room. I tell you, those chaps looked at me. But you aren't going to sleep in it, one of them said, and I explained that I didn't pay $50 for a bedroom to keep awake in. I suppose it's press of business has made them open it up again, the chap in spectacles said. It's a very mysterious affair. There's some secret horror about that room that we don't understand, he said. And I'll tell you another queer thing. Every one of those poor chaps was a commercial gentleman. That's what I don't like about it. There was Bert Hatteras, he was the first, and a chap called Jones, Frederick Jones, and then Donald Overshaw, a Scotchman he was, and traveled in child's underclothing. Well, we sat there and talked a bit, and if I hadn't been a bond of joy, I don't know that I mightn't have exceeded, gentlemen. Yes, positively exceeded. For the more I thought about it, the less I liked the thought of number 17. I hadn't noticed the room particularly, except to see that the furniture had been changed since poor Fred's time. So I just slipped out by and by, and I went out to the little glass case under the arch where the booking clerk sits, just like here that hotel was, and I said, "Look here, miss, haven't you another room empty except 17? "No," she said, "I don't think so." "Then what's that?" I said, and pointed to a key hanging on the board, the only one left. "Oh," she said, "that's 16. "Anyone in 16? I said. "Is it a comfortable room?" "No," she said. "Yes, quite comfortable. It's next door to yours, much the same class of room." "Then I'll have 16 if you've no objection," I said, and went back to the others feeling very clever. When I went up to bed, I locked my door, and though I didn't believe in ghosts, I wished 17 wasn't next door to me, and I wished there wasn't a door between the two rooms, though the door was locked right enough and the key on my side. I'd only got the one candle besides the two on the dressing table, which I hadn't lighted, and I got my collar and tied off before I noticed that the furniture in my new room was the furniture out of number 17. French bed with red curtains, mahogany wardrobe as big as a hearse, and the carved mirror over the dressing table between the two windows, and Belshazzar's feast over the mantelpiece. So that, though I'd not got the room where the commercial gentlemen had cut their throats, I got the furniture out of it. And for a moment I thought that was worse than the other, when I thought of what that furniture could tell if it could speak. It was a silly thing to do, but we're all friends here, and I don't mind owning up. I looked under the bed, and I looked inside the hearse wardrobe, and I looked in a sort of narrow cupboard there was, where a body could have stood upright. "A body?" I repeated. "A man, I mean. You see, it seemed to me that either these poor chaps had been murdered by someone who hid himself in number 17 to do it, or else there was something there that frightened them into cutting their throats, and upon my soul I can't tell you which idea I liked least." He paused and filled his pipe very deliberately. "Go on," someone said, and he went on. "Now, you'll observe," he said, "that all I've told you up to the time of my going to bed that night's just hearsay, so I don't ask you to believe it. Though the three coroners' inquests would be enough to stagger most chaps, I should say. Still, what I'm going to tell you now is my part of the story. What happened to me myself in that room." He paused again, holding the pipe in his hand, unlighted. There was a silence, which I broke. "Well, what did happen?" I asked. "I had a bit of a struggle with myself," he said. "I reminded myself it was not that room, but the next one that it happened in. I smoked a pipe or two and read the morning paper, advertisements and all. And at last I went to bed. I left the candle burning, though, I own that." "Did you sleep?" I asked. "Yes, I slept, sound as a top. I was awakened by a soft tapping on my door. I sat up. I don't think I've ever been so frightened in my life, but I made myself say, 'Who's there?' in a whisper. Heaven knows I never expected anyone to answer. The candle had gone out, and it was pitch dark. There was a quiet murmur and a shuffling sound outside, and no one answered. I tell you, I hadn't expected anyone to. But I cleared my throat and cried out, 'Who's there?' in a real out-loud voice. And, 'Me, sir,' said a voice. 'Shaving water, sir. 6 o'clock, sir.' It was the chambermaid." A movement of relief ran round our circle. "I don't think much of your story," said the large commercial. "You haven't heard it yet," said the storyteller dryly. "It was 6 o'clock on a winter's morning and pitch dark. My train went at 7. I got up and began to dress. My one candle wasn't much use. I lighted the two on the dressing table to shave by. There wasn't any shaving water outside my door after all. And the passage was as black as a coal hole. So I started to shave with cold water. One has to sometimes, you know. I'd gone over my face, and I was just going lightly around under my chin when I saw something move in the looking-glass. I mean, something that moved was reflected in the looking-glass. The big door of that wardrobe had swung open, and by a sort of double reflection I could see the French bed with the red curtains. On the edge of it sat a man in his shirt and trousers, a man with black hair and whiskers, with the most awful look of despair and fear on his face that I've ever seen or dreamt of. I stood paralyzed, watching him in the mirror. I could not have turned round to save my life. Suddenly he laughed. It was a horrid, silent laugh, and showed all his teeth. They were very white and even, and the next moment he had cut his throat from ear to ear there before my eyes. Did you ever see a man cut his throat? The bed was all white before. The storyteller had lain down his pipe, and he passed his hand over his face before he went on. When I could look round, I did. There was no one in the room. The bed was as white as ever. Well, that's all, he said abruptly, except that now, of course, I understood how these poor chaps had come by their deaths. They'd all seen this horror, the ghost of the first poor chap, I suppose. Bert Hatteras, you know, and with the shock their hands must have slipped and their throats got cut before they could stop themselves. Oh, by the way, when I looked at my watch, it was 2 o'clock. There hadn't been any chambermaid at all. I must have dreamed that. But I didn't dream the other. Oh, and one more thing. It was the same room. They hadn't changed the room. They'd only changed the number. It was the same room. Look here, said the heavy man. The room you've been talking about, my room 16, and it's got the same furniture in it as what you describe in the same picture at all. Oh, has it? Said the storyteller, a little uncomfortable, it seemed. I'm sorry, but the cat's out of the bag now, and it can't be helped. Yes, it was this house I was speaking of. I suppose they've opened the room again, but you don't believe in ghosts. You'll be all right. Yes, said the heavy man, and presently got up and left the room. He's gone to see if he can get his room changed. You see if he hasn't, said the rabbit-faced man, and I don't wonder. The heavy man came back and settled into his chair. I could do with a drink, he said, reaching to the bell. I'll stand some punch, gentlemen, if you'll allow me, said our dapper storyteller. I rather pride myself on my punch. I'll step out to the bar and get what I need for it. I thought he said he was a teetotaler, said the heavy traveler when he had gone. And then our voices buzzed like a hive of bees. When our storyteller came in again, we turned on him, 6 of us at once, and spoke. One at a time, he said gently. I didn't quite catch what you said. We want to know, I said, how it was if seeing that ghost made all those chaps cut their throats by startling them when they were shaving. How was it you didn't cut your throat when you saw it? I should have, he answered gravely. Without the slightest doubt, I should have cut my throat, only, he glanced at our heavy friend, I always shave with a safety razor. I travel in them, he added slowly, and bisected a lemon. But, said the large man when he could speak through our uproar, I've gone and given up my room. Yes, said the dapper man, squeezing the lemon. I've just had my things moved into it. It's the best room in the house. I always think it worthwhile to take a little pains to secure it. End of number 17.
Number 17 by Henry Kingsley. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection by Sandra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Number 17. Chapter 1. The House of Rhode and Festiniog. The 2 sons of the old House of Rhode developed singularly different dispositions, though both gave great cause of anxiety to their father at one time. Scarcely divided by 1 year in age, they were as distant as the poles, both in pursuits and in character. Gervase, the elder, began life as a solemn and pensive baby, who at his christening attended cautiously to the ceremony as if to see that it was correctly done in every particular. Shortly afterwards he became a precocious boy and wrote some admirable poetry. Not long afterwards he became a precocious young man, with all the learning of the Egyptians at his fingers' ends. He was a young gentleman of great promise, and although his performances never came up to his promises, he was an all too excellent young gentleman. His inexorable virtues led him, at one time, it was suspected, Rome-wards. But he never went, he never did anything incautious. Illtyd, the younger son, was on the other hand a violent baby, a violent and, as some said, a stupid boy, and a most headstrong young man. The mother died not long after Illtyd had attained his 10th year, leaving the head of the house a widower, and after that event no one could do anything with the younger son save his father and his brother. To these two people, and to these alone, save possibly the colonel of his regiment when he chose, would he listen. The father and brother, who were both crazy about their pedigree, were proud of him. The father would say, "He is a real de Barry. The inexorable spirit of Giraldus Cambrensis is alive in him." And the brother would say, "It is true, he may do us honour in war. It is a pity we ever took the name of Arnault, which allowed the Irish Barrys to usurp our real honours." Illtyd Gerald Baldwin Arnault, christened carefully after the saint, the archdeacon, and the archbishop, cast the traditions of his family to the winds, and voted Giraldus Cambrensis the greatest bore of all the Barrys. The great Rhys he pronounced to be a noodle, inasmuch as he could not keep his own kingdom, and he very much affected the company of one Halfaker, a groom, who he declared was a descendant of Halfager, and consequently a prince in disguise. Illtyd was sent into the army very young, and was a most excellent young officer, though he got into early trouble by incontinence of speech. The colonel of his regiment having incautiously remarked that his family had come over with the Conqueror, Illtyd said, "You pack of rascals were a little too late. We came over with the Fitzgeralds in the time of Edward the Confessor." He was a foolish young man, and was rebuked most properly. He would laugh at his own pedigree, but only in his own family. As the brothers Gervase and Illtyd grew to manhood, one seemed to give to the other what was wanted by each. Gervase over-read himself and pushed his religion to the verge of extreme asceticism. Illtyd, on the other hand, would come home on leave from his regiment and tear Gervase from his study, carrying him over hill, moor, and torrent, up to some nook among the wild Welsh mountains, where they could hear no sound save the distant trickling of waters. Then Illtyd would tell Gervase all about the strange magnificence of London and Paris, and how he whose short curls were now lying on his brother's shoulder had yesterday been at court, and how the pale man that he had been trying to describe was the Emperor, and the boy was the Prince of Wales, and so on, trying to fix the colours and forms of a kaleidoscope to suit the eye of his brother, to whom, at this time, all these people were mere names. Then they would wander down to the old priory in the hollow, so dearly beloved by the greatest of their family, and among the shattered Norman and early English arches, Gervase would talk about the crusade preached by Giraldus Cambrensis and Baldwin in that spot, until Illtyd would catch his enthusiasm and believe that the campaign which was now imminent was in reality another crusade, to snatch the holy places from the hands of an alien and in reality barbarous power. Then they would go back to the castle, and their father would say as he saw them coming home arm in arm, "Nothing will separate those two, except a woman." The war came, blazed up, burnt low, blazed up again, and then died out. Illtyd was all through it, and behaved with credit and distinction. He came home a captain, but being in the Guards, with of course the title of colonel. But meantime something had happened to the branch of the Barry family which had never been calculated on for a moment. The head of the Festiniog family lost his eldest son by typhoid fever, and before he had time to reflect on the matter, news came that his last surviving son was killed in the trenches. The head of the Rioters, the father of our two young gentlemen, at once went to give such consolation to his cousin as he could, and he urged him strongly to marry again. The old man, with the obstinacy of the Rhys family, crossed through endless generations with that of the de Barrys, had a will of his own. He said that the hand of God was in it, that the Festiniog estates must join those of Rioter, and that the latter house had two noble sons to represent the allied families. Instead of marrying, he made his will, and by no means too soon, for he died very shortly afterwards, leaving out of his personal property £7,000 to Illtyd, as a memorial of his gallantry in war. The rioters, therefore, from being merely, as the Irish say, decent people, that is to say, very rich, became immensely so. Rioter took the title of Festiniog and became a pillar of the state. The Romish tendencies of Gervase, the elder of the two sons, gave the most dreadful trouble to his father. The entailed estates of the two branches of the family would most certainly come to Gervase. Gervase, as was said by his friends, was actually thinking of joining the Roman priesthood and openly talking about it. Had he done so, a large part of the vast revenues which had come to the rioter branch of the family would flow into the coffers of the papacy. Llanavon would be restored, and monks would walk about among the violent Welsh dissenters to be stoned. To the new Lord Festiniog such a state of things appeared most horrible, for he was one of the most extreme of all the Protestants. Yet he was afraid of his son, and he did not know what to do. He, in the end, had to do nothing at all. Affairs arranged themselves for him. Gervase, with his new honours fresh upon him, went to a ball at Powys Castle, to look, they said, for the last time on the frivolities of this wicked world. Like many holy men, including Richelieu, he was an admirable dancer, and he danced that night so often with only one young lady that the county raised their eyebrows, and listened to such of the conversation as they could hear, between the Festiniog heir and Miss Ormerod, as hard as they could. In the interval of the dances they seemed to talk about nothing but religious matters, and the noise went abroad that Miss Ormerod was going to take the veil when Gervase took the cowl. Such was, by no means, the fact. Gervase had fallen in love with Alice Ormerod the moment he saw her. She was so exceedingly beautiful and charming that there would have been no wonder in the matter at all, had it not been put about that Gervase had not only devoted his life to the secular Roman priesthood, but even to the regular, the reality being that he was nothing more than a very high churchman for those times, and had a peculiar and very strong antipathy to the papacy. Miss Ormerod held similar views, and to the great delight of her father-in-law, very soon became the wife of Gervase. 12 months had not passed before she had an heir to the combined estates of Festiniog and Rioter, but 12 months more had not passed before she was a hopeless, childless cripple, and active life was over for her in this world. Driving down one of the mountainous lanes near Llanavon, the pony took fright and became unmanageable. The nurse and child were thrown against a stone wall and killed. The Lady Rioter, after trembling for a year between this world and the next, became an apparently hopeless invalid. If Gervase had loved her before, he adored her now. The year during which he had dreaded to lose her had only rendered her more precious. The 8 years which followed on that year had rendered her more precious still. Gervase thought that he had made his mind up on every subject save one, and on that one point he could get no information whatever. His wife and he had every thought, every sentiment, every hope in common, but he wanted to know if there was any chance of their meeting after death. Rome said no, save under certain conditions, to which he would not submit. The Anglicans said very properly that they could not tell him. Neither the Irvingites nor the Swedenborgians satisfied him. A keen, shrewd man enough in most things, he had cast his lot in with one woman and made himself foolish about her. The high church people declined most properly to tell him more than they knew, and he went elsewhere. The last people he tried were the Moravians. They told him that if he thought so much of his wife, he was unfit for bliss. In short, he could get no satisfaction at all on the subject of his meeting his wife in a future state. Spiritualism was not then, or he might have taken to that. After 8 years, it would have taken a Mosheim to say of what heresy he was innocent. Possibly of none. Any man who studies theology is the heretic of half an hour. A man who does not assimilate the various heresies one by one wants genius, and is no true theologian. Gervase was a postulant to every heresy in ecclesiastical history for some time, but he came back to the High Church party after all. His father, Lord Festiniog, had gone to Rome, and had written from there that he wished to see him. At this time his wife, Lady Rioter, for the second title of Festiniog was the same as their old one, was hopeless. She was moved from the sofa to her bed, and back again. He left her in the most reluctant manner, for she had not stood upright for 7 years. He saw his father at Rome, and then came back to Llanavon after an absence of 6 weeks. There had been a silence as regards letters between them, which will be explained immediately. He thought from this that she might be worse, that she could write to him no longer. He got no word from her at all. He dared not go to his own home at Flanavan, for the servants might tell him she was dead. He got out of the train at Llanganfraid and went across the mountains. After a long walk, he came in sight of the castle, and everything seemed as usual. He looked on the terrace, and he saw her invalid chair there with the rugs and shawls upon it, but it was empty. He did not know what to think. He dashed from rock to rock. Space and time seemed to be annihilated. Here was the chair in which he'd left her, a hopeless invalid. Here was her fan. Here were the letters from her friends strewed around. Here were the prints of her sacred feet on the cushion. But where was she? "Alice! Alice!" he called aloud. "Where are you?" "Gervaise! Gervaise!" answered a clear, strong voice from the shrubbery close by. "I'm here. Come to me, darling." He ran into the thicket close by, and there was his wife, more beautiful than ever. She told him the truth at once. "First I found that I could stand, and then I found that I could walk. But I thought that I would say nothing about it to anyone. I should not even have told you had you not surprised me in this way. During the last fortnight I must have walked miles." "But have you never asked Dr. W.?" said Gervaise. "No, I do not think he knows his business at all. I shall be able to walk with you again now. I shall soon get stronger, I'm sure. We can go over the hills together as of old. We shall be together as we once hoped to be." It now becomes necessary to leave Gervaise in his new honeymoon and follow Illtyd. The fact must be told at once. After the war he had done little good for himself or others. He had very nearly quarrelled with his father and his brother, and was in their bad books. He'd lost some money at horse racing, a thing which has been done before. He had also run away with a young milliner from the West End, which was bad, and was reported to have married her at the consulate at Leghorn, which was considered in certain circles to be worse. After having fulfilled the catalogue of his crimes, he died. Some people were very sorry for him. The commander-in-chief was, his father was, while his brother Gervaise would have given half his income to get him back again, but unfortunately he was dead, and so sorrow was not of the least avail, no more, in short, than it would be in your case or in our own. The sorrow of two people only took practical results. Lord Festiniog held consultation with his son Gervaise. They determined that the woman and her child just born should not suffer in a pecuniary point of view. This determination was made just after the birth of Gervaise's first child, before the accident which made the now great house heirless. It was persevered in most faithfully as far as the woman was concerned for many years, until after the time when Gervaise's second child, the one born after his wife's recovery, was a boy of 14. The poor woman had from the first accepted her position most humbly. She thanked Lord Festiniog and Lord Rioter most heartily for their assistance, pointed out frankly to the family that she had £6,000 left her by her husband, and needed nothing except the future help of the family for the education of her little boy. Every promise was given, and of course no objection was made to her request to live abroad at Leghorn, near the grave of Illtyd. It was the best for all parties. No objection was made either to her supplementing her income by her trade. In fact, they never knew that she was doing so. She lived in great retirement with her child in Leghorn, and she was more than once seen there by the family solicitor, young Mr. Drummond, who generally spent part of the long vacation there. He gave the most excellent account of her beauty, her character, and her accomplishments, and spoke so much about her that one day Lord Festiniog turned from some papers which he was examining and said, "Drummond, if you have really any honourable intentions towards the poor woman, tell me so. Our family have done her the most irreparable wrong. If you think of marrying her, I will most certainly make her a very handsome settlement." "My lord," he replied, "there are insuperable objections." "Nonsense, man. None but what may be got over with time. I mean on my side, my lord. Pray forgive me, I ought not to have mentioned the subject, only you spoke of her with such enthusiasm and admiration that you cannot blame me." "I do not, my lord, but the strict truth is that before I knew my own mind I formed other ties." "I never heard of that, nor do I wish others to do so. I only mentioned the fact to account for my conduct. Then it is your duty surely to keep away from her, is it not? I assure you that there is not any danger, less than you could possibly dream of. Mrs. Arnauld, as she calls herself, is my friend, but she never could be anything more. Lord Festiniog pretended to be satisfied, but he was very far from being so. He put the matter aside as being no particular business of his, though he thought that the cool Drummond was one of the last men to make a foolish and clandestine marriage. Still, he reflected that if one half of the world knew half of the follies committed by the other half, society would become impossible. Drummond saw Mrs. Arnauld every summer for some years, and did her many little services. One summer when he went, he found that she was at Ravenna, and followed her there, only to find her startlingly ill in a rather secluded lodging by the sea. She explained to him that she had only come there for the boy's sake, for that he wanted a little change, and her servant had told her that Ravenna was particularly healthy. The woman had been born there, she said. Drummond was very angry and loud about the matter. The woman wants to come here after her people, I suppose. Confound her! It is one of the worst fever holes in Europe. You should come away at once. I should like to do so, I'm sure, she said, but I feel too ill to move. And indeed she seemed so. Drummond went away after her servant and came back telling her that he had scolded the woman, that she was going to be ill, and that there was no danger. It appears that the woman deceived them on that point. Mrs. Arnauld was very ill indeed, and Drummond was evidently terrified. The woman Carlina told him that she would be delirious for a few days. She became so, and sunk into a lethargy. Once she seemed so nearly gone that he said to Carlina, in a way very different from his ordinary business one, "If she dies, I'll kill you." She did not die. She lingered on into a slow return to consciousness. She asked for her child, but she was told that it was dangerous for him to come near her. The necessity for breaking the truth to her came at last. The child had caught the fever from her and had died. She relapsed into delirium and imbecility for a time. The first day she was in good health enough to travel. She insisted on going straight to England as soon as she had put a stone on the grave of the boy. She was perfectly resolute about it, though Drummond rather urged her not to undertake the journey. Nothing could turn her, and to England she came in his company and went straight to Lord Festiniog asking his protection. He saw no reason why he should not grant it, and so gave his consent, which was by no means necessary, to her entering a society of religious ladies which had become known to his eccentric son in one of his religious experiments. Here she lived for some years unmolested, and almost happy. Her dead child was always before her, certainly, but he was in heaven, so she thought how wicked it was for her to mourn him. He could not always have been a child, but must have grown to be a man, and although her husband Illtyd was a saint, still all men were not satisfactory. He might have grown into a Drummond, and that would not have pleased her, kind as he was. Lord Rhyder and his very charming wife frequently saw her. Her guilt was so apparently innocent that they thought of it very little. Once Lord Rhyder, in one of his religious moods, spoke to her about it and expressed himself glad to see how entirely she'd repented. "My guilt," she said. "I'm not guilty. My poor Saint Illtyd made a most innocent mistake, that's all. You must not use that word again to me, my lord." And she rose and looked at him in a way he did not like. "Come," he said, "do not call me my lord. Call me Gervase. Do not let us quarrel. Are you happy here?" "Yes. I shall go into the world no more, I think. My mother and the rest of my relations left me soon after. Well, you know what I mean." "So I understood," said Lord Rhyder. "You have, I suppose, given the money you have to the sisterhood. Not that I'm likely to care about it, but if you have made any deed of gift in this direction, you might feel yourself, as it were, bound to stay here. If you desire to go once more into the world, I assure you that we will take the greatest care that you have ample means, even in case of your marrying again." "That's very nobly said, Gervase," she replied, "but I have kept what money I have entirely in my own hands." "Then you will not be beholden to us in any way?" "If it becomes necessary, yes. At present, no." And on these terms they remained. Her money was part of it laid out in mortgage, and one of her mortgagers died. Her lawyer, who had been her husband's, was no other than her old friend Drummond. It was necessary that she should go to London and see him. End of chapter 1.
Psalm 17. King James Version. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Psalm 17. Hear the right, O Lord. Attend unto my cry. Give ear unto my prayer that goeth not out of feigned lips. Let my sentence come forth from thy presence. Let thine eyes behold the things that are equal. Thou hast proved mine heart. Thou hast visited me in the night. Thou hast tried me, and shalt find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth shall not transgress. Concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Hold up my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me, O God. Incline thine ear unto me, and hear my speech. Show thy marvelous loving kindness, O thou that savest by thy right hand them which put their trust in thee from those that rise up against them. Keep me as the apple of the eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wings. From the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies who compass me about. They are enclosed in their own fat. With their mouth they speak proudly. They have now compassed us in our steps. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth, like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a young lion lurking in secret places. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down, deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword, from men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. As for me, I will behold thy face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I awake with thy likeness. End of Psalm 17.
The Revelation of St. John the Divine, Chapter 17, King James Version. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And there came one of the 7 angels, which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-coloured beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet colour, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, and when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman, and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou sawest was, and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth. And there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was, and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have 1 mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings. And they that are with him are called, and chosen, and faithful. And he saith unto me, The waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are peoples, and multitudes, and nations, and tongues. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. For God hath put in their hearts to fulfil his will, and to agree, and give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. And the woman which thou sawest is that great city, which reigneth over the kings of the earth. End of the Revelation of St. John the Divine, chapter 17, King James Version. Read by Algie Pug.
Roman ou On n'est pas sérieux quand on a 17 ans. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On n'est pas sérieux quand on a 17 ans. Un beau soir, foin des box et de la limonade, des cafés tapageurs aux lustres éclatants. On va sous les tilleuls verts de la promenade. Les tilleuls sentent bon dans les bons soirs de juin. L'air est parfois si doux qu'on ferme la paupière. Le vent chargé de bruit, la ville n'est pas loin, a des parfums de vigne et des parfums de bière. Voilà qu'on aperçoit un tout petit chiffon d'azur sombre, encadré d'une petite branche, piqué d'une mauvaise étoile qui se fond avec de doux frissons, petite et toute blanche. Nuit de juin, 17 ans, on se laisse griser. La sève et du champagne et vous monte à la tête. On divague, on se sent aux lèvres un baiser qui palpite, là, comme une petite bête. Le cœur fou Robinson à travers les romans, lorsque, dans la clarté d'un pâle réverbère, passe une demoiselle au petit air charmant, sous l'ombre du faux col effrayant de son père. Et, comme elle vous trouve immensément naïf, tout en faisant trotter ses petites bottines, elle se tourne, alerte et d'un mouvement vif. Sur vos lèvres alors meurent les cavatines. Vous êtes amoureux, loué jusqu'au mois d'août. Vous êtes amoureux, vous sonnez la font rire. Tous vos amis s'en vont, vous êtes mauvais goût. Puis, l'adoré, un soir, a daigné vous écrire. Ce soir-là, vous rentrez aux cafés éclatants. Vous demandez des box ou de la limonade. On n'est pas sérieux quand on a 17 ans et qu'on a des tilleuls verts sur la promenade. End of roman ou On n'est pas sérieux quand on a 17 ans. Read by Isade, France, 2022.
The Secret Doctrine, Volume 1, Part 3, Section 17, by Madame Helena Blavatsky. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Addenda on Occult and Modern Science. Section 17. Summary of the position. The reader has had the whole case presented to him from both sides, and it remains with him to decide whether its summary stands in our favor or not. If there were such a thing as a void, a vacuum in nature, one ought to find it produced, according to a physical law, in the minds of helpless admirers of the lights of science, who pass their time in mutually destroying their teachings. If ever the theory that two lights make darkness found its application, it is in this case, where one half of the lights imposes its forces and modes of motion on the belief of the faithful, and the other half opposes the very existence of the same. Ether, matter, energy, the sacred hypostatical trinity, the three principles of the truly unknown God of science, called by them physical nature. Theology is taken to task and ridiculed for believing in the union of three persons in one Godhead, one God as to substance, three persons as to individuality, and we are laughed at for our belief in unproved and unprovable doctrines, in angels and devils, gods and spirits, and indeed that which made the scientists win the day over theology in the great conflict between religion and science was precisely the argument that neither the identity of that substance nor the triple individuality claimed, after having been conceived, invented, and worked out in the depths of theological consciousness, could be proved to exist by any scientific inductive process of reasoning, least of all by the evidence of our senses. Religion must perish, it is said, because it teaches mysteries. Mystery is the negation of common sense, and science repels it. According to Mr. Tyndall, metaphysics is fiction like poetry. The man of science takes nothing on trust, rejects everything that is not proven to him, while the theologian accepts everything on blind faith. The theosophist and the occultist, who take nothing on trust, not even exact science, the spiritualist who denies dogma but believes in spirits and in invisible but potent influences, all share in the same contempt. Very well, then, what we have to do now is to examine for the last time whether exact science does not act precisely in the same way as do theosophy, spiritualism, and theology. In a work by Mr. S. Lang, considered a standard book on science and modern thought, the author of which, according to the laudatory review of the Times, quote, exhibits with much power and effect the immense discoveries of science, and its numerous victories over old opinions, whether they have the rashness to challenge conclusions with it, end quote. We read as follows. What is the material universe composed of? Ether, matter, energy. We stop to ask what is ether, and Mr. Lang answers in the name of science, quote, ether is not actually known to us by any test of which the senses can take cognizance, but is a sort of mathematical substance which we are compelled to assume in order to account for the phenomena of light and heat, end quote. And what is matter? Do you know more about it than you do about the hypothetical agent ether? Quote, in perfect strictness, it is true that chemical investigations can tell us nothing directly of the composition of living matter, and it is also in strictness true that we know nothing about the compositions of any material body whatever, as it is. End quote. And energy? Surely you can define the third person of the trinity of your material universe? We can take the answer from any book on physics. Energy is that which is only known to us by its effects. Pray explain, for this is rather hazy. Quote, in mechanics there is actual and potential energy, work actually performed, and the capacity for performing it. As to the nature of molecular energy or forces, the various phenomena which bodies present show that their molecules are under the influence of two contrary forces, one which tends to bring them together and the other to separate them. The first force is called molecular attraction. The second force is due to the vis viva, or moving force." End quote. Just so, it is the nature of this moving force, of this vis viva, that we want to know. What is it? "We do not know," is the invariable answer. "It is an empty shadow of my imagination," explains Mr. Huxley in his Physical Basis of Life. Thus the whole structure of modern science is built on a kind of mathematical abstraction, on a protean substance which eludes the senses, du bois Raymond, and on effects, the shadowy and elusive will-o'-the-wisps of a something entirely unknown to and beyond the reach of science, self-moving atoms, self-moving suns, planets, and stars. But who then, or what, are they all, if they are self-endowed with motion? Why then should you, physicists, laugh at and deride our self-moving archaeus? Mystery is rejected and scorned by science, and as Father Felix has truly said, quote, "She cannot escape it. Mystery is the fatality of science." End quote. The language of the French preacher is ours, and we quote it in Isis Unveiled. Who, he asks, who of you men of science, quote, has been able to penetrate the secret of the formation of a body, the generation of a single atom? What is there, I will not say at the center of a sun, but at the center of an atom? Who has sounded to the bottom the abyss in a grain of sand? The grain of sand, gentlemen, has been studied 4,000 years by science. She's turned and returned it. She divides it and subdivides it. She torments it with her experiments. She vexes it with her questions to snatch from it the final word as to its secret constitution. She asks it with an insatiable curiosity, "Shall I divide thee infinitesimally?" Then, suspended over this abyss, science hesitates. She stumbles. She feels dazzled. She becomes dizzy, and in despair says, "I do not know." But if you are so fatally ignorant of the genesis and hidden nature of a grain of sand, how should you have an intuition as to the generation of a single living being? Whence in the living being does life come? Where does it commence? What is the life principle? End quote. Do the men of science deny all these charges? By no means, for here is a confession of Tyndall, which shows how powerless is science even over the world of matter. Quote, "The first marshalling of the atoms on which all subsequent action depends baffles a keener power than that of the microscope, through pure excess of complexity, and long before observation can have any voice in the matter, the most highly trained intellect, the most refined and disciplined imagination retires in bewilderment from the contemplation of the problem. We're struck dumb by an astonishment which no microscope can relieve, doubting not only the power of our instrument, but even whether we ourselves possess the intellectual elements which will ever enable us to grapple with the ultimate structural energies of nature." End quote. How little is known of the material universe, indeed, has now been suspected for years on the very admissions of these men of science themselves. And now there are some materialists who would even make away with ether, or whatever science calls the infinite substance, the noumenon of which the Buddhists call Svabhavat, as well as with atoms, too dangerous both on account of their ancient philosophical and their present Christian and theological associations. From the earliest philosophers whose records passed to posterity down to our present age, which, if it denies invisible beings in space, can never be so insane as to deny a plenum of some sort, the fullness of the universe has been an accepted belief. And what it was said to contain one learns from Hermes Trismegistus in Dr. Anna Kingsford's able rendering, who is made to say, quote, "Concerning the void, my judgment is that it does not exist, that it never has existed, and that it never will exist, for all the various parts of the universe are filled, as the earth also is complete and full of bodies, differing in quality and in form, having their species and their magnitude, one larger, one smaller, one solid, one tenuous. The larger are easily perceived, the smaller are difficult to apprehend or altogether invisible. We know only of their existence by the sensation of feeling, wherefore many persons deny such entities to be bodies and regard them as simply spaces. But it is impossible there should be such spaces, for if indeed there should be anything outside the universe, then it would be a space occupied by intelligible beings analogous to the universe's divinity. I speak of the genii, for I hold they dwell with us, and of the heroes who dwell above us, between the earth and the higher airs, wherein are neither clouds nor any tempest." And we hold it too, only as already remarked, no Eastern initiate would speak of spheres above us, between the earth and the airs, even the highest, as there is no such division or measurement in occult speech, no above as no below, but an eternal within two other withins, or the planes of subjectivity merging gradually into that of terrestrial objectivity, this being for man the last one, his own plane. This necessary explanation may be closed here by giving, in the words of Hermes, the belief on this particular point of the whole world of mystics. "There are many orders of the gods, and in all there is an intelligible part. It is not to be supposed they do not come within the range of our senses. On the contrary, we perceive them, better even than those which are called visible. There are then gods, superior to all appearances. After them come the gods whose principle is spiritual. These gods, being sensible, in conformity with their double origin, manifest all things by a sensible nature, each of them illuminating his works one by another. The supreme being of heaven, or of all that is comprehended under this name, is Zeus, for it is by heaven that Zeus gives life to all things. The supreme being of the sun is light, for it is by the disk of the sun that we receive the benefit of the light. The 36 horoscopes of the fixed stars have for supreme being, or prince, him whose name is Pantomorphos, or having all forms, because he gives divine forms to diverse types. The 7 planets, or wandering spheres, have for supreme spirits Fortune and Destiny, who uphold the eternal stability of the laws of nature throughout incessant transformation and perpetual agitation. The ether is the instrument or medium by which all is produced." This is quite philosophical and in accordance with the spirit of Eastern esotericism, for all the forces, such as light, heat, electricity, etc., are called the gods, esoterically. This indeed must be so, since the esoteric teachings in Egypt and India were identical, and therefore the personification of Fohat, synthesizing all the manifesting forces in nature, is a legitimate result. Moreover, as will be shown later, the real and occult forces in nature only now begin to be known, and even in this case by heterodox, not orthodox science, though their existence, in one instance at any rate, is corroborated and certified by an immense number of educated people, and even by some official men of science. The statement, moreover, in stanza 6, that Fohat sets in motion the primordial world germs, or the aggregation of cosmic atoms and matter, some one way, some the other way, in the opposite direction, looks orthodox and scientific enough, for there is, at all events, in support of this position, one fact fully recognized by science, and it is this: the meteoric showers, periodical in November and August, belong to a system moving in an elliptical orbit around the sun. The aphelion of this ring is 1,732 millions of miles beyond the orbit of Neptune. Its plane is inclined to the Earth's orbit at an angle of 64 degrees 3 minutes, and the direction of the meteoric swarm moving round this orbit is contrary to that of the Earth's revolution. This fact, recognized only in 1833, shows it to be the modern rediscovery of what was very anciently known. Fohat turns with his 2 hands in contrary directions the seed and the curds, or cosmic matter. In clearer language, is turning particles in a highly attenuated condition, and nebulae. Outside the boundaries of the solar system it is other suns, and especially the mysterious central sun, the abode of the invisible deity, as some reverend gentlemen have called it, that determines the motion and the direction of bodies. That motion serves also to differentiate the homogeneous matter round and between the several bodies into elements and sub-elements unknown to our earth, and these are regarded by modern science as distinct individual elements, whereas they are merely temporary appearances, changing with every small cycle within the Manvantara, some esoteric works calling them Kalpic masks. Fohat is the key in occultism which opens and unriddles the multiform symbols and allegories in the so-called mythology of every nation, demonstrating the wonderful philosophy and the deep insight into the mysteries of nature contained in the Egyptian and Chaldean as well as in the Aryan religions. Fohat, shown in his true character, proves how deeply versed were all those prehistoric nations in every science of nature, now called the physical and chemical branches of natural philosophy. In India, Fohat is the scientific aspect of both Vishnu and Indra, the latter older and more important in the Rig Veda than his sectarian successor, while in Egypt Fohat was known as Tum, issued of Nut, or Osiris in his character of a primordial god, creator of heaven and of beings. For Tum is spoken of as the protean god who generates other gods and gives himself the form he likes, the master of life giving their vigor to the gods. He is the overseer of the gods and he who creates spirits and gives them shape and life. He is the north wind and the spirit of the west, and finally the setting sun of life, or the vital electric force that leaves the body at death, wherefore the defunct begs that Tum should give him the breath from his right nostril, positive electricity, that he might live in his second form. Both the hieroglyph and the text of chapter 42 in the Book of the Dead show the identity of Tum and Fohat. The former represents a man standing erect with the hieroglyph of the breaths in his hands. The latter says, quote, I open to the chief of An, Heliopolis. I am Tum. I cross the waters built by Thot-Hapi, the lord of the horizon, and am divider of the earth. Fohat divides space and with his sons the earth into 7 zones. I cross the heavens. I am the 2 lions. I am Ra. I am Am. I eat my air. I glide on the soil of the field of An-Ru, given me by the master of limitless eternity. I am a germ of eternity. I am Tum, to whom eternity is accorded. The very words used by Fohat in the 11th book, and the very titles given him in the Egyptian papyri, the whole cosmogony of the secret doctrine, is found scattered about in isolated sentences, even in the Book of the Dead. Number 7 is quite as much insisted upon and emphasized therein as in the Book of Zion. The great water, the deep or chaos, is said to be 7 cubits deep. Cubics standing here, of course, for divisions, zones, and principles. Therein, in the Great Mother, all the gods and the 7 great ones are born. Both Fohat and Tum are addressed as the great ones of the 7 magic forces, who conquer the serpent Apap, or matter. No student of occultism, however, ought to be betrayed by the usual phraseology used in the translations of Hermetic works into believing that the ancient Egyptians or Greeks spoke of and referred, monk-like, at every moment in conversation to a supreme being, God, the one Father and Creator of all, etc., in the way found on every page of such translations. No such thing indeed, and those texts are not the original Egyptian texts. They are Greek compilations, the earliest of which does not go beyond the early period of Neoplatonism. No Hermetic work written by Egyptians, as we may see by the Book of the Dead, would speak of the one universal God of the monotheistic systems. The one absolute cause of all was as unnameable and unpronounceable in the mind of the ancient philosopher of Egypt as it is forever unknowable in the conception of Mr. Herbert Spencer. As for the Egyptian in general, as M. Maspero well remarks, whenever he, quote, arrived at the notion of divine unity, the God one was never God simply. M. Lepage Renouf very justly observed that the word Nuta, Nuti, God, had never ceased to be a generic name to become a personal one. End quote. Every God was the one living and unique God with them. Quote, their monotheism was purely geographical. If the Egyptian of Memphis proclaimed the unity of Ptah to the exclusion of Ammon, the Theban Egyptian proclaimed the unity of Ammon to the exclusion of Ptah, as we now see done in India in the case of the Shaivas and the Vaishnavas. Ra, the one god at Heliopolis, is not the same as Osiris, the one god at Abydos, and can be worshipped side by side with him, without being absorbed by him. The one god is but the god of the nome, or the city, Nutur, Nuti, and does not exclude the existence of the one god of the neighboring town or nome. In short, whenever we are speaking of Egyptian monotheism, we ought to speak of the gods one of Egypt, and not of the one God." End quote. It is by this feature, preeminently Egyptian, that the authenticity of the various so-called Hermetic books ought to be tested, and it is totally absent from the Greek fragments known under this name. This proves that a Greek Neoplatonic, or perhaps a Christian hand, had no small share in the editing of such works. Of course, the fundamental philosophy is there, and in many a place intact, but the style has been altered and smoothed in a monotheistic direction, as much, if not more, than that of the Hebrew Genesis in its Greek and Latin translations. They may be Hermetic works, but not works written by either of the two Hermes, or rather by Thought Hermes, the directing intelligence of the universe, or by Thought, his terrestrial incarnation called Trismegistus of the Rosetta Stone. But all is doubt, negation, iconoclasm, and brutal indifference in our age of 100 isms and no religion. Every idol is broken save the golden calf. Unfortunately, no nation or nations can escape their karmic fate, any more than can units and individuals. History itself is dealt with by the so-called historians as unscrupulously as legendary lore. For this Augustin Thierry has made the amende honorable, if one may believe his biographers. He deplored the erroneous principle that made all the would-be historiographers lose their way, and each presume to correct tradition, quote, "that vox populi, which 9 times out of 10 is vox Dei," end quote. And he finally admitted that in legend alone rests real history, for he adds, quote, "legend is living tradition, and 3 times out of 4 it is truer than what we call history," end quote. While materialists deny everything in the universe save matter, archaeologists are trying to dwarf antiquity and seek to destroy every claim of ancient wisdom by tampering with chronology. Our present-day Orientalists and historical writers are to ancient history that which the white ants are to the buildings in India. More dangerous even than those termites, the modern archaeologists, the authorities of the future in the matter of universal history, are preparing for the history of past nations the fate of certain edifices in tropical countries. As said Michelet, quote, "History will tumble down and break into atoms in the lap of the 20th century, devoured to its foundations by her annalists." End quote. Very soon, indeed, under their combined efforts, it will share the fate of those ruined cities in both Americas, which lie deeply buried under impassable virgin forests. Historical facts will remain concealed from view by the inextricable jungles of modern hypotheses, denials, and skepticism. But very happily actual history repeats herself, for she proceeds like everything else in cycles, and dead facts and events deliberately drowned in the sea of modern skepticism will ascend once more and reappear on the surface. In Volume 2, the very fact that a work with pretensions to philosophy, which is also an exposition of the most abstruse problems, has to be commenced by tracing the evolution of mankind from what are regarded as supernatural beings, spirits, will arouse the most malevolent criticism. Believers in and the defenders of the secret doctrine, however, will have to bear the accusation of madness and worse, as philosophically as for long years already the writer has done. Whenever a theosophist is taxed with insanity, he ought to reply by quoting from Montesquieu's Lettres Personnes, quote, "By opening so freely their lunatic asylums to their supposed madmen, men only seek to assure each other that they are not themselves mad." End quote. End of Section 17 of Volume 1, Book 3 of The Secret Doctrine, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2022.
A 17th-Century Story by A. Milne. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Garfield D'Souza. A 17th-Century Story. There is a story in every name in that first column of the Times. Births, marriages, and deaths, down which we glance each morning. But, unless the name is known to us, we do not bother about the stories of other people. They are those not very interesting people, our contemporaries. But in a country churchyard, a name on an old tombstone will set us wondering a little. What sort of life came to an end there 100 years ago? In the parish register, we shall find the whole history of them. When they were born, when they were married, how many children they had, when they died, a skeleton of their lives which we can clothe with our fancies and make living again. Simple lives we make them in that pleasant countryside. Man comes and tills the field and lies beneath. That is all. Simple work, simple pleasures, and a simple death. Of course we are wrong. There were passions and pains in those lives, tragedies perhaps. The tombstones and the registers say nothing of them, or if they say it, it is in a cipher to which we have not the key. Yet sometimes the key is almost in our hands. Here is a story from the register of a village church. 4 entries only, but they hide a tragedy which, with a little imagination, we can almost piece together for ourselves. The first entry is a marriage. John Meadows of Little Haw Manor, bachelor, took Mary Field to wife, both of this parish, on 7th November 1681. There were no children of the marriage. Indeed, it only lasted a year. A year later, on 12th November 1682, John died and was buried. Poor Mary Meadows was now alone at the manor. We picture her sitting there in her loneliness, broken-hearted, refusing to be comforted. Until we come to the third entry. John has only been in his grave a month, but here is the third entry telling us that on 12th December 1682, Robert Cliff, bachelor, was married to Mary Meadows, widow. It spoils our picture of her. And then the fourth entry. It is the fourth entry which reveals a tragedy, which makes us wonder what is the story hidden away in the parish register of Little Haw, the mystery of Little Haw Manor. For here is another death, the death of Mary Cliff. And Mary Cliff died on 13th December 1682. And she was buried in unconsecrated ground, for Mary Cliff, we must suppose, had killed herself. She had killed herself on the day after her marriage to her second husband. Well, what is the story? We shall have to make it up for ourselves. Here is my rendering of it. I have no means of finding out if it is the correct one, but it seems to fit itself within the facts as we know them. Mary Field was the daughter of well-to-do parents, an only child, and the most desirable bride from the worldly point of view in the village. No wonder, then, that her parents' choice of a husband for her fell upon the most desirable bridegroom of the village, John Meadows. The Fields' land adjoined Little Haw Manor. One day the child of John and Mary would own it all. Let a marriage, then, be arranged. But Mary loved Robert Cliff wholeheartedly. Robert, a man of no standing at all. A ridiculous notion, said her parents, but the silly girl would grow out of it. She was taken by a handsome face. Once she was safely wedded to John, she would forget her foolishness. John might not be handsome, but he was a solid, steady fellow, which was more, much more, as it turned out, than could be said for Robert. So John and Mary married. But she still loved Robert. Did she kill her husband? Did she and Robert kill him together? or did she only hasten his death by a neglect of him in some illness? Did she dare him to ride some devil of a horse which she knew he could not master? Did she taunt him into some foolhardy feat, or did she deliberately kill him, with or without her lover's aid? I cannot guess, but of this I am certain. His death was on her conscience. Directly or indirectly, she was responsible for it, or at any rate felt herself responsible for it. But she would not think of it too closely. She had room for only one thought in her mind. She was mistress of Littlehorn Manor now, and free to marry whom she wished. Free at last to marry Robert. Whatever had been done had been worth doing for that. So she married him, and then, so I read the story, she discovered the truth. Robert had never loved her. He had wanted to marry the rich Miss Field, that was all. Still more, he had wanted to marry the rich Mrs. Meadows. He was quite callous about it. She might as well know the truth now as later. It would save trouble in the future, if she knew. So Mary killed herself. She had murdered John for nothing. Whatever her responsibility for John's death, in the bitterness of that discovery, she would call it murder. She had a murder on her conscience for love's sake, and there was no love. What else to do but follow John? Is that the story? I wonder. End of a 17th century story.
Die 17-Jährige auf dem Balle by Louise Hensel. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 17-Jährige auf dem Balle. Du liebst mich, weil durch braunes Haar sich schlingt der grüne Lebenskranz, weil frisch und voll der Wangen Paar und leicht der Fuß sich hebt im Tanz. O, armer Jüngling, wisse, bald ist all das hin, was du geliebt, geknickt die blühende Gestalt, die jetzt den Zauber auf dich übt. Denn eine Blume bin ich nur, und kurz ist alles Erdenblühn. Drum suche ewiger Schönheit Spur, ihr weihe deines Herzens glühn. Sieh, wenig Lenze gehn ins Tal, und hin ist dieser Augen Schein, gewelkt der Mund, die Wange fahl, man sargt die kalte Hülle ein. Und nur das Kreuz am Hügelrand sagt, dass ein Leben hier geblüht, und betend faltet wohl die Hand der Pilger, der vorüberzieht. End of Die 17-Jährige auf dem Balle.
Sonnet 17 by William Shakespeare, read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Caveat. Sonnet 17. Who will believe my verse in time to come, if it were filled with your most high deserts? Though yet heaven knows it is but as a tomb which hides your life, and shows not half your parts. If I could write the beauty of your eyes, and in fresh numbers number all your graces, the age to come would say, this poet lies. Such heavenly touches ne'er touched earthly faces. So should my papers, yellowed with their age, be scorned like old men of less truth than tongue, and your true rights be termed a poet's rage and stretched metre of an antique song. But were some child of yours alive at that time, you should live twice, in it and in my rhyme. End of Sonnet 17.
Sonnet 17 by Sir Philip Sidney. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. His mother dear Cupid offended late, because that Mars grew slacker in her love. With pricking shot he did not throughly move to keep the pace of their first loving state. The boy refused for fear of Mars's hate, who threatened stripes if he his wrath did prove. But she in chafe him from her lap did shove, break bow, break shafts, where Cupid weeping sate, till that his grandam, nature, pitying it, of Stellar's brows made him 2 better bows, and in her eyes of arrows infinite. Oh, how for joy he leaps, oh, how he crows, and straight therewith, like wags new got to play, falls to shrewd turns, and I was in his way. End of Sonnet 17.
The Stamp-Act Riot of 1765 by Joel T. Headley. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thorough understanding of the principles of liberty by the people, the Stamp Act, how viewed by the colonist, Colden strengthens Fort George in alarm, arrival of the stamps, how the news was received by the Sons of Liberty, a bold placard, stamp distributor frightened, patriotic action of the merchants, public demonstration against the Stamp Act, Colden takes refuge in the fort, dare not fire on the people at the gate demand the stamps, Colden and Lord Bute hung in effigy, Colden's coach house broken open, the images placed in the coach and dragged with shouts through the streets, hung again inside of the fort, a bonfire made of the fence around Bowling Green and the governor's carriages, while the garrison looked silently on. Prejudice against coaches. Major James' house sacked. Great joy and demonstration at the repeal of the Stamp Act. Celebration of the King's birthday. Loyalty of the people. Mutiny Act. A riot becomes a great rebellion. At the present day, when personal ambition takes the place of patriotism, and love of principle gives way to love of party, when the success of the latter is placed above constitutional obligations and popular rights, one seems, as he turns back to our early history, to be transported to another age of the world and another race of beings. Nothing shows how thoroughly understood by the common people were the principles of liberty, and with what keen penetration they saw through all shams and specious reasoning. Then they decided, nay, fierce stand they took against the Stamp Act. This was nothing more than our present law requiring a governmental stamp on all public and business paper to make it valid. The only difference is the former was levying a tax without representation. In other words, without the consent of the governed. The colonies assembled in Congress condemned it. Hence the open, violent opposition to it by the people rises above the level of a common riot, and partakes more of the nature of a righteous revolution. Still it was a riot, and exhibited the lawless features of one. The news of the determination of the English government to pass the Stamp Act raised a storm of indignation throughout the colonies, from Massachusetts to South Carolina, and it was denounced as an oppressive, unrighteous, tyrannical measure. From the wayside tavern and the pulpit alike, it was attacked with unsparing severity. The government, however, thought it a mere ebullition of feeling that would not dare exhibit itself in open opposition. Nor does this confidence seem strong when we remember the weakness of the colonies on the one side and the strength of an organized government, with the law enforced both, on the other. Cadwallader Colden, a Scottish by birth and a clergyman by profession, was at that time acting governor of New York, and to guard against any resort to force on the part of the people when the stamps should arrive, had Fort George on the Battery, reinforced by a regiment from Crown Point, its magazines replenished and ramparts strengthened, and its guns trained on the town. The people saw all this and understood its import, but it had the opposite effect from that which was intended, for instead of overawing the people, it exasperated them. At length, in October 1765, a ship with the British colors flying came sailing up the bay and anchored off Fort George. In a short time the startling tidings was circulated that she brought a quantity of stamps. It was like sounding an alarm bell, and the streets became thronged with excited men, while all the provincial vessels in the harbor lowered their colors to half-mast in token of mourning. In anticipation of this event, an organization had been formed called Sons of Liberty. They at once assembled and resolved at all hazards to get hold of those stamps. They had caused the act itself to be hawked about the streets as the folly of England and the ruin of America, and now they determined to measure their strength with the governor of the colony. That night, when the town was wrapped in slumber, they quietly affixed on the doors of every public office and on corners of the streets the following placard: Pro Patria. The first man that either distributes or makes use of stamped paper, let him take care of his house, persons, and effects. Vox Populi. We dare. To the stamp distributors they said, assure yourselves the spirit of Brutus and Cassius is yet alive. We will not submit to the Stamp Act upon any account or in any instance. McEvers, the head stamp distributor, frightened by the bold, determined attitude of the people, refused to receive the stamps, and Golden had them sent for greater safety to Fort George. He had written to the British Secretary, I am resolved to have the stamps distributed. But the people were equally resolved they should not be. Still, on the 30th day of October, he and all the royal governors took the oath to carry the Stamp Act into effect, but they soon discovered that they could find no one bold enough to act as distributor. All along the sea-coast, in every part of the colonies, the people were aroused in either assembling quietly or called together by the ringing of bells and firing of cannon, presented such a united, determined front that not one person remained duly commissioned to distribute stamps. On the last day of October, the merchants of New York came together and bound themselves to send no new orders for goods or merchandise to countermand all former orders, and not even receive goods on commission unless the Stamp Act be repealed. That is, give up commerce at once, with all its wealth and benefits, rather than submit to a tax of a few shillings on paper. Friday, the 1st of November, was the day fixed upon for a public demonstration of the people throughout the colonies against it, and never dawned a morning more pregnant with the fate not only of a nation, but of the world. From New Hampshire to South Carolina, it was ushered in by the tolling of muffled bells, the firing of minute guns, and flags hung at a half-mast. Eulogies were pronounced on liberty, and everywhere people left their shops and fields and gathered in excited throngs to discuss the great question of taxation. Even the children at their games, though hardly able to speak, caught up the general chorus and went along the streets merrily caroling, "Liberty, property, and no stamps." Footnote Bancroft. In New York the uprising was terrific, for the population rushed together as one man, as Gage, the commander of Fort George, said, by thousands. The sailors flocked in from the vessels, the farmers from the country, and the shouts and ringing of bells and firing of cannon made the city fairly tremble. Colden was terrified at the storm that was raised, and took refuge in the fort. An old man, bent and bowed with the weight of 80 years, he tottered nervously to the shelter of its guns, and ordered up a detachment of Marines from a ship of war in port for his protection. In his indignation, he wanted to fire on the people, and the black muzzles of the cannon pointing on the town had an ominous look. Whether he had threatened to do so by a message, we do not know. At any rate, the people either suspected his determination or got wind of it, for during the day an unknown person handed in at the fort gate a note telling him if he did, the people would hang him, like Porteous in Edinburgh, on a signpost. He wisely forbore to give the order, for if he had not, his grey hairs would have streamed from a gibbet. At length the day of turmoil wore away, and night came on, but with it no diminution of the excitement. Soon as it was dark, the Sons of Liberty, numbering thousands, surged tumultuously up around the fort, and demanded that the stamps should be given up, that they might be destroyed. Colleen bluntly refused, when with loud defiant shouts they left, and went up Broadway to the field, the present park, where they erected a gibbet and hanged on it Colleen in effigy, and beside him a figure holding a boot, some said to represent the devil, others Lord Bute, of whom the boot, by a pun on his name, showed for whom the effigy was designed. The demonstration had now become a riot, and the Sons of Liberty degenerated into a mob. The feeling that had been confined to words all day must now have some outlet. A torchlight procession was formed, and the scaffold and images taken down and borne on men's shoulders along Broadway towards the Battery. The glare of flaring lights on the buildings and the faces of the excited crowds, the shouts and hurrahs that made night hideous, called out the entire population, which gazed in amazement on the strange wild spectacle. They boldly carried the scaffold and effigies to within a few feet of the gate of the fort, and knocked audaciously for admission. Isaac Sears was the leader of those Sons of Liberty. Finding themselves unable to gain admittance, they went to the governor's carriage house and took out his elegant coach, and placing the two effigies in it, dragged it by hand around the streets by the light of torches, amid the jeers and shouts of the multitude. Becoming at last tired of this amusement, they returned towards the fort, and erected a second gallows, on which they hung the effigies the second time. All this time the cannon, shotted and primed, lay silent on their carriages, while the soldiers from the ramparts looked wondering idly on. General Gage did not dare to fire on the people, fearing they would sleep like an inundation over the ramparts, when he knew a general massacre would follow. The mob now tore down the wooden fence that surrounded Bowling Green, and piling pickets and boards together, set them on fire. As the flames crackled and roared in the darkness, they pitched on the governor's coach with a scaffold and effigies, then hastening to his carriage house again, and dragging out a one-horse chaise, 2 sleighs, and other vehicles, hauled them to the fire, and threw them on, making a conflagration that illumined the waters of the bay and the ships riding at anchor. This was a galling spectacle to the old governor and the British officers, but they dare not interfere. What was the particular animosity against those carriages does not appear, though it was the only property of the governor they destroyed, unless they were a sign of that aristocratic pride which sought to enslave them. There were at this time not a half-dozen coaches in the city, and they naturally became the symbols of bloated pride. It is said the feeling was so strong against them that a wealthy Quaker named Murray, who lived out of town near where the distributing reservoir now is, kept one to ride downtown in, yet dared not call it a coach, but a leathern convenience. Although Sears and other leaders of the Sons of Liberty tried to restrain the mob, their blood was now up, and they were bent on destruction. Having witnessed the conflagration of the governor's carriages, they again marched up Broadway, and someone shouting, "James House!" The crowd took up the shout, streamed through the open country to where West Broadway now is, and near the corner of Anthony Street. This James was major of the Royal Artillery, and had made himself obnoxious to the people by taking a conspicuous part in putting the fort into a state of defense. He had a beautiful residence here, which the mob completely gutted, broke up his elegant furniture, destroyed his library and works of art, and laid waste his ornamented grounds. They then dispersed, and the city became quiet. The excitement was, however, not quelled. The people had not yet got hold of the stamps, which they were determined to have. Colden, having seen enough of the spirit of the Sons of Liberty, was afraid to risk another night, even in the fort, unless it was in some way appeased, and so the day after the riot he had a large placard posted up, stating that he should have nothing more to do with the stamps, but would leave them with Sir Henry More, the newly appointed governor, then on his way from England. This, however, did not satisfy the Sons of Liberty. They wanted the stamps themselves, and through Sears, their leader, insisted on their being given up, telling him very plainly if he did not, they would storm the fort, and they were determined to do it. The Common Council of the city now became alarmed at the ungovernable, desperate spirit of the mob, which seemed bent on blood, and begged the governor to let them be deposited in the city hall. To this he finally, though reluctantly, consented. But the feeling in the city kept at fever heat, and would remain so until the act itself was repealed. Moore, the new governor, soon arrived and assumed the reins of government. The corporation offered him the freedom of the city in a gold box, but he refused to receive it, unless upon stamped paper. It was evident he was determined to enforce the Stamp Act. But on consulting with Colden and others, and ascertaining the true state of things, he wisely abandoned his purpose, and soon made it publicly known. To appease the people still more, he dismantled the fort, which was peculiarly obnoxious to them from the threatening attitude it had been made to assume. Still, the infamous act was unrepealed, and the people refused to buy English manufactures, and the commerce languished. At length Parliament, finding that further insistence in carrying out the obnoxious act only worked mischief, had repealed it. When the news reached New York, the most unbounded joy was manifested. Bells were rung, cannons fired, and placards posted, calling on a meeting of the citizens the next day to take measures for celebrating properly the great event. At the appointed time, the people came together at Howard's Hotel, and forming a procession marched gaily to the field, and right where the City Hall now stands, then an open lot, a salute of 21 guns was fired. A grand dinner followed, at which the Sons of Liberty feasted and drank loyal toasts to His Majesty, and all went merry as a marriage bell. The city was illuminated, and bonfires turned the night into day. In a few weeks the King's birthday was celebrated with great display. A huge pile of wood was erected in the park, and an ox roasted whole for the people. Cart after cart dumped its load of beer on the ground, till 25 barrels, flanked by a huge hogshead of rum, lay in a row, presided over by men appointed to deal out the contents to the populace. A boisterous demonstration followed that almost drowned the roar of the 21 cannon that thundered forth a royal salute. As a fitting wind-up to the bacchanalian scene, at night 25 tar barrels, fastened on poles, blazed over the common, while brilliant fireworks were exhibited at Bowling Green. The feasting continued late in the night, and so delighted were the Sons of Liberty that they erected a mast inscribed, "To His Most Gracious Majesty George III, Mr. Pitt, and Liberty." A petition was also signed to erect a statue to Pitt, and the people seemed determined by this excess of loyalty to atone for their previous rebellious spirit. The joy, however, was of short duration. The news of the riots caused Parliament to pass a Mutiny Act, by which troops were to be quartered in America in sufficient numbers to put down any similar demonstration in future, a part of the expense of their support to be paid by the colonists themselves. This exasperated the Sons of Liberty, and they meant and resolved to resist this new act of oppression to the last. The troops arrived in due time, and of course collisions took place between them and the people. Matters now continued to grow worse and worse, until the Riot of the Sons of Liberty became a revolution, which dismembered the British Empire and established this great republic, the influence of which on the destiny of the world no one can predict. End of The Stamp-Act Riot of 1765, from The Great Riots of New York, 1712 to 1873, by Joel T. Headley, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Suite 17 by James Howell, read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Suite 17. Suite 17, when love is blowing and life is flowing through meadows so green, oh, give me life's pearl, a dear loving girl of Suite 17. Suite 17, that young May of life, when pleasure is rife, all morn without ain, oh, give me life's pearl, a dear loving girl of Suite 17. Suite 17, the age of Elise, just blooming to please, fond lover I ween, oh, give me life's pearl, a dear loving girl of Suite 17. Suite 17, in gossamer trim, so graceful and slim, with love's ardor kin, oh, give me life's pearl, a dear loving girl of Suite 17. Suite 17, that fountain of blisses, of love and of kisses, how happy I've been with life's richest pearl, a dear loving girl of Suite 17. End of Suite 17.
Suite 17, from The Girl of the Period and Other Social Essays by E. Lynn Linton, read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ahana Malik, Suite 17. A vast amount of poetry has always been thrown around that special time of a woman's life when, standing with reluctant feet where the brook and river meet, she is no longer a child and yet not quite a woman. That transition time between the closed bud and the full-blown flower, which we in England express by the term, among others, of Suite 17. Without meaning to be sentimental or to envelop things in a golden haze wrought by the imagination only and nowhere to be found in fact, we cannot deny the peculiar charm which belongs to a girl of this age, if she's nice and neither pert nor silly. Besides, it is not only what she is that interests us, but what she will be. For this is the time when the character is settling into its permanent form, so that the great thought of everyone connected with her is, how will she turn out? Into what kind of woman will the girl develop? And what kind of life will she make for herself? Certainly Suite 17 may be a most unlovely creature, and in fact she often is, a creature hard and forward, having lost the innocence and obedience of childhood, and having gained nothing yet of the tact and grace of womanhood. A creature whose hopes and thoughts are all centered on the time when she shall be brought out and have her fling of flirting and fine dresses with the rest. Or she may be only a gauche and giggling schoolgirl with a mind as narrow as her life, given up to the small intrigues and scandals of the dormitory and the playground. A girl who scams her lessons and cheats her masters, whose highest efforts of intellect are shown in the cleverness with which she can break the rules of the establishment without being found out, who thinks talking at forbidden times, peeping through forbidden windows, giving silly nicknames to her companions and teachers, and telling silly secrets with less truth than ingenuity in them, the greatest fun imaginable, and all the greater because of the spice of rebellion and perversity with which her folly is dashed. Or she may be a mere tomboy, regretting her sex and despising its restraints, cultivating schoolboy slang and aping schoolboy habits, ridiculing her sisters and disliked by her companions, while thinking girlhood a bore and womanhood a mistake in exact proportion to its femininity. Or she may be a budding miss, shy and awkward, with no harm in her and as little good, a mere sketch of a girl, without a leading line as yet made out, or the dominant color so much as indicated. Sometimes she's awkward in another way, being studious and preoccupied, when she passes for odd and original, and is partly feared, partly disliked, and wholly misunderstood by her own young world. And sometimes she has a cynical contempt for men and beauty and pleasure and dress, when she will make herself ridiculous by her revolt against all the canons of good taste and conventionality. But after her debut in tattered garments of severe colors and ungainly cut, she will probably end her days as a frantic fashionable, the salvation of whose soul depends on the faultless propriety of her wardrobe. The eccentricities of Sweet 17 not unfrequently revenge themselves by an exactly opposite extravagance of maturity. But though there are enough and to spare of girls according to all these patterns, the Sweet 17 of one's affections is none of them. And yet she is not always the same, but has her different presentations, her varying facets, which give her variety of charm and beauty. The best and loveliest thing about Sweet 17 is her sense of duty, for the most part a new sense. She no longer needs to be told what to do. She has not to be kept to her tasks by the fear of authority, nor the submissive grace of obedience, but of her own free will, because understanding that it is her duty, and that duty is a holier thing than self-will, she conscientiously does what she does not like to do, and cheerfully gives up what she desires without being driven or exhorted. She has generally before her mind some favorite heroine in a girl's novel who goes through much painful discipline and comes out all the brighter for it in the end. And she makes noble resolves of living as worthily as her model. She comforts her soul too, with passages from Longfellow and Tennyson and the Christian Year, and learns long extracts from Evangeline and the Idylls, poetry having an almost magical influence over her, nearly as powerful as the Sunday sermons, to which she listens so devoutly and tries so patiently to understand. For the first time, she wakes to a dim sense of her own individuality and confesses to herself that she has a life of her own, apart from and extraneous to her mere family membership. She is not only the sister or the daughter living with and for her parents or her brothers and sisters, but she is also herself, with a future of her own, not to be shared with them, not to be touched by them. And she begins to have vague dreams of this future and its hero, dreams that are as much of fairyland as if they were of the young prince coming over the sea in a golden boat to find the princess in a tower of brass waiting for him. Quite impersonal and with a hero only in the clouds, nevertheless, these dreams are suggested by the special circumstances of her life, by her favorite books, or the style of society in which she has been placed. The young prince is either a beautiful and high-souled clergyman, not unlike the young vicar or the new curate, but infinitely more beautiful, an apostle in the standing collar and single-breasted coat of the 19th century, or he is an artist in a velvet blouse and with flowing hair, living in a world of beauty such as no Philistine can imagine. Or he is a gallant sailor with blue eyes and a loose necktie, looking up to heaven in a gale and thinking of his mother and sisters at home and of the one still more beloved, when he certainly ought to be thinking of tarry ropes and coarse sailcloth. Or he is a magnificent young officer, heading his men at a charge and looking supremely well got up and handsome. This is the kind of future she dreams of when she dreams at all, which is not often. The reality of her mature life is perhaps a solid, square-set squire or a prosaic city merchant without the thinnest thread of romance in his composition, while her own life, which was to be such a lovely poem of graceful usefulness and heroic beauty, sinks into the prosaic routine of housekeeping and society, the sigh after the vanished ideal growing fainter and fainter as the weight of fact grows heavier. Married men are all sacred to sweet 17 when she's a good girl. So are engaged men. For the matter of that, she believes that nothing could induce her to marry either a widower or one who had already been engaged, as nothing could induce her to marry any man under 5'11", or with a snub nose or sandy whiskers. Sweet 17 has in general the most profound aversion for boys. To be sure, she may have her favorites, very few and very seldom, but she mostly thinks them stupid or conceited, and impartially resents either their awkward attentions to herself or their assumptions of superiority. An abnormally clever boy, the poet laureate or George Stephenson of his generation, is her detestation, because he's odd and unlike everyone else, while the one that she dislikes least among them is the school hero, who is first in the sports and takes all the prizes, and who goes through life loved by everyone and never famous. For her several brothers she has a range of entirely different feelings. Her younger schoolboy brothers she regards as the torments of her existence, whose unkempt hair, dirty boots, and rude manners are her special crosses, to be borne with patience, tempered by an active endeavor after reform. But the more advanced, and those who are older than herself, are her loves, for whom she has an enthusiastic admiration, and whose future she believes in as something specially brilliant and successful. If only slightly older or younger than herself, she impresses them powerfully with the sentiment of her superiority and patronizes them, kindly enough. But she makes them feel the ineffable supremacy of her sex, and how that she, by virtue of her womanhood, is a glorified creature beside them, an Ariel to their Caliban. Now too she begins to speak to her mother on more equal terms, to criticize her dress and to make her understand that she considers her old-fashioned and inclined to be dowdy. She ties her bonnet strings for her, arranges her cap, smartens up her old dress and compels her to buy a new one, and while considering her immeasurably ancient, likes her to look nice and thinks her in her own way beautiful. Sometimes she opposes and quarrels with her if the mother has less tact than arbitrariness, but this is not her natural state. For one of the characteristics of Sweet 17 is her love for her mother and her need of better counsel and guidance, so that if she comes into opposition with her, it is only through extreme pain, and the bitter teaching of tyranny and injustice. This is just the age indeed, when the mother's influence is everything to a girl, and when a silly and unjust or an unprincipled woman is the very ruin of her life. But with a low or evil-natured mother, we seldom see a sweet 17 worth the trouble of writing about, which shows at least one thing: the importance of the womanly influence at such a time, and how so much that we blame in our modern girls lies to the account of their mothers. Great tact is required with sweet 17 in such society as is allowed her. Care to bring her out a little without obtruding her on the world, without making her forward and consequential, and without attracting too much attention to her. She is no longer a child to be shut away in the nursery, but she is not yet entitled to the place and consideration of a member of society. And yet it would be cruel to debar her wholly from all that is going on in the house. To be sure, there is the governess, as well as mamma, to look after her manners and to give her rope enough and not too much. But by the time a girl is 17, a governess has ceased to be the autocrat ex officio, and she obeys her or not according to their respective strengths. Still, the governess or mamma is for the most part at her elbow, and sweet 17, if well brought up, is left very little to her own guidance, and sees the world only through half-open doors. Girls of this age are often wonderfully sad, and full of a kind of wondering despair at the sin and misery they are beginning to learn. They take up extreme views in religion and talk largely on the nothingness of pleasure and the emptiness of the world. And many fair young creatures, whom their elders, laden with sorrowful experience, think full of hope and joy, are ready to give up all the pleasure of life, and to lay down life itself, for very disgust of that of which they know nothing. They delight in sorrowful lamentations and sentimental regrets put into rhyme. And one of the funniest things in the world is to see a girl dancing with the merriest in the evening, and to hear her talking broken-hearted pessimism in the morning. It is merely an example of the old proverb about the meeting of extremes, vacuity leading to the same results as experience. But however she takes this unknown life, it is always in an unreal and romantic aspect. Some of more robust mind delight in the bolder stories of Greece and Rome, and wish they had played a part in the sensational heroism of those grand old times, while others go to Venice and make pictures for themselves out of the gliding gondolas and the mysterious Council of Ten, the lovely ladies with grim old fathers and high-handed brothers acting as gaolers, and the handsome cavaliers serenading them in the moonlight. That is their idea of love. They have no perception of anything warmer. It is all romance and poetry and tender glances from afar, and long and patient wooing under difficulties and a little danger, with scarce a word spoken, and nothing more expressive than a flower furtively given, or a fleeting pressure of the fingertips. They know nothing else and expect nothing else. Their cherry is without stone, their bird without bone, their orange without rind, as in the old song, and they imagine a love as unreal as all the rest. When thrown into actualities, though, say when left motherless, and the eldest girl of perhaps a large family, with a father to comfort and a young brood to see after, sweet 17 is often very beautiful in her degree and rises grandly to her position. Sometimes the burden of her responsibilities is too much for her tender shoulders, and she is overweighted and fails. Sometimes, too, she is tyrannical and selfish in such a position, and uses her power ill. And sometimes she is careless and good-humored, when they all scramble up together, through confusion, dirt, and disorder, till the close time is over and they scatter themselves abroad. Sometimes she's a martyr and makes herself and everyone else uncomfortable by the perpetual demonstration of her martyrdom, and how she considers herself sacrificed and put upon. Indeed, she is not unfrequently a martyr from other causes than heavy duties, being fond of adopting unworkable views which cannot run in the family groove anyhow. If she falls upon this rock, she is in her glory, youth being marvelously proud of voluntary crucifixion and thinking itself especially ill-used because it must be made conformable and is prevented from making itself ridiculous. But sweet 17 is intolerant of all moral differences. What she holds to be right is the absolute, the one sole and only just law, and she thinks it tampering with sin to allow that anyone else has an equal right with herself to a contrary opinion. But on the whole, she's a pleasant, lovable, interesting creature, and one's greatest regret about her is that she is so often in the hands of unsuitable guides, and that her powers and noble impulses get so stunted and shadowed by the commonplace training which is her general lot, and the low aims of life which are the only ones held out to her. End of Sweet 17.
The War Message of President Woodrow Wilson, delivered to the Congress of the United States April 2, 1917. Also, the Proclamation of War signed by the President April 6, 1917, by the United States Government. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War Message. I have called the Congress into extraordinary session because there are serious, very serious, choices of policy to be made, and made immediately, which it was neither right nor constitutionally permissible that I should assume the responsibility of making. On the 3rd of February last, I officially laid before you the extraordinary announcement of the Imperial German Government that on and after the 1st day of February it was its purpose to put aside all restraints of law or of humanity, and use its submarines to sink every vessel that sought to approach either the ports of Great Britain and Ireland, or the western coasts of Europe, or any of the ports controlled by the enemies of Germany within the Mediterranean. That has seemed to be the object of the German submarine warfare earlier in the war, but since April of last year the Imperial Government has somewhat restrained the commanders of its undersea craft in conformity with its promise then given to us that passenger boats should not be sunk, and that due warning would be given to all other vessels which its submarines might seek to destroy, when no resistance was offered or escape attempted, and care taken that their crews were given at least a fair chance to save their lives in their open boats. The precautions taken were meagre and haphazard enough, as was proven in distressing instance after instance in the progress of the cruel and unmanly business, but a certain degree of restraint was observed. The new policy has swept every restriction aside. Vessels of every kind, whatever their flag, their character, their cargo, their destination, their errand, have been ruthlessly sent to the bottom without warning and without thought of help or mercy for those on board, the vessels of friendly neutrals along with belligerents. Even hospital ships and ships containing relief to the sorely bereaved and stricken people of Belgium, though the latter were provided with safe conduct through the proscribed areas by the German government itself, and were distinguished by unmistakable marks of identity, have been sunk with the same reckless lack of compassion or principle. I was for a little while unable to believe that such things would in fact be done by any government that had hitherto subscribed to the humane practices of civilized nations. International law had its origin in the attempt to set up some law which would be respected and observed upon the seas, where no nation had right of dominion, and where lay the free highways of the world. By painful stage after stage has that law been built up with meager enough results indeed, after all was accomplished that could be accomplished, but always with a clear view at least of what the heart and conscience of mankind demanded. This minimum of right the German government has swept aside under the plea of retaliation and necessity, and because it had no weapons which it could use at sea except these, which it is impossible to employ as it is employing them, without throwing to the winds all scruples of humanity or of respect for the understandings that were supposed to underlie the intercourse of the world. I am not now thinking of the loss of property involved, immense and serious as that is, but only of the wanton and wholesale destruction of the lives of non-combatants, men, women, and children, engaged in pursuits which have always, even in the darkest periods of modern history, been deemed innocent and legitimate. Property can be paid for; the lives of peaceful and innocent people cannot be. The present German submarine warfare against commerce is a warfare against mankind. It is a war against all nations. American ships have been sunk, American lives taken, in ways which it has stirred us very deeply to learn of, but the ships and people of other neutral and friendly nations have been sunk and overwhelmed in the waters in the same way. There has been no discrimination. The challenge is to all mankind. Each nation must decide for itself how it will meet it. The choice we make for ourselves must be made with a moderation of counsel and a temperateness of judgment befitting our character and our motives as a nation. We must put excited feeling away. Our motive will not be revenge or the victorious assertion of the physical might of the nation, but only the vindication of right, of human right, of which we are only a single champion. When I addressed the Congress on the 26th of February last, I thought that it would suffice to assert our neutral rights with arms, our right to use the seas against unlawful interference, our right to keep our people safe against unlawful violence. But armed neutrality, it now appears, is impracticable. Because submarines are, in effect, outlaws when used as the German submarines have been used against merchant shipping, it is impossible to defend ships against their attacks, as the law of nations has assumed that merchantmen would defend themselves against privateers or cruisers, visible craft giving chase upon the open seas. It is common prudence in such circumstances, grim necessity indeed, to endeavor to destroy them before they have shown their own intention. They must be dealt with upon sight, if dealt with at all. The German government denies the right of neutrals to use arms at all within the areas of the sea which it has proscribed, even in the defense of rights which no modern publicist has ever before questioned their right to defend. The intimation is conveyed that the armed guards which we have placed on our merchant ships will be treated as beyond the pale of law and subject to be dealt with as pirates would be. Armed neutrality is ineffectual enough at best. In such circumstances, and in the face of such pretensions, it is worse than ineffectual. It is likely only to produce what it was meant to prevent. It is practically certain to draw us into the war without either the rights or the effectiveness of belligerents. There is one choice we cannot make. We are incapable of making. We will not choose the path of submission and suffer the most sacred rights of our nation and our people to be ignored or violated. The wrongs against which we now array ourselves are no common wrongs. They cut to the very roots of human life. With a profound sense of the solemn and even tragical character of the step I am taking, and of the grave responsibilities which it involves, but in unhesitating obedience to what I deem my constitutional duty, I advise that the Congress declare the recent course of the Imperial German government to be in fact nothing less than war against the government and people of the United States, that it formally accept the status of belligerent, which has thus been thrust upon it, and that it take immediate steps not only to put the country in a more thorough state of defense, but also to exert all its power and employ all its resources to bring the government of the German Empire to terms and end the war. What this will involve is clear. It will involve the utmost practical cooperation in counsel and action with the governments now at war with Germany, and, as incident to that, the extension to those governments of the most liberal financial credits, in order that our resources may, so far as possible, be added to theirs. It will involve the organization and mobilization of all the material resources of the country to supply the materials of war and serve the incidental needs of the nation in the most abundant and yet the most economical and efficient way possible. It will involve the immediate, full equipment of the Navy in all respects, but particularly in supplying it with the best means of dealing with the enemy's submarines. It will involve the immediate addition to the armed forces of the United States, already provided for by law in case of war, at least 500,000 men, who should, in my opinion, be chosen upon the principle of universal liability to service, and also the authorization of subsequent additional increments of equal force so soon as they may be needed and can be handled in training. It will involve also, of course, the granting of adequate credits to the government, sustained, I hope, so far as they can equitably be sustained by the present generation, by well-conceived taxation. I say sustained so far as may be equitable by taxation, because it seems to me that it would be most unwise to base the credits which will now be necessary entirely on money borrowed. It is our duty, I most respectfully urge, to protect our people so far as we may against the very serious hardships and evils which would be likely to arise out of the inflation which would be produced by vast loans. In carrying out the measures by which these things are to be accomplished, we should keep constantly in mind the wisdom of interfering as little as possible in our own preparation and in the equipment of our own military forces with the duty, for it will be a very practical duty, of supplying the nations already at war with Germany with the materials which they can obtain only from us or by our assistance. They are in the field, and we should help them in every way to be effective there. I shall take the liberty of suggesting, through the several executive departments of the government, for the consideration of your committees, measures for the accomplishment of the several objects I have mentioned. I hope that it will be your pleasure to deal with them as having been framed after very careful thought by the branch of the government upon which the responsibility of conducting the war and safeguarding the nation will most directly fall. While we do these things, these deeply momentous things, let us be very clear, and make very clear to all the world, what our motives and what our objects are. My own thought has not been driven from its habitual and normal course by the unhappy events of the last 2 months, and I do not believe that the thought of the nation has been altered or clouded by them. I have exactly the same things in mind now that I had in mind when I addressed the Senate on the 22nd of January last, the same that I had in mind when I addressed the Congress on the 3rd of February and on the 26th of February. Our object now, as then, is to vindicate the principles of peace and justice in the life of the world as against selfish and autocratic power, and to set up amongst the really free and self-governed peoples of the world such a concert of promise and of action as will henceforth ensure the observance of those principles. Neutrality is no longer feasible or desirable where the peace of the world is involved and the freedom of its peoples, and the menace to that peace and freedom lies in the existence of autocratic governments backed by organized force which is controlled wholly by their will, not by the will of their people. We have seen the last of neutrality in such circumstances. We are at the beginning of an age in which it will be insisted that the same standards of conduct and of responsibility for wrong done shall be observed among nations and their governments that are observed among the individual citizens of civilized states. We have no quarrel with the German people. We have no feeling toward them but one of sympathy and friendship. It was not upon their impulse that their government acted in entering this war. It was not with their previous knowledge or approval. It was a war determined upon as wars used to be determined upon in the old, unhappy days, when peoples were nowhere consulted by their rulers, and wars were provoked and waged in the interest of dynasties, or of little groups of ambitious men who were accustomed to use their fellow men as pawns and tools. Self-governed nations do not fill their neighbor states with spies, or set the course of intrigue to bring about some critical posture of affairs which will give them an opportunity to strike and make conquest. Such designs can be successfully worked out only under cover, and where no one has the right to ask questions. Cunningly contrived plans of deception or aggression, carried, it may be, from generation to generation, can be worked out and kept from the light only within the privacy of courts or behind the carefully guarded confidences of a narrow and privileged class. They are happily impossible where public opinion commands and insists upon full information concerning all the nation's affairs. A steadfast concert for peace can never be maintained except by a partnership of democratic nations. No autocratic government could be trusted to keep faith within it, or conserve its covenants. It must be a league of honor, a partnership of opinion. Intrigue would eat its vitals away. The plottings of inner circles, who could plan what they would and render account to no one, would be a corruption seated at its very heart. Only free peoples can hold their purpose and their honor steady to a common end, and prefer the interests of mankind to any narrow interest of their own. Does not every American feel that assurance has been added to our hope for the future peace of the world by the wonderful and heartening things that have been happening within the last few weeks in Russia? Russia was known by those who knew it best to have been always in fact democratic at heart, in all the vital habits of her thought, in all the intimate relationships of her people that spoke their natural instinct, their habitual attitude toward life. The autocracy that crowned the summit of her political structure, long as it has stood and terrible as was the reality of its power, was not in fact Russian in origin, character, or purpose, and now it has been shaken off, and the great, generous Russian people have been added in all their native majesty and might to the forces that are fighting for freedom in the world, for justice and for peace. Here is a fit partner for a league of honor. One of the things that has served to convince us that the Prussian autocracy was not and could never be our friend is that, from the very outset of the present war, it has filled our unsuspecting communities and even our offices of government with spies, and set criminal intrigues everywhere afoot against our national unity of counsel, our peace within and without, our industries and our commerce. Indeed, it is now evident that its spies were here even before the war began, and it unhappily is not a matter of conjecture, but a fact proved in our courts of justice, that the intrigues which have more than once come perilously near to disturbing the peace and dislocating the industries of the country have been carried on at the instigation, with the support, and even under the personal direction of official agents of the Imperial German government accredited to the government of the United States. Even in checking these things and trying to extirpate them, we have sought to put the most generous interpretation possible upon them, because we know that their source lay, not in any hostile feeling or purpose of the German people toward us, who were, no doubt, as ignorant of them as we ourselves were, but only in the selfish designs of a government that did what it pleased and told its people nothing. But they have played their part in serving to convince us at last that that government entertains no real friendship for us, and means to act against our peace and security at its convenience; that it means to stir up enemies against us at our very doors. The intercepted note to the German minister at Mexico City is eloquent evidence. We are accepting this challenge of hostile purpose because we know that in such a government, following such methods, we can never have a friend, and that in the presence of its organized power, always lying in wait to accomplish we know not what purpose, there can be no assured security for the democratic governments of the world. We are now about to accept the gauge of battle with this natural foe to liberty, and shall, if necessary, spend the whole force of the nation to check and nullify its pretensions and its power. We are glad, now that we see the facts with no veil or false pretense about them, to fight thus for the ultimate peace of the world and for the liberation of its peoples, the German peoples included, for the rights of nations great and small, and the privilege of men everywhere to choose their way of life and of obedience. The world must be made safe for democracy. Its peace must be planted upon the tested foundations of political liberty. We have no selfish ends to serve. We desire no conquest, no dominion. We seek no indemnities for ourselves, no material compensation for the sacrifices we shall freely make. We are but one of the champions of the rights of mankind. We shall be satisfied when those rights have been made as secure as the faith and the freedom of the nations can make them. Just because we fight without rancor and without selfish object, seeking nothing for ourselves but what we shall wish to share with all free peoples, we shall, I feel confident, conduct our operations as belligerents without passion, and ourselves observe with proud punctilio the principles of right and of fair play we profess to be fighting for. I have said nothing of the governments allied with the imperial government of Germany, because they have not made war upon us, or challenged us to defend our right and our honor. The Austro-Hungarian government has, indeed, avowed its unqualified endorsement and acceptance of the reckless and lawless submarine warfare adopted now without disguise by the Imperial German government, and it has, therefore, not been possible for this government to receive Count Tarnowski, the ambassador recently accredited to this government by the Imperial and Royal Government of Austria-Hungary. But that government has not actually engaged in warfare against citizens of the United States on the seas, and I take the liberty, for the present at least, of postponing a discussion of our relations with the authorities at Vienna. We enter this war only where we are clearly forced into it because there are no other means of defending our rights. It will be all the easier for us to conduct ourselves as belligerents in a high spirit of right and fairness because we act without animus, not in enmity toward a people, nor with a desire to bring any injury or disadvantage upon them, but only in armed opposition to an irresponsible government which has thrown aside all considerations of humanity and of right and is running amok. We are, let me say again, the sincere friends of the German people, and shall desire nothing so much as the early re-establishment of intimate relations of mutual advantage between us. However hard it may be for them, for the time being, to believe that this is spoken from our hearts. We have borne with their present government through all these bitter months because of that friendship, exercising a patience and forbearance which would otherwise have been impossible. We shall, happily, still have an opportunity to prove that friendship in our daily attitude and actions towards the millions of men and women of German birth and native sympathy, who live amongst us and share our life, and we shall be proud to prove it toward all who are in fact loyal to their neighbors and to the government in the hour of test. They are, most of them, as true and loyal Americans as if they had never known any other fealty or allegiance. They will be prompt to stand with us in rebuking and restraining the few who may be of a different mind and purpose. If there should be disloyalty, it will be dealt with a firm hand of stern repression. But if it lifts its head at all, it will lift it only here and there, and without countenance except from a lawless and malignant few. It is a distressing and oppressive duty, gentlemen of the Congress, which I have performed in thus addressing you. There are, it may be, many months of fiery trial and sacrifice ahead of us. It is a fearful thing to lead this great, peaceful people into war, into the most terrible and disastrous of all wars, civilization itself seeming to be in the balance. But the right is more precious than peace, and we shall fight for the things which we have always carried nearest our hearts, for democracy, for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own governments, for the rights and liberties of small nations, for a universal dominion of right by such a concert of free peoples as shall bring peace and safety to all nations, and make the world itself at last free. To such a task we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes, everything that we are and everything that we have, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principles that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other. The War Proclamation. Whereas, the Congress of the United States, in the exercise of the constitutional authority vested in them, have resolved by joint resolution of the Senate and House of Representatives, bearing date this day, that a state of war between the United States and the Imperial German Government, which has been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared. Whereas, it is provided by Section 4067 of the Revised Statutes as follows, Whenever there is declared a war between the United States and any foreign nation or government, or any invasion or predatory incursion is perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the United States by any foreign nation or government, and the President makes public proclamation of the event, all natives, citizens, denizens, or subjects of a hostile nation or government being male of the age of 14 years and upwards, who shall be within the United States and not actually naturalized, shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies. The President is authorized in any such event by his proclamation thereof, or other public acts, to direct the conduct to be observed on the part of the United States toward the aliens who become so liable, the manner and degree of the restraint to which they shall be subject, and in what cases and upon what security their residence shall be permitted, and to provide for the removal of those who, not being permitted to reside within the United States, refuse or neglect to depart therefrom, and to establish any such regulations which are found necessary in the premises and for the public safety." Whereas, by sections 4069 and 4070 of the Revised Statutes, further provision is made relative to alien enemies. Now, therefore, I, Woodrow Wilson, President of the United States of America, do hereby proclaim, to all whom it may concern, that a state of war exists between the United States and the Imperial German Government, and I do specially direct all officers, civil or military, of the United States, that they exercise vigilance and zeal in the discharge of the duties incident to such a state of war, and I do, moreover, earnestly appeal to all American citizens that they, in loyal devotion to their country, dedicated from its foundation to the principles of liberty and justice, uphold the laws of the land, and give undivided and willing support to those measures which may be adopted by the constitutional authorities in prosecuting the war to a successful issue and in obtaining a secure and just peace, and, acting under and by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution of the United States and the said sections of the revised statutes, I do hereby further proclaim and direct that the conduct to be observed on the part of the United States towards all natives, citizens, denizens, or subjects of Germany, being male, of the age of 14 years and upwards, who shall be within the United States and not actually naturalized, who, for the purpose of this proclamation and under such sections of the revised statutes, are termed alien enemies, shall be as follows. All alien enemies are enjoined to preserve the peace toward the United States and to refrain from crime against the public safety, and from violating the laws of the United States and of the states and territories thereof, and to refrain from actual hostility or giving information, aid, or comfort to the enemies of the United States, and to comply strictly with the regulations which are hereby or which may be from time to time promulgated by the President, and so long as they shall conduct themselves in accordance with law, they shall be undisturbed in the peaceful pursuit of their lives and occupations, and be accorded the consideration due to all peaceful and law-abiding persons, except so far as restrictions may be necessary for their own protection and for the safety of the United States, and toward such alien enemies as conduct themselves in accordance with law, all citizens of the United States are enjoined to preserve the peace, and to treat them with all such friendliness as may be compatible with loyalty and allegiance to the United States. And all alien enemies who fail to conduct themselves as so enjoined, in addition to all other penalties as described by law, shall be liable to restraint, or to give security, or to remove and depart from the United States in the manner prescribed by sections 4069 and 4070 of the revised statutes, and as prescribed in the regulations duly promulgated by the President. And pursuant to the authority vested in me, I hereby declare and establish the following regulations, which I find necessary in the premises and for the public safety. 1. An alien enemy shall not have in his possession, at any time or place, any firearms, weapons, or implements of war, or component parts thereof, ammunition, Maxim or other silencer, arms or explosives or material used in the manufacture of explosives. 2. An alien enemy shall not have in his possession, at any time or place, or in use or operate any aircraft or wireless apparatus, or any form of signaling device, or any form of cipher code, or any paper, document, or book, written or printed in cipher, or in which there may be invisible writing. 3. All property found in the possession of an alien enemy in violation of the foregoing regulations shall be subject to seizure by the United States. 4. An alien enemy shall not approach or be found within 1/2 of a mile of any federal or state fort, camp, arsenal, or aircraft station, government or naval vessel, navy yard, factory or workshop for the manufacture of munitions of war, or of any products for the use of the Army or Navy. 5. An alien enemy shall not write, print, or publish any attack or threat against the government or Congress of the United States, or either branch thereof, or against the measures or policy of the United States, or against the persons or property of any person in the military, naval, or civil service of the United States, or of the states or territories, or of the District of Columbia, or of the municipal governments therein. 6. An alien enemy shall not commit or abet any hostile acts against the United States, or give information, aid, or comfort to its enemies. 7. An alien enemy shall not reside in or continue to reside in, to remain in, or enter any locality which the President may from time to time designate by an executive order as a prohibitive area, in which residence by an alien enemy shall be found by him to constitute a danger to the public peace and safety of the United States, except by permit from the President, and except under such limitations or restrictions as the President may prescribe. 8. An alien enemy whom the President shall have a reasonable cause to believe to be aiding or about to aid the enemy, or to be at large to the danger of the public peace or safety of the United States, or to have violated or to be about to violate any of these regulations, shall remove to any location designated by the President by executive order, and shall not remove therefrom without permit, or shall depart from the United States if so required by the President. 9. No alien enemy shall depart from the United States until he shall have received such permit as the President shall prescribe or accept under order of a court judge or justice, under sections 4069 and 4070 of the revised statutes. 10. No alien enemy shall land in or enter the United States except under such restrictions and at such places as the President may prescribe. 11. If necessary to prevent violation of the regulations, all alien enemies will be obliged to register. 12. An alien enemy whom there may be reasonable cause to believe to be aiding or about to aid the enemy, or who be at large to the danger of the public peace or safety, who violates or who attempts to violate, or of whom there is reasonable grounds to believe that he is about to violate any regulation to be promulgated by the President, or any criminal law of the United States, or of the states or territories thereof, shall be subject to summary arrest by the United States Marshal or his deputy, or such other officers as the President shall designate, and confinement in such penitentiary, prison, jail, military camp, or other place of detention as may be directed by the President. This proclamation and the regulations herein contained shall extend and apply to all land and water, continental or insular, in any way within the jurisdiction of the United States. End of The War Message of President Woodrow Wilson, delivered to the Congress of the United States, April 2nd, 1917. Also, the Proclamation of War signed by the President, April 6th, 1917. By the United States Government.
Preface to Working Life of Women in the 17th Century by Alice Clark. Published in 1919. Read for the LibriVox 17th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2022. Preface. The investigation, whose conclusions are partly described in the following treatise, was undertaken with a view to discovering the actual circumstances of women's lives in the 17th century. It is perhaps impossible to divest historical inquiry from all personal bias, but in this case the bias has simply consisted in the conviction that the conditions under which the obscure mass of women live and fulfill their duties as human beings have a vital influence upon the destinies of the human race, and that a little knowledge of what these conditions have actually been in the past will be of more value to the sociologist than many volumes of carefully elaborated theory based on abstract ideas. The theories with which I began this work of investigation as to the position occupied by women in a former social organization have been abandoned and have been replaced by others which, though still only held tentatively, have at least the merit of resting solely on ascertained fact. If these theories should in turn have to be discarded when a deeper undertaking of history becomes possible, yet the picture of human life presented in the following pages will not entirely lose its value. The picture cannot pretend to be complete. The 17th century provides such a wealth of historical material that only a small fraction could be examined, and though this selection has been as representative as possible, much that is of greatest importance from the point of view from which the inquiry has been made is not yet available. Many records of guilds, companies, quarter sessions, and boroughs, which must be studied in extenso before a just idea can be formed of woman's position, have up to the present been published only in an abbreviated form, if at all. Another difficulty has been the absence of knowledge regarding women's position in the years preceding the 17th century. This want has to some extent been supplied through the kindness of Miss Eileen Power, who has permitted me to use some of the material collected by her on this subject, but not yet published. The 17th century itself forms a sort of watershed between two very widely differing eras in the history of English women, the Elizabethan and the 18th century. Thus, characteristics of both can be studied in the women who move through its varied scenes, either in the pages of dramatists or as revealed by domestic papers or in more public records. Only one aspect of their lives has been described in the present volume, namely their place in the economic organization of society. It has its own special bearing on industrial problems of modern times, but life is a whole and cannot safely be separated into watertight compartments. The productive activity which is here described was not the work of women who were separated from the companionship of married life and the joys and responsibilities of motherhood. These aspects of their life have not been forgotten, and will, I hope, be dealt with in a later volume, along with the whole question of girls' education. How inseparably intertwined are these different threads of life will be shown by the fact that apprenticeship and services are left to be dealt with in the later volume as links in the educational chain, although in many respects they were essential features of women's economic position. The conception of the sociological importance of past economic conditions for women I owe to Olive Schreiner, whose epoch-making book, Women and Labor, first drew the attention of many workers in the emancipation of women to the difference between reality and the commonly received generalizations as to women's productive capacity. From my friend Dr. K. A. Gerlach came the suggestion that I myself should attempt to supply further evidence along the lines so imaginatively outlined by Mrs. Schreiner. To Dr. Lillian Knowles I am indebted for the unwearied patience with which she has watched and directed my researches, and to Mrs. Bernard Shaw for the generous scholarship with which she assists those who wish to devote themselves to the investigation of women's historic past. I should like here to express the deep sense of gratitude which I feel to those who have helped my work in these different ways, and to Mrs. George, whose understanding of 17th century conditions has rendered the material she collected for me particularly valuable. My thanks are also due to many other friends whose sympathy and interest have played a larger part than they know in the production of this book. Millfield Street, Somerset. This ends the preface to Working Life of Women in the 17th Century by Alice Clark.